Bhagat Singh. A Life in Revolution. Contents. Prologue. Part 1, Khatkar Kalyan, Bunga and Lahore. 1840, Fateh Singh. 1876, Swaraj. 1887, Chenab Colony. 1906, Land Colonization Bill. 5 Rebel Blood. 1907, Canal Colonies Disturbance. 1917, Lahore. Part 2, Who's Bhagat Singh? 1929, Jinnah and Bhagat Singh. 1924, Matwala. 10 Punjabi Yat. 2019, Shadman Chowk. 12 Colonialism's Racial Caste. Part 3, A Life in Revolution. 1919, The Lahore File. 1919, Rowlatt Act. 15 Colonialism Civilizing Mission. 1920, Lal Bal Pal. 1922, Shri Shra. 1924, Sarfaroshi Ki Tamanna. Part 4, The Assassination. 1919-23, National College. 2019-26, Dusra Bomb Blast. 21-19-29, Love is Never Bestial. 22-19-28, J.P. Saunders Murder. 23-19-29, Delhi Assembly Bombs. Part 5, 1928, The Naujawan Bharat Sabha. 24-19-28, Feroza Shah Kotla. 25-19-29, The HSRA. 26-19-30, Peace, Order and Good Government. Part 6, The Assembly Bomb Speeches. 27 June 6, 1929 Statement. 28 June 6, 1929 and the Rejection of Utopian Nonviolence. 29 June 12, 1929, We Could Have Easily Escaped. 30-1929, The Enigma. Part 7, Judicial Reprisals. 31 May 5, 1930, Inalienable Rights. 32 May 1, 1930, Lahore Ordinance. 33-1930, The Special Tribunal. 34 A Striking Power. 35 The Approvers. 36 Police Beatings. Part 8, Deluded Patriots. 37-1931, I Was Never a Terrorist. 38-1929, Jail Readings. 39-1928, The Awakening. 40 The Legacy. 41 Interpreting Bhagat Singh. 42-1931, Mahatmaji is Great. 43-1928, Lala Lajpat Rai. Part 9, Martyrdom. 44 Kartar Singh Saraba. 45-1930, Sufferings and Sacrifices. 46-1931, Why I Am an Atheist. 47-1931, I Will Climb the Gallows Gladly. Part 10, Efficient Despotism. 48 An Apology. 49 A Historical Adjustment. 50 The Gandhi, Irwin Pact 1931. 51 If the Boys Are to be Hanged. 52 A Clean Fighter. Part 11, Restitution. 53 Prayaschit. 54 The Rule of Law. 55 Indic Hybridity. Appendix. Notes. Select Bibliography. Acknowledgements. Follow Penguin. Copyright. Advance praise for this book. Bhagat Singh, A Life in Revolution is two things simultaneously, the comprehensive portrait of an intellectual and revolutionary, but on a larger scale, the exploration of the complex landscape political, social, personal, familial, religious, ethnic, moral that he inhabited and was inspired by. Drawing from official archives, popular media and journalistic sources, this definitive text by Satvinder S Juss traces the short life of Bhagat Singh, which has long inspired revolutionaries of past and present, examining also the reasons for why this may be. Published 75 years after partition, Bhagat Singh, A Life in Revolution is a fascinating and meticulously researched history of perhaps the only figure whose legacy is celebrated in both India and Pakistan, escaping the burden of the Radcliffe line. Anshul Malhotra, author of Remnants of a Separation and in the Language of Remembering. In memory of Hardtech. The desire to live is natural. It is in me also. I do not want to conceal it. But it is conditional. I do not want to live as a prisoner or under restrictions. Yet, one thing pricks me even today. My heart nurtured some ambitions for doing something for humanity and for my country. I have not been able to fulfill even 1,000th part of these ambitions. If I live, I might perhaps get a chance to fulfill them. If ever it came to my mind that I should not die, it came from this end only. Point 1. An excerpt from Bhagat Singh's last letter to the convicts of the Lahore conspiracy case, dated March 22, 1931, the day before his execution. I am, after all, a human being. And nothing more. And no one can claim to be more than that. Prologue. Ji Shikogar se nikald hi mil gai manzil. Koi hamari tera umr bar safar main raha. Some found their destiny at their doorstep. Others like me were fated to be in the wilderness all their lives. Ahmed Faraz. The majestic but forlorn 19th century building of Bradlaugh Hall, now derelict, sad and destitute, still stands behind the district courts of Lahore. Here, the National College, founded by Lala Lajpat Rai and practicing the novelty of using books written in the English language, once schooled its 200 Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh students. One such student was the 19-year-old Bhagat Singh, who established the Naujawan Bharat Sabha at Bradlaugh Hall in 1926. He was just coming to the end of his 4-year tenure there, from 1922 to 1926. And the Sabha for him was to be the public face of the Hindustan Republican Association. Bradlaugh Hall, however, has an illustrious past unknown to most Lahoris even today. If Bradlaugh Hall could speak, it would tell its own wistful story, a story of how in 1915 the Ghadar party had its base here. With its enviable position in the heart of Lahore, Bradlaugh Hall had by the 1920s become the centre of political activity and had come to be known as such throughout India. From Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah and from Allama Muhammad Iqbal to Subhas Chandra Bose, all addressed their followers from Bradlaugh Hall. It was a bastion of art, literature, and high culture. Kausji and Habib Seth, the two Parsi theatrical companies, both performed here. Musharas and stage dramas flourished in its large open spaces. F.E. Chaudhry, Lahore's first and all-time great news photographer, who died just before his 105th birthday in 2013, lamented the passing of its days of glory in his Abb Wo Lahore Kahan. Affectionately known as Cha-Cha, he had much to lament about. He had seen the city's spiraling descent into decline and decay during his own lifetime. The year 1921, when Bhagat Singh entered the National College, Lahore, was also the year when the Tilak School of Politics was founded on the same site. It was to be the turning point in Bhagat Singh's life. It was there that his intellectual transformation took place at the hands of such revolutionary teachers as Bhai Parmanand, Principal Chhabil Das and Professor Jayachandra Vidyalankar, who taught in the English medium. Vidyalankar at his home introduced Bhagat Singh to Sachindranath Sanyal, who went on to become the political guru of Bhagat Singh. These stalwarts rejected Gandhian nonviolence in favor of a revolutionary overthrow of imperialism at a time of escalating anti-government feelings in Punjab. Bhagat Singh left National College, Lahore, in 1923 and fled for Kanpur without completing his degree when he came under family pressure to get married. In the process, he became the most famous icon of revolutionary pre-independence India. But then there was a reason why Bhagat Singh returned to Lahore to found the Naujawan Bharat Sabha at Bradlaugh Hall in 1926. A year earlier, the revolutionary movement had been all but vanquished when in 1925 10 men had ransacked the official treasury on a train in Lucknow which had been collecting monies from railway stations en route. Their purpose was to use the money thus looted from the train to fund the purchase of weaponry that they desperately needed to take on the British Raj. They were in a struggle for national freedom. However, those who had masterminded the robbery, namely Ramprasad Bismil and Ashfaqullah Bismil, were tracked down, tried and sentenced to be hanged for their troubles. This was what became known as the Kakori conspiracy case of 1925. With this, the leadership of the revolutionary movement had been destroyed in one stroke. Never one to give up, and rather like in Faiza's famous partition poem, Bhagat Singh must have at this stage gritted his teeth and chastened himself with the words, Chail chalo keh wo manzil abhi nahin aayi, because for him the leadership vacuum created an opportunity not to be missed. He was barely out of his teens then. And here he was proposing a new brand of politics, one which was the very antithesis of Gandhian Satyagraha. A muscular revolutionary resistance against the imperialist Raj as opposed to Gandhi's passive non-cooperation was going to have to be the way forward. Bhagat Singh's politics was to stand for revolutionary violence, whereas Gandhi stood for non-revolutionary non-violence. In the popular mind, these positions came to be seen as two polar opposites. They predominate in the popular narrative of how the battle for Indian independence was fought. The two traditions are two rival approaches in pre-independent India's quest for freedom. They incorporate contrasting strategies of resistance. The popular notion, however, is a gross simplification of the truth. And, here is why. It is certainly true that Gandhi consciously stood for nonviolence, but for him nonviolence was a fetish. Bhagat Singh and his fellow revolutionaries took a much more practical, sophisticated, and nuanced approach. While Gandhi drew from Indian mysticism, Bhagat Singh fervently rejected such unrealism, choosing instead to draw from a far wider range of sources. True it was that he sought inspiration from Indian revolutionaries such as Guru Gobind Singh and Shivaji, but he also learned from Lafayette, Garibaldi, and George Washington. In fact, the establishment of Naujawan Bharat Sabha, to bring Punjab's youth under one socialist non-religious banner, was inspired by Giuseppe Mazzini's Young Italy movement in 1831. He realized that the foreign yoke of colonial oppression could not be lifted by turning the other cheek. Gandhi, of course, chose not to see this and strongly disapproved of Bhagat Singh's errant ways. When the young revolutionaries had the temerity to deviate from Gandhi's chosen path, he refused them support at all costs and thereby curried favor with the British. The revolutionaries in turn castigated him for his dogmatic adherence to utopian nonviolence. When 24 of the revolutionaries were tried in the Lahore conspiracy case 1931, they explained their approach to violence on the very first day of their trial by a special tribunal. This was on May 5, 1930 at Punch House, where the Punjab Civil Secretariat offices are currently located in Lahore. Violence, they declared, was not a matter for them. It was up to their oppressors. They were merely reacting to their oppressors. In a 4-page petition signed by 5 of the under-trials, 2 they made it clear that the special tribunal had no jurisdiction even to try them. They stood for a radical change, and colonial rule in India was the very negation of the principles of justice. So, every effort had to be made to bring about its end. This was morally justified because the government of the day was a pack of exploiters who were only in control because they wielded the power of the sword against people and had predatory motives. This government used the language of law and order. Their design, however, was to ignore the law and always to crush all those who opposed them. They forgot that people had inalienable rights. Indeed, if the choice lay with the revolutionaries, they would rather not use any violence at all. The revolutionaries lived by altruistic principles. They were lovers of peace. For the peace to be genuine and permanent, however, it had to be based on justice and equity. It had to be real and effective and could not be artificial and illusory. The government of the day could not impose it at the point of bayonets. Bombs and pistols were a matter of a terrible necessity only. Violence for the sake of violence was not what the revolutionaries wanted. However, does the evidence support this thesis? It does if one looks at what Bhagat Singh was indicted for. The fact is that there were only ever 2 instances of purported violence on his part. One caused no human casualties, while the other did. Both are worthy of consideration. The first was the throwing of 2 smoke bombs in the Central Legislative Assembly in Delhi on April 8, 1929. The aim was to prevent the passing of 2 government bills. The protest would make the deaf hear. The act was carefully calculated not to injure anyone. In this, Bhagat Singh drew from the identical actions of the French anarchist Auguste Vaillant in 1893. He too had thrown a weak homemade device from the public gallery in the French Chamber of Deputies. His action caused only slight injuries to 20 deputies. He too had wanted only to make the deaf hear in revenge for the execution of the fellow anarchist Ravicol. At his execution by guillotine, Vaillant had boldly proclaimed, "Long live anarchy." Bhagat Singh too employed the slogan Inquilab Zindabad at his trial. And if Vaillant in 1893 wanted to cause maximum shock with minimum damage, then so too did Bhagat Singh in 1929. The fact that Bhagat Singh did not wish to cause physical injury to anyone but merely to draw attention to the iniquity of the 2 bills being passed showed how sophisticated and trailblazing he was when barely out of his teenage years. Bhagat Singh's second act, however, did cause death. But it was deliberately calculated to do so to restore the honor of Punjab. It arose from the police beating and death of Lala Lajpat Rai. This had to be avenged, so an assassination was planned. Lala Lajpat Rai was no minor figure but a towering giant of the independence movement. He belonged to the trinity of early revolutionary leaders known as Bal, Pal, Lal, who consisted of Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Bipin Chandra Pal and Lala Lajpat Rai. All 3 had broken away from the Congress Party. Affectionately called Punjab Kesari, Lala Lajpat Rai had set up the National College in Bradlaugh Hall to provide an alternative education centre to British institutions. When Lalaji was killed by police batons in what had been a peaceful demonstration, Bhagat Singh had to act. The policeman J.P. Saunders was shot on December 17, 1929 to avenge the death of Lalaji. It was a revenge attack. Immediately after the attack, the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association published a notice signed off by Bhagat Singh in which he described the assassination as a retaliatory action of none but a decisive nature for the most dastardly attack made on the great old man of India, which hereby is avenged. It was therefore as clear in its intent of settling a score as it was decisive. This is how the shooting of J.P. Saunders was designed to salvage the honor of the people. Yet, Bhagat Singh was not left untouched by the death. He spent the following day in great anguish, and his writings show that he regretted taking a life. One of the Lahore conspiracy accused later wrote how Bhagat Singh remained upset for some days after the murder. To him, violence was justified but only when it was a matter of moral necessity. No one recognized this more clearly than Jawaharlal Nehru. He wrote, Bhagat Singh did not become popular because of his act of terrorism, but because he seemed to vindicate, for the moment, the honor of Lala Lajpat Rai, and through him of the nation. This is why, within a few months, each town and village of the Punjab and to a lesser extent in the rest of northern India, resounded with Bhagat Singh's name, so that, innumerable songs grew up about him, and the popularity that the man achieved, was something amazing for. Asaf Ali, his one-time lawyer who went on to become independent India's first ambassador to the USA, explained how after interviewing Bhagat Singh, he found him extremely human and gentle, being one of the gentlest and the most affectionate in temperament, the very antithesis of a hard and bloodthirsty revolutionary, so that had he been spared he would have been an outstanding personality in any field of life. 5 Jadev Gupta, Bhagat Singh's friend, also attested to his gentleness when he recalled much later that, had you the fortune of seeing him, you would have never forgotten the broad charming smile and pleasing manners with which he would have received you. We can compare such impeccable moral coherence of Bhagat Singh's outlook with that of Mahatma Gandhi's doctrinaire belief in nonviolent satyagraha at all costs. Gandhi insisted on nonviolence even when it made no sense. This is why in the long run it did not work and he had to give it up. Nothing illustrates this better than the violent Trishra incident of 1922 in Uttar Pradesh. A large group of volunteers were participating in a protest against high food prices. The group was part of the non-cooperation movement of Mahatma Gandhi himself. During the protest, however, the police overreacted. They beat up the demonstrators and arrested their leaders. Then they locked them up at the Shrishra police station. 2 days later, on February 4, there was a peaceful march against police brutality at the local marketplace. This is when police reaction got even worse. They fired on the gathered crowd. An enraged mob now set the police station on fire and burned 23 policemen alive in the process. What did Mahatma Gandhi do? His immediate concern was to appease the rulers of the Raj. So, a week later, on February 12, 1922, he called off the entire non-cooperation movement. This was just as it was beginning to become effective. He took the decision without consulting anyone. This left many stunned. Others in the non-cooperation movement, such as Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Patel, and Rajendra Prasad, felt positively aggrieved and let down. Gandhi's betrayal left them in a political vacuum. A party founded in 1885 as an organization representing Indian elites and comprising upper castes and classes was not unknown to benefit from colonial rule, while still protesting against the iniquities of the British Raj. Even for them this betrayal was a bit much. The nonviolent resistance movement became discredited. Into the vacuum created by Gandhi poured in the angst of a new revolutionary politics. At its helm stood none other than Bhagat Singh. The publication of this book is timely for this reason. It coincides with the 100-year anniversary of the 1922 schism in Indian politics. This is when many split from Gandhi and when Bhagat Singh actively began advocating the overthrow of colonial rule by revolution. It is the decisive moment when he totally distanced himself from Mahatma Gandhi's creed of nonviolence. Bhagat Singh's pursuit of India's freedom would take a different course. In fact, compared to the actions of Mahatma Gandhi over the 1922 Srishra incident, Bhagat Singh's throwing of 2 bombs into the Central Legislative Assembly on April 8, 1929 with B.K. Dude to make the deaf hear was a highly sophisticated and strategic act. It came in the form of a spectacular demonstration of the rejection of continued British occupation in India, but it did so without causing any lasting personal damage to anyone. In the ensuing trial, Bhagat Singh would have escaped with a long prison sentence, but unfortunately for him, it was the police investigations that followed the bomb blast, which then revealed that members of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Army had also been behind the December 17, 1928 assassination of a British official, J.P. Saunders. Sadly, for Saunders, he was mistaken for his boss, J.A. Scott, the superintendent of police who had been in charge when the nationalist figure, Lala Lajpat Rai, was assaulted in October 1928 by police batons. However, although the 1929 manifesto of the HSRA had proclaimed that revolution is law, revolution is order and revolution is the truth, in consequence of which the youths of our nation have realized this truth, what was meant by revolution was not that it was a single event but an immutable, imperishable, and perpetual quest for rebirth, recovery, and regeneration of the present. This meant that it need not be violent. Saunders' assassination was not violence as a political philosophy. This is why it was universally applauded in India. Bhagat Singh's immense popularity immediately thereafter showed him to have vindicated the honor of the Indian people. He alone took the step that he did with Sukhdev and Rajguru. No one else in the Congress party did. The Lahore conspiracy case that followed became one of the most controversial trials of British India. 24 members of the HSRA were initially charged with conspiracy against the government. When Bhagat Singh was moved from the Delhi prison to Mianwali jail, he objected to the inequalities of treatment between European inmates and Indian inmates. He demanded parity in standards of food, clothing, and toiletries. He also demanded to be treated as a political prisoner, with books and a daily newspaper being made available to him and others. He and his fellow prisoners also objected to manual labor and other undignified work. These demands were set out in a June 24, 1929 letter to the Home Member. In protest for these demands, a hunger strike followed. After 63 days, one of their number, Jatindranath Das, died on September 13, 1929. The hunger strikers became household names. Uproar engulfed the country. Bhagat Singh went 116 days without food, surpassing a previous record held by the Irish hunger strikers. It took a heavy toll on him as his weight fell dramatically and he lost 14 pounds from his pre-strike weight of 133 pounds. In the trial that followed, the accused were able to roundly denounce British authority. The proceedings were daily reported in the Lahore-based paper The Tribune, whose editor was sympathetic to their cause. Congressmen too rallied to support them. The defiance and bravery of the accused were carefully showcased in the newspapers. Though debilitated by hunger, they still ran rings around the magistrate, undermining his authority and exposing the proceedings to ridicule. The trial began as a normal one. It was before a regular magistrate and was presided over by Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan. He started hearing the case on July 10, 1929. The trial carried with it a right of appeal for the accused against conviction. The appeal would go before a regular High Court judge in Lahore. The trial even ran for 10 months, during which time the hunger strike was called off on October 5, 1929. Over 200 witnesses were examined. But then it ended abruptly. The Governor-General Lord Irwin decided that these normal proceedings should be transferred to a special tribunal. In this way, the magistrate's trial was dramatically halted. This is despite the fact that it had been running for close to a year. How did Lord Irwin manage this stupendous feat? He managed to do so because the Governor-General signed off the Lahore Ordinance 3 of 1930 on May 1, 1930 from his Simla residence. Yet, under Section 72 of the Government of India Act, this could only be done if there was an emergency, and the ordinance had to be for the peace and good governance of India or any part of it. None of these conditions existed when the regular trial before a magistrate was so precipitously abandoned. The ordinance was not approved by the Central Assembly or the British Parliament. There was to be a 3-judge special tribunal. It was not to sit in the regular courtrooms but at Punch House. It was also not allowed to run the trial for another 10 months to complete the remaining witnesses. Instead, it was mandated to complete the hearing within a fixed period of 6 months. This is because the Section 72 power of the Government of India Act could only be exercised as an emergency for 6 months. After this, the tribunal would be functus officio. This is how the Lahore conspiracy case began on May 5, 1930. The 457 prosecution witnesses who were due to give evidence thereafter were not presented for cross-examination to the defense counsel. Only one of the 5 approvers was presented for cross-examination. Within 2 weeks, 2 of the 3 judges had been sacked. Justice Coldstream was removed because he presided over the police beating of defendants in court when he took grave exception to their singing a revolutionary song in court. Justice Aga Haider, the only Indian judge, was sacked for not supporting such brutality. When prosecution counsel Carden Noad went to see him at his house, Aga Haider reprimanded him with the words, "I am a judge, not a butcher." The Lahore bar condemned the proceedings. They made it clear that the ordinance was ultra vires and invalid. There was no justification whatsoever for depriving the High Court of its power of hearing the appeal from the final order of the special tribunal. Unsurprisingly, for 5 months, from May 1930 until the sentence of death on October 7, 1930, the accused refused to attend court. In the end, when the tribunal judgment came and handed down the sentence of death, it could not be challenged. There was no right of appeal to the Lahore High Court. The full implications of the Lahore Ordinance 3 of 1930 have rarely been understood. It was never meant for the creation of a judicial tribunal. The power did not exist in the ordinance for this to be done. Lord Irwin must have known that. But the reasons Lord Irwin gave for promulgating the ordinance were poor. His statement only has 4 paragraphs. He begins by reasoning that woe of the accused had resorted to hunger strike before commencement, and that number of others followed the same course shortly afterwards, with the result that by the July 26, 1929, the case had to be adjourned owing to some of the accused being unfit to attend court. Trial courts, however, have to deal with all kinds of disruptive behavior. This can come from intrepid lawyers or from obstructive defendants. Not infrequently, it is both. Some of it is quite unruly. None could remotely have been said to lead to an emergency where peace and good governance of British India was at stake in this case. Lord Irwin knew this. This is why his statement of reasons ends rather lamely with the explanation that the special tribunal is necessary to deal with willful obstruction. If going on a hunger strike is willful obstruction, then that is the right of every political prisoner. It was not new. And it was certainly not willful obstruction even in the Lahore conspiracy case. It had been tried by the Irish freedom fighters when they too had taken up the cudgels against British rule. Indian revolutionaries actually took their inspiration from them. These reasons were so poor that they stood to be immediately challenged as irrational and unsustainable. The Lahore Bar did exactly that. And yet, it did not end there. Lord Irwin took the step of transposing the existing proceedings into a special tribunal to take place away from the regular courts at Punch House, near the tomb of Anarkali in Lahore. Such an exercise of power under Section 72 was simply impermissible, as the section does not provide for a judicial tribunal to be created for 6 months, and certainly not when 457 witnesses have to be heard. Lord Irwin's actions, therefore, amounted to a gross abuse of power. The Section 72 power was designed to deal with an emergency, which had to threaten the peace and good government of British India. It was meant for riots, revolts, and civil disturbances, such as the one in 1919 in Punjab. The grant to the Governor-General of an exceptional power is to deal with an extenuating situation. In such a situation he may impose a curfew and restrict civil liberties. Whatever he does, however, he can only do for a period of 6 months. After that, he must return everything to normalcy. This is de rigueur under the statute. Had Section 72 been intended to authorize the creation of a judicial tribunal in an emergency situation, it would have stated so, and that would have been without a 6-month time restriction. Otherwise, the 6-month limit makes no sense. What if a 6-month judicial tribunal is set up, but after which peace and good government are still not restored because the emergency continues? Does the special tribunal have to abort proceedings nevertheless because 6 months have come and gone? What if the remaining 457 witnesses cannot be heard in 6 months, as in Bhagat Singh's case, in which Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan had heard only some 200 witnesses in 10 months of hearings, because there was just not enough time to hear them all? What then? The question deserves an answer, because this is exactly what happened in Bhagat Singh's case. The 457 witnesses could not be heard because there was no time to hear them all in 6 months. In the end, all that this exercise of Section 72 did was to deprive the accused of due process and the right to a fair trial. This is how the law in Bhagat Singh's case was used coercively by the colonial authorities for the purposes of an extrajudicial execution. It was a case of colonial coercive legalism. The rule of law was suspended, but its rubric was retained. What is the consequence of such an illegality? Should the verdict be set aside after all these years? If so, by which court and where? And should the Indian government be involved? Or, should there be an apology? If so, by whom and to whom? None of the original participants are alive, and there are no living persons with rights to vindicate. Yet, the issue may still be worth considering. There is a case for saying that, rather than an apology being demanded, Bhagat Singh's conviction and sentence should be set aside by virtue of the grant of a royal pardon. He was convicted and hanged in the face of gross procedural irregularities and denial of due process and natural justice. Judicial orders that he be allowed interviews with his father and his legal advisors to best prepare his defense were deliberately flouted by the jail authorities under blatant government pressure, so that in the end he and others on trial simply stopped attending court. On the face of it, the rule of law was preserved, but underneath it all it had been hollowed out through a relentless abuse of executive power by the colonial state. Letters and petitions produced in this book, previously never published, show the remorseless determination by which he continued to bring these concerns before the court, but to no avail. The law on the grant of a royal pardon is such that it has been well established in the UK for 30 years. It is clear in its intent, that it is an error to regard the prerogative of mercy as a prerogative right which is only exercisable in cases which fall into specific categories, in that prerogative is a flexible power and its exercise can and should be adapted to meet the circumstances of the particular case. This is why in the UK the High Court case of XP. Bentley EWHC Admin 2, Lord Justice Watkins was able to rule that prerogative of mercy can no longer be regarded as no more than an arbitrary monarchical right of grace and favour, and that is now a constitutional safeguard against mistakes. Bhagat Singh's hanging was a clear mistake of law. Does it matter, however, if the condemned have long since been executed? It would appear not, because under the common law, there is no objection in principle to the grant of a posthumous conditional pardon where a death sentence has already been carried out, because grant of such a pardon is a recognition by the state that a mistake was made and that a reprieve should have been granted. One person at the time who recognized the travesty of justice in the Lahore conspiracy case 1931 and was also prepared to publicly say so was Jawaharlal Nehru. In a speech in Allahabad on October 12, 1930, he unequivocally lambasted the judgment of the special tribunal and its sentence of death. His caustic words did not spare the Viceroy and Governor-General of India either. It was an unsettling time. But Nehru was unafraid. 3 round-table conferences were planned between 1930 and 1932 by the British government with the Indian National Congress. They were to consider constitutional reform in India. All of this was to happen against the background of the visit of the Simon Commission to Lahore, when on October 30, 1928 Lala Lajpat Rai was pummeled by police batons. His death on November 17, 1928 led to Bhagat Singh seeking retribution in the awful murder of J.P. Saunders on December 17, 1928. Nehru was aware of all this when he ventured to openly support the violent actions of Bhagat Singh and his comrades in carrying out the assassination. He had the temerity to ask of the Viceroy whether, if England were invaded by Germany or Russia, would Lord Irwin go about advising the people to refrain from violence against the invader. He had no compunction in telling him that whether I agree with him or not, my heart is full of admiration for the courage and self-sacrifice of a man like Bhagat Singh, because our age of the Bhagat Singh type is exceedingly rare, so if the Viceroy expects us to refrain from admiring this wonderful courage and high purpose behind it, he is mistaken. In this way, the suave and urbane Nehru was able to justify the use of violence against the invader, which the Indian revolutionaries fighting for Indian freedom were deploying, but attracting so much opprobrium for, and not least from Gandhi. An appeal lay to the Privy Council in London. It was on a point of law only for what was a capital offence. 6 days before the appeal was heard, Jawaharlal's father, Motilal Nehru, sent a message from Simla from his sick bed. On February 6, 1931, 5 days before the Privy Council hearing date, he quietly passed away. His petition pleading on behalf of the condemned men was not even admitted to a regular hearing by the board of the Privy Council. On a misty February morning in far-off London, a tenacious 44-year-old British lawyer, D.N. Pritt, disembarked from a taxi in Downing Street to appear before the Privy Council to plead against the death sentence on Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Rajguru. It was the last straw. Pritt knew he had an uphill struggle, as the 5-member panel of the board of the Privy Council was not sympathetic. Educated at Winchester College, he had turned against the establishment. He was to go on to argue a string of revolutionary cases, from the Meerut conspiracy case in 1933, to Ho Chi Minh in 1932, to Jomo Kenyatta and the Mau Mau in 1952. Highly respected, he could get away with saying things in the apex court which others could only have dreamt of. On one occasion, when faced with a relentless judicial onslaught, he quipped, "I will answer your lordship's questions if I can have the courtesy of 2 minutes without interruption." On another occasion, frustrated, he sniped at the court, "It's apparent that your lordships have not taken in a word I have been saying. I shall have to start again. May it please your lordships." Perhaps his most noteworthy sally is when in the 1930s the UK authorities unlawfully detained a Russian ship carrying arms for the elected Republican government in Spain, which was facing a fascist rebellion. Pritt spent a fruitless day before the Chief Justice of Gibraltar trying to get the ship released. When the judge rose at the end of the day, Pritt remained seated. "CJ, Mr. Pritt, I am leaving the court." "DNP, I am very pleased to hear it." "CJ, it is customary, Mr. Pritt, for counsel to rise as a mark of respect." "DNP, that is why I am remaining seated." On the occasion of D.N. Pritt's defense of Bhagat Singh, however, he did not fare so well. The judge's attitude towards Pritt ranged from apoplectic outrage to haughty contempt. Pritt argued that the reasons given for the ordinance by Lord Irwin could not in law be justified. At the end, in Bhagat Singh v. The King's Emperor 1931, without even calling upon the government lawyer to respond, Lord Dunedin handed down a 1.5-page judgment in which he ruled that although the Governor-General thought fit to expound the reasons which induced him to promulgate this ordinance, this was not in their lordships' opinion incumbent on him as a matter of law. This was quite simply wrong. Even at the best of times, it would have been a proposition of dubious legal validity to say that the giving of reasons for an emergency ordinance was not even necessary. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Rajguru mounted the gallows the following month on March 23, 1931. When they did so, they acquired the status of martyrdom. In this way, Bhagat Singh differed once again from Gandhi in his belief in martyrdom. For him, it was the ultimate sacrifice to be prepared to lay down one's life for a just cause. When he was just 8 years old, Bhagat Singh was witness to the first Lahore conspiracy case of 1915. This is when on November 17, 1915, 7 Ghadar martyrs were executed inside Lahore prison. One of these was the 19-year-old Kartar Singh Sarabha, whose photograph Bhagat Singh carried in his pocket. Bhagat Singh's own execution now provided the nationalists cause with a martyr at a time when few prominent figures gave their lives. It is the symbolic value of such martyrdom that has through time proved to be of inestimable value. Gandhi was derided for failing to save these young men whom he described as deluded patriots. He had meetings with Lord Irwin but did not insist on clemency. Deluded or not, the fact remains that Bhagat Singh forged a new ideological pathway as never before. Indian revolutionaries had hitherto only rejected the twin evils of capitalism and colonialism. Bhagat Singh wanted to do more. He rejected religion because it alienated the masses. But the rejection of religion for Bhagat Singh also had instrumentalist objectives. It served his socialist agenda of denouncing another towering edifice of oppression, namely, casteism. In this way, Bhagat Singh linked capitalism with casteism. He was the first revolutionary to do so. Yet, he was only 23 years old at the time of his execution. From the time he left National College in Lahore, the period of his activism was just 7 years, from 1924 to 1931. Today Bhagat Singh has achieved the unique distinction of being the only person who unites India and Pakistan in his vision of what they stand for as independent nations. His death anniversary on March 23 is celebrated as Bhagat Singh Day in Pakistan every year. There are poems and songs recited in his name on the very spot where he was hanged. When there are causes to fight for, student demonstrations and protests carry banners dedicated to him. Pakistan has long been in search of suitable icons. For a long time, one such was thought to be Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, the man accredited with democratizing and empowering Pakistan's poor in the 1970s. Bhutto was progressive, socialist and liberal. However, he made the cardinal error of appeasing his right-wing religious opponents by defining a Muslim in Pakistan's 1973 constitution, making Ahmadis outcasts. Bhagat Singh avoided such pitfalls, which is why some three-quarters of a century after his hanging, the High Court in Pakistan was presented with a petition on February 3, 2016 to set aside the verdict of death on Bhagat Singh. That petition is still pending. In India too, Bhagat Singh has been remembered during the largest labour protest in human history, when no less than 1,25,000 farmers protested in retaliation to the passing of 3 ordinances on agricultural marketing. These were passed by the Modi government on June 5, 2020. Aimed at modernizing Indian agriculture by opening it up to market forces, they brought about the biggest popular revolt against the government. What has been most interesting, however, is that along the several kilometers between the Tikri border in Delhi and Haryana's Bahadurgarh, where Punjab and Haryana's farmers have found a new cultural unity, it has been the name of Bhagat Singh that has been ringing out in musical performances, songs, and dances, a sobering reminder perhaps of the words of the poet Faiz Ahmed Faiz, Vo intizar thajis kaya vo sahar to nahin. What that dawn could have been is what this book is about. And it lies in the now forgotten story of Bhagat Singh. Satvinder S Juss. Vaisakhi, 2022. Part 1. Khatkar Kalyan, Bunga and Lahore. Ishrathi Katra Hai Darya Main Fana Ho Jana. Dard Ka Had Se Guzarna Hai Dava Ho Jana. The drop's joy is to perish in the ocean, as pain's joy is to become a potion. Mirza Ghalib. 1. 1840, Fateh Singh. Bhagat Singh was born on September 27, 1907 in a small village by the name of Bunga. It was then the Lyalpur district of undivided Indian Punjab. Today it is located in Pakistan under the new name of Faisalabad. The old name still persists though, and many continue to refer to it as Lyalpur district. Bhagat Singh's origin lay, however, in the Jalandhar district in his family's ancestral village of Khatkar Kalyan, and this continues to remain on the Indian side of Punjab. Bunga in Pakistan is not to be confused with Bunga in India. The former is situated roughly 20 kilometers from both Faisalabad and Jaranwala, and 133 kilometers from Lahore. Bunga town, just outside the village of Khatkar Kalyan in India, is named after Bhagat Singh. It is 8 kilometers from Nawanshar district, which was formed in 1995 from the districts of Hoshiarpur and Jalandhar in Indian Punjab. Nawanshar in turn was renamed on September 27, 2008 as Shahid Bhagat Singh Nagar on the 101st birth anniversary of Bhagat Singh by Chief Minister Prakash Singh Badal. The two towns of Bunga are manifestations of two representations of Bhagat Singh's life, one in Pakistan and one in India. So Bhagat Singh was born in Bunga on the Pakistan side, even though there is also a Bunga named after him on the Indian side. In his birth, therefore, as in everything else that Bhagat Singh did in his short life, he made it possible for the two countries of India and Pakistan to be able to lay a claim on his person, and this despite the communal bloodshed that accompanied independence in 1947 that pitched one community against the other. No other political leader, before partition or since, has been able to achieve such a feat. And yet, Bhagat Singh's anomaly did not rest there. His father, Sardar Kishan Singh, and his mother, Mata Vidyavati, were both staunch Arya Samajis. The Arya Samaj was founded in 1875 by Swami Dayananda Sarasvati. It was dedicated to reforming modern Hinduism by consecrating the Vedas, eliminating caste and idolatry, and emphasizing the scriptures of the Hindus. The movement believed that scripture alone was demonstrative of a revealed truth. The family had a strong political streak, and in this sense Bhagat Singh's destiny appears to have been written earlier than he could himself have willed. Opinions may differ as to whether the timing of his birth was auspicious. His father and two of his uncles, Ajit Singh and Swaran Singh, having just been released by the British for anti-government activities for their audacious protests against the Punjab Land Colonisation Bill 1906, were comfortably arriving home from jail as he was just arriving into this febrile world from his mother's womb. The 1906 bill was pernicious. A farmer dying without an heir would see his land being sold off by the government to wealthy and powerful land developers or zamindars. Oddly, this group had an unwavering allegiance to the British. Less than a half-score years earlier, the Punjab Land Alienation Act 1900 had already succeeded in causing immense resentment amongst the elite urban classes. Bhagat Singh's family would now take up the cudgels against the British government on behalf of the dispossessed farmers. This is how the colonisation bill would become the catalyst for the beginning of the freedom movement in Punjab. Bhagat Singh would ride on that wave because throughout his life he held an unalloyed adoration for the sacrifices of his uncles. Bhagat Singh's father was Kishan Singh, the eldest amongst three siblings. His paternal uncles were Ajit Singh, who was next in line, followed by Swaran Singh, the youngest of the three brothers. They belonged to a middle-class family of Sandhu Jats and were relatively well off. Nevertheless, they were heirs to the radical politics of Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Bipin Chandra Pal and Lala Lajpat Rai, which preceded the Gandhian politics of nonviolent passive resistance to the British. The two older Sandhu brothers stood in fierce opposition to the leadership of the Indian National Congress and were adept at garnering local support whenever the need arose. Both were radical politicians in their own right. The influence of both on Lal Bal Pal is clear from an article in Urdu that Bhagat Singh himself wrote, aptly titled Emergence of the Punjab in the Freedom Movement. There he emphasized how Punjab became a cauldron of radical politics in the early years of the 20th century, long before Gandhianism was popular. In particular, Bhagat Singh highlights the extremist influence on his family elders of Bal Gangadhar Tilak. He refers to their enthusiasm at the 1906 Congress Convention in Calcutta, as a result of which Lokmanya was pleased and in bidding them adieu, gave them the responsibility of strengthening the movement in the Punjab. When the two Sandhu brothers returned to Lahore, they immediately started a monthly newspaper called Bharat Mata to propagate their ideas. However, they were short of money and had no financial backing from the rich. So they undertook to do everything themselves. They rang a bell and brought together a crowd in the market. There they gave a lecture on how foreigners had destroyed India's industry and commerce. There followed an announcement. Within a week, a meeting would be held at the offices of the Bharat Mata to consider the struggle for Indian independence. The meeting on Sunday went well. It was thereafter decided that meetings would be held every Sunday in this way. Very soon, others of greater eminence joined in. There was the national poet of Punjab, Lala Lalkand Phulke, as well as Lala Pinditis, Dr. Ishvari Prasad and Sufi Ambu Prasad, to name a few. Ajit Singh was elected president and Mahant Nandakishore was elected secretary, and their organization was christened hereafter Bharat Mata Society too. If Bhagat Singh carried a heavy burden of his family's rebellious streak, it was not just on account of the activities of his father and his two uncles. His family's mutinous attitude is all too visible if one chooses to look at his distant ancestors. Here it becomes all too clear that if redemption was required for the Sandhu Jat family, Bhagat Singh's family had much to be redeemed for. His great-great-grandfather, Fateh Singh, fought in the 1840s for Maharaja Ranjit Singh's kingdom in the Anglo-Sikh Wars. Victory went to the British, and Fateh Singh ended up with half his land being confiscated by them. When he faced the chance to redeem himself, he had the impertinence to decline it. During the 1857 insurrection, Sir John Lawrence offered to return the confiscated land to those who would join the British against the Great Revolt. Fateh Singh would have none of it. He staunchly refused to lend him his support. The result was that he never saw the return of his lands. By then Punjab had already been annexed following the fall of the Sikh Empire in 1849. Comprehensive systems of political governance were established in the province thereafter, to finance which the British instigated an efficient land revenue administration, so that from the 1860s onwards Punjab was seen as a model agricultural province in which the loyalty and prosperity of its cultivators became a matter of high colonial priority. For a time, nationalist agitators had the wind taken out of their sails, and the British set out to reconcile political stability with agricultural development. This was easier said than done. For so, given its situation as a frontier region, through which invaders had flowed from the time of Alexander the Great, it had to be annexed. This was the political exigency of the day. After 1857, when the rest of India revolted, the rulers were left in little doubt that Punjab had a strategic location. The loyalty of Punjab in the so-called Indian Mutiny of 1857 only strengthened its status for the British. The province provided a stream of Muslim and Sikh soldiers. These helped the British to impose their authority on the rest of India, especially on the Gangetic Plains, where Punjabi soldiers saved British India in 1857. In 1901, 5 frontier states were annexed to become the Northwest Frontier Province, further emphasizing the distinctive importance of Punjab to the British. With the Indian Army drawing as much as 3/5 of its recruits from Punjab alone, the Punjabization of the Indian Army was complete even though the Punjabis were only 1/10 of British India's total population. 2. 1876, Swaraj. These were the reasons why, when it came to Punjab, the colonial state wished to develop an expanding commercial society there in the context of a world economy. To succeed, however, it had to locate such activity in an indigenous political base. The result was that while to the public the legal system seemed intent on enforcing modern commercial transactions, privately it shored up age-old traditional structures. In the public realm, the law drew upon commercial and criminal law principles that were inherently British. In the private realm, the indigenous status of landholders still prevailed. This is how the dichotomy between modern public law and traditional private law arose in British India. It linked the state with rural intermediaries. Customary law was given primacy for this reason over religious law. The paternalistic system of imperial rule had already earlier seen the passage of the Punjab Laws Act 1872. Under this, the personal law of an individual was no longer to be found in Islamic law or a Hindu religious framework. It was to be rooted rather in tribal customary law, which differed from religious law in crucial areas of inheritance. Whereas under Islamic Sharia law female rights would have been more generous than under customary tribal law, the British preference for the latter was intended to free it from a religious system, which would have excluded Christian claimants as outsiders. 1. The colonial state was in this way able to strengthen its authority, because it could augment the pattern of rural social organization through a rationalization of the applicable laws. As a result, land transfer policy, canal colonization policy and the development of a system of colonial law in Punjab triumphed unequivocally in tying Punjab's agricultural economy into the world market, so that a laissez-faire approach to political economy was jettisoned in favor of restrictions on land transfer, and customary tribal law was privileged over both Western and religious law. 2. Punjab ended up following a different trajectory to other regions. 3. With respect to agrarian relations. This is how, as Talbot observes, tradition and transformation served the purposes of the colonial state by justifying the exercise of British power. 4. All, however, was not as well as it seemed, and problems festered underneath the beguiling calm of Punjab's seeming success story. It was no mean success story. By the 1860s, Punjab's agricultural prices on produce had risen dramatically. Political instability had ended. A canal system of agriculture, based on an improved communications network, had been set up to foster a new prosperity. New cash crops had also been introduced, such as wheat, sugarcane, cotton, and even tobacco. By the 1920s, a third of British India's total wheat crop and a tenth of its cotton crop was being produced in Punjab. The problem was that this prosperity was accompanied by increased rural debt. Easy credit meant that farmers borrowed money with abandon. Untrammeled consumption was the order of the day. Lavish sums were expended on weddings. Urban moneylenders used the British legal system to foreclose debts of mortgaged land. This threatened a revolution in land holding. In the backward regions of Punjab, such as Dera Ghazi Khan, moneylenders began appropriating land at a colossal rate. It was to curb this alarming development that the Land Alienation Act 1900 was passed. This prevented the urban commercial castes from permanently acquiring land held by the statutory agriculturalist tribes. In the words of Ian Talbot, his Magna Carta of the Punjab's peasantry structured political developments in the province for the remainder of the colonial era. 5. This meant that the agriculturalists remained loyal to the British. They abjured communalism in their common interest, which was the defense of their rights and privileges against the Hindu moneylenders in the city. The Congress Party failed to get a strong foothold in Punjab against the British because it favoured the urban Hindu moneylenders and was consequently weaker in Punjab than in any other state. The rural population, and not the townsfolk, were politically predominant. And they were loyal to the British because this loyalty had been secured by new franchise arrangements. These had accompanied the Land Alienation Act 1900, by virtue of cross-community cooperation and coalition politics. The countryside stood as a discrete entity from the towns. The two were siphoned off from each other. The effect of this was that the Jat peasant farmers of East Punjab, together with their Muslim landlords in the West, shared a common bond as power holders in resistance to the urban commercial castes. Their anti-urban bias began to be collectively reinforced as their debt rose and the price of the produce fell in the interwar years. Jat farmers and Muslim landlords both joined the Punjab Unionist Party in a cross-communal grouping. They became a formidable force, so much so that in the 1920s and 1930s peasant unrest fueled by the Kisan Sabha was overcome by the Punjab Unionist Party as it continued to bolster British rule, reaching its apogee in this regard during the Second World War, when it helped in the recruitment effort. Indeed, as Talbot observes, communal violence only spread to the Punjab countryside when the Unionist-led collaborative mechanism broke down on the very eve of independence. 6. So, British paranoia over the continued stability of the Raj was not unjustified. Swami Dayananda Sarasvati called for Swaraj just 20 years after the revolt of 1857. He was the first person in India to do so. Swaraj, a word which derives from the ancient Indian language of Sanskrit, where sva means self, or one's own, and Raj means rule, had worrying forebodings for the British. Swami Dayananda Sarasvati invoked the time-honored Vedic principle in 1876 with his slogan of India for Indians. This enabled him to form a new political organization, in the form of the reformist Hindu crusade of Arya Samaj. Though a family of Sikhs, Bhagat Singh's grandfather Arjan Singh was a steadfast devotee of Swami, so that he prevented his grandson Bhagat Singh from attending the Khalsa High School in Lahore, which was almost de rigueur for all Sikh boys in those days, as the school governors were loyal to the British government. Arjan Singh deplored this to such an extent that he had his grandson enlisted instead at the Dayananda Anglo-Vedic High School, which was a far less servile Arya Samajic institution. Arjan Singh joined the Arya Samaj in 1877, which was only a year after Swami Dayananda Sarasvati raised the call for Swaraj. He was the first Sikh to do so. Swami Dayananda Sarasvati himself initiated the Sikh into the fold. 7. Arjan Singh had plenty of reasons to take this step. In the 1890s, after the British government in Punjab decided to colonize the forest area, they declared that every colonizer would be awarded 25 acres of free land. In 1897, Arjan Singh had left his native ancestral village of Khatgar Kalia, in Jalandhar district, India, to move to Bunga village in Lyalpur. This was a tumultuous time, because as Imran Ali explains, great agricultural colonization schemes undertaken in the western Punjab under British rule turned this area into a virtual human laboratory, as castes, clans, and tribes from different parts of the province converged on the new lands. 8. In the unfolding melee, Arjan Singh's entire family was politicized. He had an elder brother, Surjan Singh, who appears to have been no less distinguished because he took part as a delegate at the Lahore session of the Indian National Congress in 1893, when it was presided over by Dadabhai Naoroji. In 1922, Arjan Singh himself set out for Jaranwala town to boycott the arrival of foreign cloth in India, instigated by the non-cooperation movement, even though upon his arrival there he learnt that Gandhi had decided to call off the picketing. It was, however, in Bunga village itself that Arjan Singh made his lasting contribution. It was not just that he built a Sikh temple there. He also dug 2 wells that still exist. He constructed a guest house for travelers coming from far and wide. His house was a refuge for revolutionaries and activists, many of whom were engaging in banned activities against the British. He performed the duties of a village doctor, providing free treatment for the poor. His wife Jai Kaur was no less accomplished, mixing the traditional herbal medicines and preparing them for her husband, and acquiring the medical skills of bone setting for the injured and saving the nationalists who took refuge with them from unsuspecting police raids. According to M.M. Juneja, she was perhaps the first woman in Punjab who, by virtue of her welfare activities, had the honour of becoming a member of the village Panchayat 9. 3. 1887, Chenab Colony. Few people in India today, familiar with Punjab's acclaim as the breadbasket of India, recall the long road to its prosperity taken during those colonial days. Few remember how its modern lineage is traceable to the canal colonies of West Punjab during the heady days of the Raj. Fewer still can remember 1887, when the Chenab colony was created by the Punjab government. This move diverted the waters of the river Chenab into a series of permanent canals and dramatically transformed what was a dry barren wasteland into a spectacularly fertile land, ripe for farming. It is what made the Chenab colony a model of success as a system of paternalistic administration. It created higher standards of living too by implementing carefully crafted methods of sanitation, economic planning, and governmental bipartisanship. Yet, the colonial rulers of the Raj were not content to stop there. The model had to be emulated throughout the province. In this way, British colonial policy managed to privilege Punjab's agrarian development over its industrial growth. Security measures after the 1857 rebellion, during which Punjab played a strategic role, were aimed at keeping Punjabi farmers happy. It is worth recalling once again how the waters of the 5 rivers of the region were harnessed under the Canal Colonies project in an ambitious irrigation development project in such a way that the astonishing transformation of 6 million acres of desert into one of the richest agricultural regions of the whole of Asia became not just a stupendous engineering feat but also the colonial state's greatest achievement. In this way, nowhere were the ideals of the modern rational state better epitomized than in the neatly laid squares of land in the canal colony villages. 3. This is also when the 8 bazaars of the new market town of Lyalpur, radiating out from the central clock tower, were laid out. And yet, there was a downside that arose from an insuperable contradiction. It was not a minor matter of detail. Where there was order there was also transformation. The two made uncomfortable bedfellows. Local settlement officers wanted to espouse a modern cultivator in the ordered world of the colony villages. But the Lieutenant Governor Sir Charles H. Esson simply wanted a manly peasantry capable of self-support and of loyal disposition. 4. The Punjab Colonisation of Land Bill was introduced by the government in these circumstances in October 1906 in the local Legislative Council. Its conditions on issues such as sanitation, tree planting and construction, when imposed on the Chenab colony, were retroactive. However, the penalty for breach of conditions was fines imposed in the same way as the collection of revenue. The farmer could not turn to the courts for relief because under Section 31 the courts were deprived of jurisdiction in the colony. As if this was not bad enough, the following month in November, the occupier rate, involving a charge on canal water, was raised hugely by the government. The Bari Dub Canal area ran through the districts of Amritsar, Gurdaspur, and Lahore, and here the rates had been traditionally lower, because the government had adopted a policy of leniency in revenue to ensure the loyalty of the Sikh Jats who supplied recruits for the Indian Army. 5. When the bill sought to extract the extra legal fees in the Chenab colony, this was vehemently contested by the yeoman farmers. corruption and maladministration now stood to be challenged as the entire system of interference and paternalism began to be opposed. James Kerr recognizes that the raising of the water rates on the Bari Dub Canal in the Lahore district was resented by the cultivators, and these grievances led to an easy transition of anti-British feelings, which even resulted in assaults on Europeans in Lahore and Rawalpindi. However, trouble in the Lyallpur district was the most dangerous for two reasons: first, because special attention was directed to military pensioners of whom the colony was full, and secondly because it spread naturally from there to districts from which the canal colonists originally came. It did not stop there, because not only did the agitators approach the pensioners, they also approached the Sikh regiments, and at Ferozepur several hundred sepoys attended a most seditious meeting to which they had been specially invited. The developing situation of a campaign of sedition was viewed so seriously that it was described by the Lieutenant Governor at the end of April 1907, as exceedingly serious, exceedingly dangerous, and urgently demanding a remedy. 6. If this is how the Lieutenant Governor felt, he had good reason to do so. A retired postal officer by the name of Safaj-ud-Din Ahmed had in 1903 established a newspaper, appropriately called the Zamindar, to vent the frustrations of colonists like Bhagat Singh's grandfather, Sardar Arjan Singh, who had migrated from Katkar Kulyan in Jalandhar district to the canal area, where they settled at Bunga village, in Lyallpur. If anyone understood the problems of the yeoman farmers, it would be people like Bhagat Singh's uncle, Ajit Singh. His time would come before long. Simmering discontent would not take long to turn into outright political opposition. When the Zamindar held a public meeting on 22 and March 23, 1907 to demonstrate against the Punjab colonization of Land Bill of 1906, Ajit Singh made haste to find ways of opposing it. He dispatched delegates from the Bharat Mata Society to campaign against the coming into law of the bill. Lala Lajpat Rai was asked by the Zamindar to address the yeomanry. As he left for Lyallpur, he sent a communique to Ajit Singh in which he intimated that there should be an expression of gratitude from the podium for the government having agreed to a previous amendment, before a demand was made for the repeal of the bill. Ajit Singh disagreed. He wanted to prepare the masses for a no-revenue campaign and did not want to have a record of thanks being given. The two differed on tactics. This was reflected in the manner in which they both spoke at the meeting of 22 and March 23, 1907 in Lyallpur, with Lala Lajpat Rai being conciliatory and Ajit Singh being defiant. This is how the 1907 disturbances in the canal colonies occurred, and they shook the colonial state to its roots. Suddenly, the idea of the unshakable loyalty of the Punjab rural peasantry was broken. Initially, officialdom thought of blaming urban agitators, and that is how blame came to be pinned on Lala Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh. Both of them were arrested and exiled. But the real cause was the conservative resistance of peasant farmers to an attempt to modernize them. And, there is modern-day equivalence in the passing of the 3 farm bills by the Modi government in 2020 as explained below. Back then, these farmers harbored a deep-seated resentment to the modern system of imposing fines for their failure to abide by the rules of sanitation, inheritance, and resistance. The revolt was successful. Within 5 years, the Colony Act 1912 had abandoned state-controlled supervision of a system of modern progressive cultivation. What is vital to note here is that the tumultuous political changes that began in 1907 did not end there and continued apace right through to 1947, and Bhagat Singh himself was not unaware or unaffected by them. The importance of the political changes is clear from Pandit Peri Mohan's Punjab Rebellion of 1919, 7, where he penned a memorable foreword to his valuable study of the epoch leading up to Indian independence. He describes how the 1919 rebellion was preceded by such pivotal events in Punjab as the unrest of 1907, the historic trial of Arya Samajists in 1909, the prosecutions for sedition of 1909 to 1910, the conspiracy cases of 1913 to 1914, and the political trials held during the war. 8. It is true that during this time new forms of protest emerged as Gandhi's nonviolent movement was beset with violent outbreaks. In the aftermath of these, Gandhi himself withdrew from agitational politics in the early 1920s. In Nagpur in 1925, Dr. Keshav Balaram Hedgewar set up the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, an Indian right-wing, Hindu nationalist organization which organized anti-British activities through the Kranti Dal. But there is no doubt that the most notable of these was the Hindustan Socialist Republic Association, set up in 1929 by Chandrasekhar Azad and Bhagat Singh, which forged ahead with a new, non-Gandhian approach in the fight for freedom. Although Chris Moffat is slightly critical of the emphasis historians have placed on Bhagat Singh's family inheritance, being more interested in his critical attitude towards them, there is no doubt that Bhagat Singh adored his uncle Ajit Singh and even corresponded with him in exile and asked after him. Yet, remarkably, the influence on Bhagat Singh's political development of his family, who were themselves influenced by provincial developments in Punjab, has not been as well made out as it should have been. Common folklore in Punjab, however, makes no such mistake. This is as true on the Pakistan side as it is on the Indian side of Punjab. So, the year 1907 set the stage for what was to follow over the following decades, with the emergence of a clear conflict with the government, and it was indeed this conflict within which the history of the Ghadar party can be mapped as well. Bhagat Singh's own political trajectory needs to be understood against this backdrop. It is the historic failure to do so that has led to the wholesale preeminence being given to Gandhi's Swadeshi/Swaraj philosophy as the force for independence, even though this had ended by 1911, whereas Bhagat Singh came into his own several years after that. Sadly, little seems to have been learned from this past. Modern-day India's Modi government appears to be quite oblivious of Punjab's tortuous history. Why else would it have so blithely passed on June 5, 2023 ordinances on agricultural marketing which set out to structurally alter its basis? 9. The Indian economy was already in the grips of the maelstrom of the COVID-19 pandemic. As panic set in over the economy's catastrophic disintegration, the government, under cover of an unprecedented public health crisis and over the heads of state governments, forced through a series of highly controversial agricultural reforms, not unlike 100 years ago, without consultation and without warning. Within 3 months, on September 14, 2020, the 3 ordinances were before Parliament as legislative bills. Following a cursory discussion, they had the full imprimatur of the law by the end of the month, receiving the presidential assent on September 27, 2020, while leaving the public at large mystified about the government's purpose and vision for national agricultural policy. As with 100 years ago, the government's intention was to modernize farming practice by making it more competitive. As then, this is not how the farmers of Punjab understood it. The 3 bills were designed to allow private actors to invest and participate in agri-food supply chains. The farmers would ostensibly benefit from higher output prices. The first bill, accordingly, removed restrictions on the purchase and sale of farm produce, while the second bill removed restrictions on stocking, and the third bill then ushered in new laws to facilitate contract farming underpinned by written agreements. Given the complexities involved, which remained largely unexplained by the government, some lauded the 3 bills as bringing Indian agriculture into the modern era, while others decried them as a final nail in the coffin of already struggling Indian farmers. What is true is that former Indian Prime Minister H.D. Dev Gupta was distinctly unhappy with the way in which the bills were rushed through Parliament. What is equally true is that they presaged a turning point, an irrevocable and permanent withdrawal of state support for farmers in favor of the rapacious big business. Nothing seems to have been learned from the British reforms of 100 years ago, and riots erupted in Punjab, which showed little signs of abating until the government finally had to give in. In the meantime, the Congress Party promised to reverse the reforms. 11. All this should have been foreseen. It was foreseen by Shekhar Gupta, the editor-in-chief of the well-regarded The Print, who at the time pointed out how the Modi Shah BJP does not understand Punjab, Punjabis, their politics, or even more specifically, the Sikhs. He reminded everyone how Punjab was the outlier that defied the Modi magic in the north, because the BJP there lost the general elections of 2014 and 2019 even when it had a formidable ally, Shromni Akali Dal, the preeminent Sikh party. What he meant by this was that whereas on the farm bills, there is hardly a buzz in the other major farming states such as Maharashtra, with massive agricultural population and an established record of farmer politics and protests, which is calm, the question that the farm laws was raising was, why is Punjab angry? Because the state is different, as are the Sikhs. In Punjab, the BJP government's politics of polarization does not work, with the result that, few Muslims who live in Punjab, in the tiny enclave of Malerkotla, have enjoyed the Sikhs' affection and protection since the times of the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh, and the reason for this is that the Nawab here tried to protect the Guru's sons from Aurangzeb. It isn't just revenge that the Sikhs have a long memory for. It is also for gratitude. Although the RSS and the BJP have both seen Sikhs as fellow Hindus, the reality, as Shekhar Gupta explained at the time was that, despite being lauded as the sword arm of India, the fact remains that Sikhs are not Hindus. They are not impressed by Hindutva. If they were, they would not have rejected Modi at his peak thrice. As he boldly maintains, Sikh peasantry, especially Jats, also revel in agitation and that his goes back to the Pagdai Sambal Jata movement in the early 20th century, launched by Sardar Ajit Singh. Shekhar Gupta ended his insightful article by connecting present-day events to the events of 100 years ago when he reminded us of how TS slogan also became the anthem of his nephew's incredibly brave revolution and that nephew was Shahid Bhagat Singh, whom everybody swears by, left, right and center. In his view, Sikhs love a good fight, and that's what the Modi government has given them. It won't work. You have to reason with the Punjabis. 12 and, of course, in March 2022, the BJP lost Punjab again, winning only 2 out of 72 contested seats. 13. Swearing by the name of Bhagat Singh is indeed everyone's prerogative. The question is why that should be so. As everyone knows, the farm bills were protested. It was Punjab's farmers who took the lead. They instigated the largest labor protest in human history, numbering no less than 1,25,000 protesters on the march. By their fourth week in December 2020, thousands had occupied several kilometers between the Tikri border in Delhi and Haryana's Bahadurgarh. As their ranks were fortified, Punjab and Haryana's newfound cultural unity was even expressed in musical performances, such as that of the Haryanvi Raganis, which was dedicated to the freedom fighter. 14 By February 2021, it was being reported that, with the farmers having conceded nothing, the Modi government had lost the farm laws battle and that raising the Sikh separatist bogey will be a grave error because this BJP does not understand Punjab or the Sikhs. 15 On November 19, 2021 the farm bills were withdrawn. It had taken 358 days of protests, with 719 dead, but the announcement only emboldened many in the camps who said they would not leave until other significant issues in the agriculture sector had been resolved. 16 By early 2022, there was widespread acclaim of how the farmers persevered through chilly winters, blistering summers, monsoon floods, the pandemic's second wave, and a relentless, ruthless propaganda war unleashed by the government through its lapdog corporate media and all in order to win against the right-wing government of Narendra Modi. 17 But why did the farmers ever choose the name of Bhagat Singh? Why, when there were so many freedom fighters to find inspiration from? The answer lies in part in Bhagat Singh's family, a family led by his grandfather, Arjan Singh, whose name is now forgotten, but to whom we must now turn. 4. 1906, Land Colonization Bill. Arjan Singh and Jai Kaur had 3 sons. All doggedly followed in their parents' illustrious footsteps. There was Kishan Singh, who was Bhagat Singh's father, and then there were his 2 uncles, Ajit Singh and Swaran Singh. All 3 of them were born in Khatgar Kalan on the Indian side of Punjab. All 3 met with an unsung and uncelebrated death. Kishan Singh had originally been named Gobind Singh and was called by the nickname of Gobinda until he underwent Sikh baptism at the age of 8 at a holy celebration in 1886 and was given the name Kishan Singh. In 1906, as an ardent follower of the Arya Samaj, he formed the Bharat Mata Society together with his two brothers. In 1907, the year that Bhagat Singh was born, he opposed the Bari Dub Canal rates and the Land Colonization Bill. That is when he was arrested and suffered lifelong exile as explained below. It is often forgotten that India had two freedom movements. One consisted of the demands of urban Indian politicians, the other of indigenous political organizations too, living off the land. The latter group has been much neglected in accounts of India's quest for freedom from foreign rule. Yet, it was a powerful movement, as it was most affected by the Punjab Alienation of Land Act 1900, as previously noted. This was the first paternal legislation passed by the British. It divested the farming community of zamindars, of their right to sell or mortgage their land unless approved by the district officer. This left them justifiably aggrieved. An approval for land alienation would only be granted by a district officer if the recipient of the land could show that he belonged to a tribe designated in the government gazette as an agricultural tribe. 3. The condition prevented the transfer of land to a person outside the agricultural community. 4. When the Hindu commercial classes, who monopolized money lending in Punjab, failed to mobilize the cultivators against the legislation, an emboldened Punjab government went on to pass additional bills. These strengthened the position of a small aristocratic class at the expense of the peasantry. In order to amend the Punjab Colonization of Land Act 1893, the Punjab Land Colonization Bill 1906 was introduced in the Legislative Council on October 25, 1906, and then passed in February 1907, as already recounted. Some 20 years earlier in 1887, the Punjab government had embarked upon the Chenab Canal Colony project. Yet, the problem was that not only were these reforms promulgated very fast, but they were also so far-reaching that the government was able to extend its reach right into the heart of the daily life of the peasant grantees. This is what proved intolerable for the yeomanry. They were told that they had to live on their land, cut wood from specified areas, maintain a clean compound and have arrangements made for sanitary disposal of night's oil. The colonization officer and his subordinate Indian staff supervised all aspects of colony life. They made sure that the colonizer fulfilled all the conditions. The grant of an absolute power made the officer a virtual dictator. His word was final in any dispute. The fine system, compulsory tree planting, sanitary rules, transfer of land by will and a higher occupancy fee were included in the contracts after 1902, which took a heavy toll on the peasant farmer. Moreover, only strict primogeniture, as interpreted by the canal officer, would be permitted in the future. 5. And, if a new settler died without gaining occupancy rights, the land lapsed to the government, which reserved the right to reallot the property to lineal heirs or to unrelated tenants. 6. Fines were legalized, and the courts were prevented from interfering with executive orders. What the government of the day failed to realize at the time was that the year 1906 was the wrong time to present a measure extending official powers, because there was discontent over maladministration in the colony which had been spreading since 1900, when the Punjab Alienation of Land Act of that year first robbed the zamindars of their right to sell or mortgage their land in Punjab's first piece of colonial paternal land legislation. By 1906, it should have been clear to the rulers that the colonists hated the extra-legal fine system that had cost them over Rs 3,00,000 in penalties. As if this was not enough, the severely oppressed and downtrodden peasant grantees had salt rubbed into their wounds as they came to feel that more offensive than fines, however, was the rampant corruption amongst lower officials who made the greatest possible use of extorting bribes. 7. In this way, the conditions for an agrarian revolt were ripe. At a livestock show in Lyallpur on 22 and March 23, 1907, approximately 9,000 colonists converged. Their aim was to protest against government despotism. A local editor, Lala Bankai Dial, 8, opened the program. he began an inflammatory poem titled Pagri Sambolo Jata. The scene was memorably depicted in Manoj Kumar's 1965 film Shahid 9, the first film that went on to win the Indian government's Best Feature Film on National Unity and Emotional Integration Award 10 in Hindi, and the poem is part of Indian folklore. Lala Bankai Dial's recital in real life, however, was far more explosive because the turban was a symbol of self-respect for the warlike Jat zamindars. 11 After a number of patriotic songs had been sung, it was Lala Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh who made the main speeches, but Ajit Singh was by far the fiercest in his criticism. James Kerr was not far wrong when he recalled that whilst Lajpat Rai was the most prominent of the intellectuals associated with the movement, so that he was everywhere recognized as the moving spirit of the agitation, when it came to Ajit Singh, he was much more prominent as a speaker than Lajpat Rai, and his speeches were much more violent. 12 The crowd was whipped up into a frenzy. Whereas Lala Lajpat Rai was more conciliatory, Ajit Singh spoke of the need for bloody sacrifice and demanded a boycott of all government posts. Colonists, he said, should band together and not pay revenue. After the March meeting, Lala Lajpat Rai went on a lecture tour of the United Provinces, but Ajit Singh and his organization, the Anjuman Himoabani Watan, orchestrated demonstrations against the Bari Dub enhancements. Riots then occurred in Amritsar, Lahore, and Rawalpindi. Ajit Singh was accused of trying to spread disaffection amongst the troops and students. The scene is once again portrayed well in one of the early Bollywood films on Bhagat Singh in 1965. A further comment on this is due. The grainy crackling black and white film shows how early on Ajit Singh comes to the aid of a peasant farmer prostrating himself before a white English customs officer, begging that he be granted reprieve from his dues. Ajit Singh grabs hold of him, stands him up and lets out the shrill cry with the song of Pagri Sambol Jata, whereupon he is promptly seized by security officers and whisked away into custody. This is why Manoj Kumar's 1965 film Shahid is the definitive film on Bhagat Singh. It narrowly escaped not being made because two films already existed and it had no heroine in it. Yet, it stands today as one of the most revered films on patriotism and launched Manoj Kumar's career, making him India's de facto patriotic hero and paving the way for other films such as Upkar, Purab or Paschim and Kranti on Indian patriotism. Although directed by S. Ram Sharma and produced by Keval Kashyap, Manoj Kumar accepts that he actually directed it. Such was the impact of the film that Shahid became an official document for Bhagat Singh's proud mother and the government of India. In an interview in 2014, Manoj Kumar explained how it took 4 years of research to prepare for the role. I visited newspaper offices and read old books, magazine, papers, anything that I could lay my hands on regarding the freedom fighters. In Madras, I would go to Hindu library after completing the shooting of my films that were being shot there and read books. I met Bhagat Singh's lawyer one day and many Krantikaris who imparted a lot of knowledge about the martyr. It was a gainful insight and helped me during the shooting. Shooting for the film began in 1963, and after it was released in December 1965, Manoj Kumar became the first actor to win the National Award for Best Writing for Shahid. So popular was the film that it went on to secure the National Award for Best Feature Film in Hindi. No less importantly, it also won the Best Feature Film Award on National Integration. Just 20 years after Indian independence, not only were memories of pre-partition India still raw and unblemished, but many associated with the freedom struggle were still alive. One such was Vidyavati, Bhagat Singh's mother. When it was announced that the illustrious awards ceremony in New Delhi would be attended by Indira Gandhi herself, Manoj Kumar's father hastened to Chandigarh in Punjab to collect Vidyavati so that she could attend the esteemed gathering of luminaries in the capital city. Recalling the event in 2014, Manoj Kumar said of Vidyavati that when she came on the dais, there was a standing ovation of a full 15 minutes. Madam Gandhi, the then Prime Minister, touched her feet to seek her blessings and we gave the entire prize money that came with the award to Vidyavati. We got tremendous love and affection from his mother. 13. Of all the songs which featured in many a subsequent film on Bhagat Singh in the ensuing years, it is the songs of Shaheed which are still sung by devotees of Bhagat Singh. Songs such as Mera Rang de Basanthi Chola have become a classic, as have Ivatan Humko Teri Kazam and Sarfaroshi Ki Tamanna. The songs, Pagdai Sambaljata and Watan Pe Marn Wales Indira Haga Tara Nam remain a rallying cry for revolution to this day. After the Lyalpur incident of 22–23 March 1907, Denzil Ibbetson, the Lieutenant Governor of Punjab, concluded that there was a secret plot to overthrow the British government. His fears were not entirely baseless because the Arya Samaj, under the leadership of Ajit Singh and Lala Lajpat Rai, had succeeded in getting the rural population to suspend revenue payments, and if that was so, then the next step would be open revolt. This is when Ibbetson moved to ban public meetings. Printing presses were seized. Individuals inciting zamindars not to pay revenue were to be arrested. Ajit Singh and Lajpat Rai, however, needed to be made examples of. So they were to be deported to strike terror into the minds of those concerned. 14 The deportations were carried out under Regulation 3 of the 1818 Bengal Regulations, because in the words of James Kerr, it was considered undesirable to prosecute these men in the ordinary way. 15 This gave the Governor-General in Council the right to deport Indians to a place in India or outside on the grounds that they endangered peace. The deportations to Mandalay, we learn from James Kerr, had an immediate effect in calming the agitation for a time, not only in the Punjab but all over India. 16 2 decades later, this power would be used against Bhagat Singh, not to deport him but to sentence him to be hanged at the gallows. The die had been cast. The Punjab Revolt of 1907, though much neglected by Indian historians of independence, continued in its opposition to British rule right through to 1947, when freedom arrived. With such a background, it is not hard to resist the conclusion that Bhagat Singh's destiny was already being engraved in stone by his elders even as he was growing up. But it was not just one uncle in the family who would so brazenly take on the British. All three sons of Arjan Singh and Jaikar, Kishan Singh, Ajit Singh, and Swaran Singh were members of the Gadar party, a fact barely recalled these days in relation to the story of Bhagat Singh. The Gadar party was a multi-ethnic revolutionary party founded by Indians in 1913 in San Francisco. Its leaders came from Sikh, Hindu and Muslim religions. Although it is much forgotten these days by Indians, it is the real precursor of the modern-day Congress Party, with its emphasis on secularism and cosmopolitanism. One of its main leaders, Kardar Singh Saraba, was a student at the University of California in Berkeley. He had a great influence on Kishan Singh, who is reputed to have donated 1,000 rupees to Kardar Singh Saraba. Kishan Singh himself, described as a Jat of Jalandhar and Lahore by James Kerr, took an active part in the disturbances in Lahore in 1907 and was as a result sentenced to 2 years imprisonment in the Lahore riot case. 17 But this was not all, because when later the peace of the province was again disturbed in 1909 by the issue from Lahore of a flood of seditious literature, he was one of those, who was held responsible according to James Kerr. 18 In March 1910, Kishan Singh was convicted. In respect of 7 pamphlets which he was proved to have published or sold, and was sentenced to 10 months imprisonment. 19. It is impossible for Bhagat Singh not to have been impacted by this. Kishan Singh lived to see the day India became free, but not long enough to enjoy this freedom. He died at Khatgar Kalan on May 30, 1951. Ajit Singh, his younger brother, was no less affected by the aura of Kardar Singh Saraba. He suffered prolonged political exile, first at the hands of the British in Mandalay jail in Burma along with Lala Lajpat Rai. He then fled to South America for decades. Swaran Singh died at home in Lahore after his release from prison in 1910. This was just 3 years after 1907, following the moment of Bhagat Singh's birth. Growing up in such family circumstances, Bhagat Singh himself was not immune to ideas of self-rule and to take the fight for independence to the British from a very early age. His upbringing was in an environment where the calls for expression of Indian patriotism abounded. This was as true outside the family as it was inside it. 5. Rebel blood. The evidence, therefore, shows that Bhagat Singh's life in revolution was forged on the anvil of the master workmen in his family. These included his grandfather, father, and his 2 uncles. Without them, his initial sensibilities in relation to a Punjab in turmoil would not have developed so early in life. This perspective on his life is not always understood, as the focus is on his later years when, after his arrest on April 8, 1929, he went into prison until he was put to death on March 23, 1931. During this time he read some 300 books and imbibed the revolutionary fervor of many anarchists and communists from across the world. He was influenced by these books, but the seeds of his resistance were already sown in him through family upbringing. This thesis is not entirely uncontested. In his masterly India's Revolutionary Inheritance, the author Chris Moffat is skeptical about Punjabi anecdotes that suggest that Bhagat Singh's pronounced anti-colonial resistance was ingrained in his conscience from the very beginning. After all, Bhagat Singh borrowed widely from other transnational insurgents in the USA, Europe, and Russia. For this reason, he takes a jaundiced view of hagiographers' tendency to point to Bhagat Singh's rebel blood to, or, in less sensational terms, to a childhood spent amid a politically active family. Nevertheless, Moffat's meticulous research does not blind him to how Bhagat Singh's father Kishan Singh was so frequently at odds with the colonial regime. 3. That after the Punjab Agrarian Revolt of 1907 he was even mentioned in James Kerr's report for the Criminal Intelligence Department. 4. In that report, Kishan Singh is held personally responsible for flooding the Punjab with seditious literature. 5. On this basis, Moffat recognizes how, for many in Punjab, tea is the particularity of this family environment, overseen by Bhagat Singh's grandfather Arjan Singh. 6. That is chiefly responsible for the young man's flowering into a towering national leader who rivaled Gandhi. Moffat, however, rejects this implication for 3 reasons, arguing that if Bhagat Singh grew up to be great, it was because he defined himself in opposition to his family. First, there was his rejection of arrangements made for his marriage in 1923, a charged decision which led the young man to run away to Kanpur. However, whilst this may have been a rejection of marriage, what it was not was a repudiation of his family values. Bhagat Singh was 16 years old then, and his grandmother, impatient in seeing her grandson still a bachelor, made haste to arrange for a match for him. Bhagat Singh tried in vain to dissuade her from this course of action. Frustrated, he left Lahore for Kanpur, where he met up with a noted Congress leader, Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi, and began to edit the newspaper Pratap in Hindi. It turned out to be a fateful step, as it was there that he met 3 of the 24 named insurgents in the Lahore conspiracy case, namely, B.K. Dood, Shiv Kumar Varma, and Bijoy Kumar Sinha. On his way to Kanpur, he left behind a letter for his father humbly requesting that, "I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive me, but that my life has been dedicated to the cause of attaining freedom for Hindustan and that worldly desires and comfort hold no attraction for me." His father would hardly have been in a position to argue. In Hinduism, a rite of passage that starts the period of formal education for a young boy is when he receives a sacred thread in a formal ritual, and Bhagat Singh lost no time in reminding his father when as a child his grandfather had announced that by the time of my Yajnapavat ceremony that I would be dedicated to the service of my nation. 7. In so writing, rather than disowning his family, Bhagat connects himself with its very essence. Second, it is said that he abandoned religion altogether, which was not an insignificant matter given his father's Hindu reformist roots in the Arya Samaj and his mother's Sikhism, and he did so to such an extent that he even set his iconoclasm out in the 1931 essay Why I Am an Atheist. While this is true, it must not be forgotten that in that very essay, when Bhagat Singh is a condemned man awaiting the gallows, he is writing about his father's move in 1917 from Bunga village in Lyalpur to Lahore. This was a time when he was 10 years old. He was all set to go to high school. Despite all the influences of the big city to which he would have been open, he describes how it was through my father's teachings that I aspired to devote my life to the cause of freedom. 8. But perhaps more than anything else, What sets him apart from his family, Moffat proceeds to correctly recount, is his stern condemnation as a prisoner on the brink of execution in 1930 of the mercy plea submitted to the Viceroy of India BHAGAT Singh, 9, demanding his son be saved from the gallows. Moffat is not wrong to draw attention to how Bhagat Singh upbraided his father in a public letter and chastises for weakness. 10 Indeed, Bhagat Singh has no qualms about telling his father how in the political field my views have always differed with those of yours. I have always been acting independently without having cared for your approval or disapproval. 11. One cannot, however, overlook the formative influence that Bhagat Singh's family, in particular his uncles and his grandfather, had on his inner development as a young man who took on the British Raj. That influence has been there even if we bear in mind the strong words of the letter Bhagat Singh wrote to his father shortly before his death. It is his last letter to his father. Despite his exasperation at his father, he tells him that I know you have devoted your life to the cause of Indian independence. It is true that Bhagat Singh is astounded and indeed quite perplexed at his father's intervention to save his life. He fights hard to control his outrage, pointing out that I fear I might overlook the ordinary principles of etiquette, and my language may become a little harsh. But this is only because he and his fellow condemned prisoners have been pursuing a definite policy in this trial. Against this background, Bhagat Singh was bound to have chided his father with the words that I feel as though I have been stabbed in the back. He was bound to have described this sort of action to his father as being nothing short of treachery. While the words used are indeed scathing coming from a son to his father, Bhagat Singh recognizes that this is because, in your case, let me say that it has been a weakness of the worst type. It is the weakness of the father's utter helplessness, of a father driven to despair as he awaits the inevitable hanging to death of his eldest son. Bhagat Singh recognizes this only too well. This is why he tells his father, I know you are as sincere a patriot as one can be. 12. From this it is clear that Bhagat Singh's unabated anger at his father is motivated by the loss of face with his condemned comrades. They had all determinedly decided to willfully face the gallows, kissing the noose as they proceeded to joyously place it around their necks. For them there were no half measures. What they wanted was to make the ultimate sacrifice. It is righteous anger that Bhagat Singh now felt for his father, an indignation at his father's attempt to dissuade him from his long-planned course of action, a meeting with death. This is why all three condemned prisoners Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, and Sukhdev offered no defense. They entered no plea. This is why Bhagat Singh berated his father for a weakness of the worst type, as this was a weakness of a father unable to countenance with equanimity his son's determination to extinguish himself. But that is not to say that his father had no formative influence on him. To obscure or negate his family's critical role in his revolutionary upbringing is to focus on the part and to miss the whole. The decisive influence on his later life may have lain elsewhere. It may have been the case, as Moffat describes, that Bhagat Singh staked out a claim to work outside a trajectory determined by bloodlines and instead in the context of 20th century revolutionary politics more generally. 13 It may be that he had a peculiarly para-national sensibility, grounded in a relationship with nationalism but not circumscribed by it, given how he and his associates had founded the Student, Naujawan Bharat Sabha 14. Yet, it is clear that his family background was such that he could not have been blissfully unaware of it. Tied to this is the fact that the agrarian revolts of 1907, in which Bhagat Singh's uncle Ajit Singh was involved, had a distinctly Punjabi provenance in the subsequent struggle for Indian independence, which was eventually realized in 1947. Like many others, it has been overlooked. It is true that outside Punjab there were broader mobilizations taking place across India at this time. These were principally in the name of Swadeshi/Swaraj, the Gandhian idea of self-sufficiency that was aimed at wresting control of indigenous industries, given that the British relied on them for their economic power. 15 However, these mobilizations should not be allowed to obscure the revolt from indigenous political organizations. Bhagat Singh's family played a major role in these. So much so that by the time that Bhagat Singh was born his family had already laid the foundations for his revolutionary activities, as we shall see in the next chapter. To separate Bhagat Singh's story from that of his family is to overlook precisely how and why he rose to the national scene as he did. This is all too revealingly shown in the 1917 work of James Campbell Kerr. He was the personal assistant to the Director of Criminal Intelligence from 1907 to 1913 and therefore one of the senior officers of the Home Department of the British Indian government. In this capacity, according to Jamnadas Akhtar, he had direct access to the highly confidential documents relating to the political activities that had become source of embarrassment to the British rulers. 16 He puts the role of Bhagat Singh's family so high in the revolutionary moment of Punjab that, when referring to the flood of seditious literature in the form of books and pamphlets in the vernacular in the province, he states two agencies were mainly responsible for their production, and of these, the second by Ajit Singh, the deportee, his two brothers, Kishan Singh and Sowaran Singh. 17. 6. 1907, Canal Colonies disturbance. From an early age, Bhagat Singh was deeply affected by the plight of his two uncles. He had seen both Ajit Singh and Swaran Singh having to undergo long bouts of incarceration. Yet, all the time that he was growing up, he longed to have them around him. The loneliness of his two aunts in the family household was a daily reminder to him of the price of being a revolutionary and eventually led him to eschew marriage for himself. He did not want his wife to be subjected to the same tribulations. In the circumstances, he developed a burning hatred for the British. It is not difficult to understand how, as the veteran writer, Malwinderjit Singh Warach states that the obsession of Bhagat Singh with his chacha never left him. Ajit Singh had it particularly hard, when as a peasant organizer, who had founded the Bharat Mata Society, he spent most of his life in exile. For Bhagat Singh, this was on top of having to see his father, Kishan Singh, a Congress worker, not being spared time on scores of occasions. Unsurprisingly, Bhagat Singh too found himself falling under British surveillance from a young age. He was barely out of his teenage years when the police labelled him a well-known suspect. But by then Bhagat Singh was not only immersed in his own activities with the Punjabi youth organisation Naujawan Bharat Sabha, but further afield had also established connections with the HRA in Kanpur. As early as 1926, the Criminal Intelligence Department was able to give a tolerably clear description of him as being of medium height, thin oval face, fair complexion, slightly pock-pitted, aquiline nose, bright eyes, small beard and mustache, wears cotter 3. By 1927, he was being unnecessarily subjected to police harassment. This is when he was suspected of complicity in the bombing of a crowd which was celebrating the festival of Dussehra in Lahore. He was quite innocent in this instance. The police, nevertheless, charged him with bomb testing, alleging a protracted plot to free HRA bombers in the Kakori conspiracy case. However, notwithstanding his detention at their hands for a month, the police failed to nail him. He was released after he paid a bond. That left him to continue in his organizational activities. He remained unbowed. He formed the HSRA. The aim was to have an impact on political opinion, and so this party sought openings in the Indian political landscape. The strategic attacks on public official targets, carefully planned and calculated with maximum impact in mind, were suitably called actions. For all these reasons, it would be remiss not to give a detailed consideration to Bhagat Singh's background. We can start with Ajit Singh, with whom Bhagat Singh was besotted. Born in Kotkarkalan on February 23, 1881, Ajit Singh initially worked as a teacher following his graduation from Dav College in Lahore. His incendiary speech, where he denounced the Punjab Colonisation of Land Act for having disposed of the peasantry 5, was such that some in his audience were moved to revolt. When they set alight government buildings, he was arrested with Lala Lajpat Rai and deported for 6 months to Mandalay. Ajit Singh's actions were portentous, for in the words of Ian Talbot, the contradictions in British policy were laid bare by the 1907 disturbances in the Canal colonies, and that the protests were shocking for the colonial states as they called into question the much vaunted claim that Punjab's stability rested on the loyalty of the rural population. 6. Ajit Singh's punishment did not placate him. It had the opposite effect. It fortified his militancy, so that in 1909 upon his release he fled to Iran, and from there on to Europe in 1911. As Professor Tim Murphy recounts, he was part of the fresh waves of exiles who were drawn towards new revolutionary centers in the cities of the Middle East, where Ajit was one more dangerous man on an unsettled frontier between empires, and where there were already close connection between the anarchists of the Mediterranean and the Americas. 7. His life of intrigue is again captured by James Kerr, who records how after a short visit to the Paris group he went on to Lausanne, where he tried to maintain himself as a teacher of Oriental languages. Here he posed as a Persian, and adopted the Persian alias Mirza Hassan Khan 8 somewhat risibly. He even notes how the beginning of September, 1914, he left Paris very hurriedly, without even informing his landlady, which is considered a low trick by agents of the Secret Service in any country, and on September 25 he was at Dakar in Senegal. 9. As the First World War engulfed Europe, he found himself in Brazil. There he was known to be in close contact with the Ghadar Party in San Francisco. After that, he was back in Europe in time for the Second World War, where he met with Subhas Chandra Bose but was arrested and jailed again after the Axis powers were defeated. It was through the efforts of Jawaharlal Nehru, as the prospects of independence loomed, that Ajit Singh returned to India in March 1947. He died in Dalhousie, Punjab on the very day freedom was granted on August 15, 1947. It is said that at his funeral, this sleepy summer hill station, which is located on 5 hills and still has an old world charm to it, was thronged by thousands of people, 10 despite being at an elevation of 1,970 m above sea level. Such was the reverence in which Ajit Singh was held. This is remarkable given that his period of exile, from 1909 to 1947, was probably the longest of any freedom fighter at the time, such that he would have been barely even remembered by anyone in India upon his return. Naturally, the period of absence from his family took a heavy toll on them. He was married to Harnam Kaur from Kashmir. The two of them lived a life bereft of each other for 40 years. During this time, he was unable to come to her aid when she fell ill. It is said that moments before he died, Ajit Singh begged her pardon and told her, "I am sorry that I could not serve you in illness." He then bowed in front of her, touching her feet and collapsing. 11. A man of heroic stature and true intrinsic human strength, no wonder Bhagat Singh idolized him. Swaran Singh's story was equally heart-wrenching. Yet, he is the less well-known of Bhagat Singh's two uncles. This remains a paradox, because of all the 3 sons of Arjan Singh, Swaran Singh came to resemble Bhagat Singh the most. While participating in the Bharat Mata Society with Ajit Singh, he published anti-government literature. In it, like Arjan Singh, he too protested against the pernicious government land reforms. But it was quite a different incident which led to him being crushed by the authorities. It occurred when an English police superintendent shot a pig for sport. A Muslim orderly was asked to carry its carcass. Not surprisingly, the orderly categorically refused to do so. The police superintendent promptly shot him dead. He faced no retribution for doing so. Given that killings by white officers of Indian servants were not entirely unknown, 12, the atrocity may well have been completely ignored. On April 11, 1906, however, the Punjabi reported the story under the heading, "A Deliberate Murder." The public were incandescent. An outcry arose. The authorities were stunned and taken aback. But then, instead of issuing a severe reprimand against the police officer, they prosecuted the manager of the publication, Lala Jaswant Rai, and the editor, Mr. K.K. Athwale. Both were sentenced to rigorous imprisonment on February 15, 1907. 13. Anti-British protests now erupted across Punjab. This brought Muslims, Sikhs, and Hindus together. The person who led the agitation from Lahore was none other than the young Swaran Singh. For his temerity, he was duly arrested, alongside a number of Hindus, such as Ghasita Ram, Bahali Ram, and Govardhan Das. Along with another Sikh, Ram Singh, they were all sentenced on July 20, 1907 to 1.5 years rigorous imprisonment, and one other Hindu, Gandharv Sen, received 30 lashes. The punishment in Lahore Central Jail took its toll on the young Swaran Singh. He was driven like an ox and made to toil mercilessly in unforgiving prison conditions. He contracted tuberculosis and died at the age of just 23 years in 1910. James Kerr puts it rather euphemistically when he explains that in 1909, when the government became concerned with the spread of seditious materials in Punjab, proceedings were taken against Swaran Singh as well as against Kishan Singh and Ajit Singh, but that the cases against Swaran Singh were withdrawn on account of an illness of which he died the following year. 14 Swaran Singh was the same age in March 1931 as Bhagat Singh when he died. For this reason, Swaran Singh has been described as the forerunner of his nephew Bhagat Singh, 15, who was also imprisoned in Lahore Central Jail and also died aged 23. Bhagat Singh would have been just 3 years old at the time of Swaran Singh's death. What would certainly have been impressed upon his mind indelibly would have been the presence in the family household of Swaran Singh's grieving widowed wife, Hukam Kaur, who went on to live for 56 years, alongside Ajit's wife, Harnam Kaur, who was no less destitute of the affections of her exiled husband. Hukam Kaur and Swaran Singh had no children. The only daughter of her parents and the only sister of several brothers, she lost all faith in life. Virendra Sindhu, Bhagat Singh's niece, records her as having bewailed, Mujhe kiya dia hai Bhagwan ne, jo main uski puja karun / sir par pati nahin, God main santan nahi. 16. Bhagat Singh was acutely aware of the painful circumstances of his two aunts and in particular of the widowed Hukam Kaur. His first letter written in his native tongue Gurmukhi sees him, in 1921 at the age of 14 only, writing from Lahore informing her about a picture of his uncle Swaran Singh that he had been working on, explaining that Chachaji's portrait is almost ready. I was supposed to bring it along, but it could not be completed by then, so please forgive me. 17 Bhagat Singh only wrote 2 letters in the Gurmukhi language. Both were written to Hukam Kaur. Another, written the following month in November 1921, refers to her as my dearest Chachaji and asks for her forgiveness because I've got delayed in writing the letter. 18 Such was the deep obligation he felt towards her, even at such a tender age, while still at school. 7. 1917, Lahore. Kishan Singh fared better than either of his 2 younger brothers. He was the only one of Arjan Singh's sons to have had children. He and his wife, Vidyavati, had 9 children. The first of these, Jagat Singh, did not survive infancy. The second, Bhagat Singh, did, only to be hanged, having barely reached adulthood. He was followed by his sister Amar Kaur and then 2 brothers, Kulbir Singh and Kultur Singh. His second and third sisters were Prakash Kaur and Shakuntala. After them came his youngest 2 brothers, Ranbir Singh and Rajendra Singh, a total of 6 sons and 3 daughters. Arjan Singh's Arya-Samajist influence remained with the sons. While all 3 sisters married into Sikh households, the 4 surviving brothers all married as Arya-Samajists. Bhagat Singh's mother Smitri Vidyavati helped instill the Arya Samaj influence in Bhagat Singh's life. Though born a Sikh with the name Inder Kaur, her marriage to Kishan Singh in 1897 was according to the Arya Samaj tradition. Indeed, after marriage she assumed the name of Vidyavati although she was entirely uneducated. As a child bride, she did not join Kishan Singh in Bunga village until 3 years later in 1900, where she quickly became accustomed to running a household that served as a sanctuary and hideout for many a fugitive from British justice. Her first child, Jagat Singh, was born to her 4 years later in 1904 but died a year later in 1905. With Kishan Singh away from home for long periods of time, and the presence of her 2 sisters-in-law, Harnam Kaur and Hukam Kaur, who were gasping in an emotional vacuum, it is said that she eked out her life in a manner that what was a struggle for her husband, was a crisis for her too. Bhagat Singh's grandmother, Jai Kaur, gave him the delightfully endearing name of Baganala upon his birth. She was delirious with joy. Her grandson was arriving in this world just as Ajit Singh and Swaran Singh were also making their way back home from prison. Who could have blamed her for her ecstatic utterance, "Ya beta Baganwale Hai"? Nor would it have been subsequently surprising to see him being formally invested with the name Bhagat Singh when the time came. J. Kaur could not have imagined it, but Bhagat Singh in his short life would live up to both these names. He would do so even as he grew up to be a practicing atheist and even as the shadow of the hangman's noose swayed before him. He would do so for his country and for his countrymen. For them, Bhagat the Baganala would sacrifice his life and do so spectacularly. In 1917, at the age of 10, Bhagat Singh found himself in Lahore. His father had decided to relocate to that great city in search of work. The family left Chuk number 105, Lyalpur Bunga. They trekked a distance of some 250 kilometers in a rickety cavalcade before ending up in Nawangkot on the outskirts of Lahore. By then, Bhagat Singh had already passed his Class 4 examinations at his village school. The value of education had early been ingrained in him. In the first letter, written at the age of 11 to his grandfather Arjan Singh, who was still living in their ancestral village of Khatkar Kalan, Bhagat Singh is seen to be writing joyously in Urdu on July 22, 1918 to say how he has passed comfortably in the subjects of English and Sanskrit in Class 6-3. The second letter discovered, also written to his grandfather in Urdu, again emphasizes the importance of education in his life. This time he is aged 12, and he writes that I have passed in all the subjects in the half-yearly exams. Although many students have failed the maths paper, for armed with his early school success, Bhagat Singh was able to cheerfully enter Dav school upon his arrival in Lahore. He was the first Sikh boy to do so, because Sikh boys invariably went to the Khalsa schools, their own religious institutions, where they participated in daily Sikh prayers in the morning. In Bhagat Singh's case, it was not the Sikh prayers that Kishan Singh objected to. He objected to the way in which the Khalsa schools stooped in supplication to the British Empire. The D.A.V. school in Lahore had no such pretensions. Founded in 1885 on Arya Samaji principles under the tutelage of Lala Lajpat Rai, it held no such fears for Kishan Singh, which was just as well, because by the time that Bhagat Singh entered Class 9, he was already joining processions and collecting foreign clothes and setting them alight in a bonfire. He had learned to support the Gandhian non-cooperation movement slogan of Hindu-Muslim Ekta Zindabad / Gandhi Ki Jai 5. Already, when on February 20, 1921, during the time when Sikhs were struggling to assume democratic control over their historic places of worship from government-appointed priests, hundreds of pilgrims at Nankana Sahib Gurudwara in Jekpura district were shot down by them, hacked to pieces and burnt with kerosene. Bhagat Singh went out of his way to visit the site on his way to his village in Bunga. He was only 14 years old then, and yet he even attended a conference there on March 5, 1921. Indeed, as Professor Malwinder Jidwarich writes, his visit to Nankana Sahib in the wake of the gruesome killing was in line with his visit to Jallianwala Bagh on April 14, 1919, a day after the Amritsar massacre, when he would have been only 12. If the decision to send a Sikh boy into the Dav College was historic, Bhagat Singh's entry 6 years later in 1923 into the National College in Lahore was momentous, because it was affiliated with the Punjab Qawmi Vidyapith. The Vidyapith schools were based on a new model of education, established in different parts of the country, from as far afield as Calcutta, Patna, Banaras, Aligarh, and Delhi as well as Lahore. They emphasized curricula that prioritized the learning of history, culture, tradition, and philosophy, and aimed to inculcate patriotic sentiments in the youth in a way that government-aided institutions did not do. The Lahore Vidyapith School was founded and managed by Lala Lajpat Rai and by Parmanand. It successfully managed to bring into its curriculum the principle of Swadeshi. As Lala Lajpat Rai himself explained, he aimed for his college to produce self-reliant, aggressive men and women that knew India wants 7. Here it was, as Bhagat Singh writes in Why I Am an Atheist, that an incessant desire to study filled my heart. Study more and more, said I to myself, so that I might be able to face the arguments of my opponents. Study to support your point of view with convincing arguments. And I began to study in a serious manner. My previous beliefs and convictions underwent a radical change. Bhagat Singh was also now in the heart of a city which had the province's largest number of literate classes according to a 1920 Congress report. 8. Lahore was growing at such a pace that its population of 2,02,964 in 1901 more than doubled to 4,29,747 by the time Bhagat Singh was executed in 1931. 9. Bhagat Singh saw a place which was in fact not one place but several 10. In the 1920s, the city was already well acquainted with holding regular processions, beginning or ending at Mochi Bagh. Eminent figures from Lajpat Rai to Allama Iqbal to even Motilal Nehru addressed the rallies. Bradlaugh Hall, which opened with financial support from the Indian National Congress in the west of the Old City in 1900, provided a venue that was especially constructed for political meetings. 11. Punjabi interest in the nationalist cause was in this way fully mobilized, and Bhagat Singh could not have failed to note this. In the last available letter written to his grandfather from Lahore on November 14, 1921, there lies buried amongst the felicitations to his elder relatives in Khatgar Kalan a reference to how the railway people are planning to go on a strike, about which Bhagat Singh adds, one hopes that it would begin immediately after next week 12 today. Much of this history lies forgotten in a city overwhelmed by nostalgia even though it was formerly a great regional centre. 13. Bhagat Singh entered the National College in Lahore aged 14 in 1921. It was the first time that a student without a matriculation degree had been admitted for his undergraduate studies. The college was on the same site as the Tilak School of Politics, founded only the previous year in December 1920. It was to be a watershed moment in Bhagat Singh's life, as he had the kind of exposure at the college that helped mature his intellectual transformation. He was tutored by those who disagreed with Gandhian nonviolence and favored instead a violent revolutionary overthrow of imperialism. This was against the background of mounting anti-government feelings in Punjab. Though his academic prowess was great, Bhagat Singh failed to graduate despite having passed his BA intermediate examinations in 1923. It was not because he spent too much time on sports. In fact, he abjured these. He was good in drama classes. He even played an active part in the college drama club. Indeed, he became an accomplished actor in the National College. His fame spread widely in other colleges as well for his acting skills. He liked singing and was good at that too. Remarkably, he cared little for his appearance. This was remembered decades later by those who knew him at the National College, where he was known to enter the classroom with his unkempt hair loosely tied underneath a crumpled pagri. He is remembered as having worn cotter clothes, of homespun cotton. These were often unclean and ill-fitted. While the custom among young men in those days was to wear a pair of loose trousers tied by a drawstring around the waist, Bhagat Singh instead wore a lungi, which is an even looser garment that is similar to a sarong and which extended all the way down to his ankles. 14. His fellow revolutionary, Ajoy Ghosh, remembers the 16-year-old in 1923 as tall and thin, rather shabbily dressed, very quiet, but surprisingly also as someone who seemed a typical village lad, lacking smartness and self-confidence. Ghosh has no qualms about saying, I did not think very highly of him 15 at the time. Durga Babhai, who helped plan the 19-year-old Bhagat Singh's escape the night after the Delhi Assembly bomb in 1928, remembers his clothes as being stained and shredded. She was left to marvel in later years at how he could have risen to shake the British Raj by its roots. 16. Yet, the worn lungi did not dampen his developing political resolve as Bhagat Singh played out his various acting roles at the National College. It was here also that in 1923, the year he passed his intermediate examinations, that Bhagat Singh joined the Hindustan Republican Association. This too was not the reason why he failed to stay and graduate. The reason was that, faced with family pressure to get married in the middle of 1923, Bhagat Singh fled to Kanpur and left Lahore. Over the next year, he worked for the Hindi journal, Pratap, using the name Balwant, and came under the influence of a journalist named Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi, who was a staunch revolutionary. From now on, Bhagat Singh's life would be steeped in the company of fellow revolutionaries, and they would come from all over India. Part 2. Who's Bhagat Singh? Dusty Keh Sahar Man Bituyasda. Shayad Tum Bhul Gai. Hum Tir Apni the. Once we were friends. Maybe you have forgotten. Once we were each other's. Zeba Nazreen Siddiqui. 8. 1929, Jinnah and Bhagat Singh. As Bhagat Singh spent his formative years in Lahore, one would think that he would not be forgotten there. And so it has proved to be the case. This is despite his family having moved back to the Jalandhar district in India after the partition of 1947, and despite Bhagat Singh's exclusion from official Pakistan narratives as a national icon, given the country's adopted policy of Islamicization in the 1970s. In fact, there is a forgotten link between the nation's founding father and Bhagat Singh which has still to be fully acknowledged by Pakistan's intellectuals. In the words of Shoaib Daniyal, although Yuk has been written about the Mohandas Gandhi Bhagat Singh dynamic, the irony is that far less is known, though, of the dynamic between Muhammad Ali Jinnah and Bhagat Singh. Of course, the two men, in terms of background and upbringing, were poles apart. Yet, they were united in one distinctive respect. Both recognized they were fighting the British for the independence of their people. As such, neither flinched at standing up for fairness and justice. Daniyal 1 writes that although Jinnah in 1931 was a politician who had missed the bus as far as Congress-style mass politics would be concerned, nevertheless, he was still at the high table of Indian politics. However, the difference between the two men could not have been more stark in that Jinnah strongly believed in constitutionalism, reposing faith in the institutions of empires such as legislatures, courts and even the British Parliament to deliver progress to India, while Marxist-Leninist Bhagat Singh was, of course, the polar opposite, believing that violent armed struggle was a legitimate way to overthrow the Raj. The link between the two arose after Bhagat Singh's arrest upon throwing the smoke bombs in the Central Legislative Assembly in New Delhi in 1929 to make the deaf hear. This is when he was confined to jail and put on trial. There he joined the hunger strike on June 24, 1929 with fellow inmates such as Jatindra Das, who would eventually die from it. Such was their determination to use the device of a hunger strike as the ultimate tool of non-cooperation that they made the ordinary continuation trial processes difficult to conduct. The government, however, was resolute in its objective of getting a conviction of a death sentence while maintaining as far as possible the sham facade of a trial conducted under the rule of law. To this end, therefore, they proceeded to attempt to pass the hunger strike bill which would enable a trial to proceed, even if the accused in question in a death penalty case was not present in court. This was a travesty of justice of the highest order and the very negation of the rule of law. Yet the government ordained that this could be done if the accused has voluntarily rendered himself incapable of remaining before the court. It made nonsense of the idea of a fair trial if an accused could not even be present in court to defend himself against accusations which would result in the death penalty being meted out to him. It was also quite unprecedented. At the time, Jinnah was representing Bombay in the Legislative Assembly. In a speech in September 1929, which has rung through the chronicles of time for those who have cared to listen, Jinnah vehemently and yet eloquently opposed the bill. He was not, after all, the highest paid lawyer of his day in India for nothing. Of all the leading protagonists in the struggle for independence, from Gandhi to Nehru to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, he alone held the distinction of being a highly skilled consummate courtroom lawyer. He did not waste this skill. Rising up defiantly in the legislative chamber while others looked on, he proceeded to call the trial a farce and a travesty of justice and expressed the only truism that there was in the government's ill-advised artifice if the trial continued in the absence of the accused, he stands already condemned. He did not stop there. Jinnah recognized that like him, Bhagat Singh too was fighting for independence. As such, he made it quite clear that Singh was nothing short of a political prisoner and that the government needed to treat him as such and not just as a common criminal. With devastating effect, Jinnah said, "Well, you know perfectly well that these men are determined to die. It is not a joke. I ask the honorable law member to realize that it is not everybody who can go on starving himself to death. Try it for a little while and you will see. The man who goes on hunger strike has a soul. He is moved by that soul and he believes in the justice of his cause. He is not an ordinary criminal who is guilty of cold-blooded, sordid, wicked crime." 2. So impressive was Jinnah that, as he continued, oblivious of the time when the day's session for the assembly came to an abrupt end, a Hindutva stalwart who had once been a Congress party president by the name of Madan Mohan Malviya begged the Speaker of the Assembly saying, "Sir, cannot we go on for another 15 minutes? His earnest request was turned down as the time was up for the day. If Jinnah wished to continue his entreaties on behalf of Bhagat Singh, he had to return to the assembly the next day and continue. Jinnah had no compunction in doing so. The next day, in a withering critique, Jinnah also denounced the proposed new law by the government as quite simply an absurd provision in language that is worth setting out in full. "It seems to me, sir, that the great and fundamental doctrine of British jurisprudence, which is incorporated and codified in the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code, has very wisely not made such an absurd provision in the criminal law of this country, and I am not satisfied that there is a lacuna in our system of criminal law." 3. Despite this, Jinnah's contribution in the life of Bhagat Singh is almost entirely overlooked today. In his book Jinnah and Tilak, A.G. Noorani explains how the effect since independence of state control of universities and misdirected patriotism is that today, more than half a century after independence, a myth deserves to be dispelled, as unlike other Congress leaders in India, one of the liberals criticized the British as trenchantly as he did. None participated in mass politics. Jinnah's rhetoric reflected fierce patriotism. 5 Later in his book, he describes how Jinnah was as anti-British as any congressman. The British hated him. Willingdon recommended to his successor as Governor of Bombay, Lord Lloyd, Jinnah's deportation to Burma. Lloyd was not disposed to begin his career by conferring unnecessary martyrdom. 6. Indeed, it is said that 2 of his best performances stand out, and of these, any was his attack on the order banning Vallabhbhai Patel from speaking for 1 month at a public meeting. 7 While the other instance was his powerful defense of Bhagat Singh in the assembly. 8 Needless to say, so maligned is Jinnah in India today that neither events would be remotely accredited to him by the government of India, which is why, as Noorani states, as a person Jinnah has received less than is his due. 9 While it is true that in his monumental Jinnah, 10, the political scientist Drive Ishtiaq Ahmed has meticulously traced Jinnah's journey from Indian nationalist to Muslim communitarian, it is worth recalling the time when he stood for communal peace and harmony. One only has to note how, when he gave evidence before the British Parliament Joint Select Committee on the Government of India Bill, Secretary of State Edwin S. Montagu began to question him in an offensive manner. When he was quizzed whether at the earliest moment you wish to do away in political life with any distinction between Mohammedans and Hindus, he replied, "Yes. Nothing will please me more than when that day comes." 11 Noorani has no doubt that Jinnah set an example equaled by few. 12 And that the final responsibility for partition was not his. 13 This is because a united India implied a sharing of power, which the Congress abhorred. Worse still, it had no role for Jinnah as a partner in a united India. He had no real place in the country, Nehru maintained repeatedly. It is for this reason that Jinnah was an expellee, not an exile. His dreams lie buried in India as well as in Pakistan. 14. It was therefore in no small measure thanks to Jinnah's defense of Bhagat Singh and his castigation of the ill-fated and ill-thought-out government measures that the hunger strike bill failed to pass. The assembly rejected it lock, stock and barrel. The government, however, was determined to press ahead. It was going to have Bhagat Singh convicted and sentenced to death one way or the other, by hook or crook. If legislative action would not deliver to it the legal mechanism it needed to hang Bhagat Singh, then it would resort to ministerial action, and this would be the Governor-General's ordinance, which would be as good as a statute. A bare semblance of legality was all that was needed. As the documents of the time make clear, it fooled no one, and not least the lawyers acting for Bhagat Singh. Their dedication and forensic acumen deserve special recognition, especially in legal circles, but have gone completely unrecognized so far. First, however, there needs to be recognition of Bhagat Singh as a freedom fighter central to India's independence movement and not marginalized to eke out a shadowy existence on the periphery. 9. 1924, Matwala. Hope exists that Bhagat Singh may yet assume center stage in the annals of mainstream political history. This is because some of the most spirited claims on the legacy of Bhagat Singh already come from thoughtful Pakistani writers, even whilst recognizing the constraints to which they are subject. According to Amara Ahmed, while Bhagat Singh is a much loved and adored figure in Pakistan, the problem is that this doesn't translate into public acceptance or acknowledgement of his efforts, cause or sacrifice. As a result, his absence from the public discourse, memory, and history books is as ubiquitous as that of Gandhi's or Pakistani politician Sikandar Hayat Khan's. This is because although Singh was young, spirited, and passionate enough to carry out what he believed in and then die for it, the fact was that he was also an atheist. That being so, he is naturally immune to being Islamist, and that can be a problem for many Pakistanis conscious of the basis upon which their state was avowedly founded. For them, accepting Singh as a national hero will also mean accepting the idea that one can be great without being a Muslim, but that if this could be done, then it would indeed be possible for everyone to realize that the Pakistan movement was just one segment of the larger freedom struggle in India. In this way, Singh can indeed exemplify defiance against authority and illustrate why the British were the colonial enemies. There are two arguments for suggesting that this should be done. First, it is important today that we understand that freedom in 1947 wasn't just a Muslim effort but a combined effort of all religious communities. It is remarkable how, with the passage of time, this singularly vital dimension of the freedom movement has all but been forgotten in Pakistan. Second, and just as importantly, freedom wasn't from the conniving Hindus as is popularly believed but from the British, whom the forefathers of many people in the current Pakistani elite admired and served. The result is that today in Pakistan, rarely is the British rule questioned and explained, and most Pakistani history books focus on the suffering of Muslims as a minority before partition. Thus, they inevitably highlight the difference between Islam and Hinduism as religions to reinforce the theory that the two communities could not have lived together. Such is the combined perversion of the two falsities that today, Pakistan's narrative does not define the British as colonizers and exploiters who created the civil service, infrastructure, education system, and other institutions for its administration, but that instead, the narrative defines Hindus as exploiters to the extent that people in Pakistan are still in awe of the British and voice the idea that had they stayed in India longer, the country would have been even more developed and peaceful. There is, however, a third reason why Bhagat Singh could be important for setting the record straight in Pakistan. This is a country in search of suitable icons. One such was Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. Often credited with democratizing and empowering Pakistan's poor in the 1970s, and though his life was brutally cut short, his descendants to current Pakistani political leaders such as Imran Khan and Shahbaz Sharif all have tried to copy Bhutto's public persona and political intrigues because the fact was that Bhutto was a progressive, socialist, and a liberal. Yet, largely because of his folly in trying to appease his right-wing opponents by defining what a Muslim is in Pakistan's 1973 constitution and thus, declaring Ahmadis legally non-Muslim, his name has been tarnished and his legacy is forever tainted and controversial. Consequently, for the Lahore-based writer and journalist Amara Ahmed, his makes somebody of the stature of Bhagat Singh an even more important historical figure for Pakistan, not least because more than half of Pakistani population is ethnically Punjabi, as is the political elite. This is because what is distinctive about Bhagat Singh is that Ike Bhutto, he was also a socialist, with a soft corner for the poor, and this can have a huge significance in today's Pakistan. She is clear in her view that, having space for Bhagat Singh in Pakistan's narrative will lead to a more mature polity, not least because, if Bhagat Singh is inducted in Pakistan's history books and made a national icon like Iqbal and Jinnah, then young Pakistanis seeking more freedom and equality will be more empowered, because speaking as a Pakistani herself, Singh's presence will force us to question some of the historical suppositions made when teaching the history of partition and the Pakistan movement. Point 1. Small wonder then that on April 25, 2016, the Punjab government in Pakistan announced that it would bear the entire expenditure of the purchase of Shaheed Bhagat Singh's house and its conversion into a world-class memorial at Chowk number 105 GB in Lyallpur, Pakistan. In April 2018, the Chief Secretary of Pakistan's Punjab province went on to call Bhagat Singh a hero of both India and Pakistan. He is therefore now unmistakably a shared hero of both India and Pakistan, prompting notable writers on Bhagat Singh to ask, what's there in Bhagat Singh that can bring India and Pakistan together? Is it his ultimate martyrdom or something more that recommends him as a common hero, with a view to inquiring into how the two nations can move away from the divisive politics and narrow jingoistic politics that have plagued both nations since their inception and turned them into sworn enemies despite a common bond of land and ancestry? India's distinguished public intellectual, S. Imran Habib, has argued that it is his distinctive political and social ideals which mean that today, Singh is probably the only one from amongst our freedom struggle heroes who can be celebrated by both India and Pakistan. The reason for that is quite simply because he stood for a non-sectarian and egalitarian world and had never espoused any divisive idea in his short life too. In 1924, when he was barely 17, Bhagat Singh published his first article in Matwala, a Hindi magazine from Calcutta, and wrote on universal brotherhood. He imagined a world in which all of us being one and none is the other. It will really be a comforting time when the world will have no strangers. Point 3. In hindsight today, this is indeed the very polar opposite of what has come to pass in the post-partition subcontinent where erstwhile friends are seen as foes. Religion, caste, language, and culture have been inducted into a new post-independence narrative to divide Punjab's unique millennia-long hybridity and cosmopolitan coexistence. Although little is known of Bhagat Singh as a scribe, he worked as a journalist for popular publications such as Kirti, Arjun, and Pratap. In Kirti, he wrote 2 articles in June 1928. The first was called On Untouchability. The second was called Communal Riots and Their Solutions. As is especially clear from the second article, Bhagat Singh's lure today lies in a telling reminder to the people of how they have once again to start believing that we all are born equal and our vocation, as well, need not divide us. If someone is born in a sweeper's family, that does not mean that he/she has to continue in the family profession cleaning all his life, with no right to participate in any developmental work. Point 4. In the writings that Bhagat Singh left behind, he emphasized the following: as long as the words like black and white, civilized and uncivilized, ruler and the ruled, rich and poor, touchable and untouchable, etc. are in vogue, where is the scope for universal brotherhood? This can only be preached by free people. The slave India cannot refer to it. It was on this basis that he demanded, we will have to campaign for equality and equity. We'll have to punish those who oppose the creation of such a world. 5. Amid the failed politics of post-independence India and Pakistan, these words now resonate with the common man on the street. According to Imran Habib, the fact that Bhagat Singh commands such reverence in Pakistan now suggests that he surely must be more than a territorial nationalist, and in fact a nationalist who stood for the freedom of all oppressed communities across the colonist world. Bhagat Singh warned against the very divisive politics which now plagues the Indian subcontinent with its divisive news anchors who have scant regard for the truth, as it does much of the democratic world. In an excoriating critique of the press from mid-1928, a year before he was arrested, he wrote, "The real duty of the newspapers is to educate, to cleanse the minds of people, to save them from narrow sectarian divisiveness, and to eradicate communal feelings to promote the idea of common nationalism. Instead, their main objective seems to be spreading ignorance, preaching and propagating sectarianism and chauvinism, communalism, people's minds, leading to the destruction of our composite culture and shared heritage. Point 6. Although it has been suppressed from national memories, either by design or by accident, for close to a century, the story of Bhagat Singh is suddenly now back in the public consciousness as never before, being evident in the media, popular culture, and government announcements of both India and Pakistan. The question is, however, what the story should be and who has the right to tell it. To this we must now turn. 10. Punjabiyat. In early 2018, for the first time in its history, the Punjab government in Lahore decided to exhibit the contents of the case file of the trial of Bhagat Singh and others who were hanged to death with him on March 23, 1931. The exhibition was inaugurated at the tomb of Anarkali, which is the main storehouse of the Punjab Archives Department, run by Additional Chief Secretary Umar Rasool. The documents displayed included the arrest by the British Indian Police of some 25 members of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Army and the Naujawan Bharat Sabha from different parts of India. There were also the documents relating to the parties, their manifestos, and literature. Also disclosed for the first time were the addresses of places where Bhagat Singh and his comrades used to stay, including a factory on Ravi Road, a rented house in Gawa Mandi, another in Mozang, and in Kashmir Building on MacLeod Road. In fact, the size of the Anarkali repository is clear from the inclusion of the admission register of one of Bhagat Singh's associates studying at Dav College in Lahore. In addition, Bhagat Singh's reading material, ranging across books, novels, and other revolutionary literature, was also displayed. This is referred to in the books named Punjab Tragedy, Zakamai Punjab, Gunga Dastaku, Sultanataku, The Evolution of Sinn Féin and History of the Sinn Féin Movement. Point 2. Although, the Punjabis of East Punjab have long regarded Bhagat Singh as one of their own, the assertion of the same claim by the Lahoris of West Punjab on another Lahori by the name of Bhagat Singh heralds a new recognition of the shared culture of the Punjabis, notwithstanding the national border, in the clear recognition that what unites them is far more significant than what divides them. This is not illogical, because in her recent work, Dr. Pippa Verdi has shown how Punjab, which had uniquely achieved a hybridity of communal coexistence between Muslims, Hindus, and Sikhs on the basis of a shared inheritance of Punjabi yet carefully nurtured over centuries past, saw in the partition of 1947 its ethnic history submerged within respective national and religious identity like no other state in the subcontinent. She has persuasively demonstrated how none paid the price of partition like the pluralistic, pre-partition Punjab. Point 3. This idea of Punjabiyat was molded by none other than Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who held sway over Punjab from 1792 until his death in 1839, covering an area which is roughly the size of modern-day Pakistan. This is highlighted by the foremost historian Fakir S. Ijazuddin, who has recently made it clear how Ranjit Singh's uniqueness lay in giving Punjabiyat a political identity, in welding the Punjab nation into a sovereign state, in circumstances where Punjab, through 1,000 years of conquest, had actually belonged never to itself but to others. Punjabis therefore do not recognize the identity politics of Gujarat in present-day India, as the concept is alien to them. Bhagat Singh can help resurrect the importance of Punjabiyat in a collective culture shared by the peoples of both West Punjab and East Punjab, just as Maharaja Ranjit Singh did in times long since forgotten. Those who remember Ranjit Singh do so not only with a fondness for what stood as the high point of Punjab's multicultural identity, but also as an acknowledgement and a longing for Punjab's one-time greatness. As Ijazuddin reminds us, few of the post-Mughal regional courts had the power or the military might and discipline to take on armies of the East India Company. But one that did with great success was Ranjit Singh's Sikh Empire 5. In the same way, those who today recall what Bhagat Singh stood for do so with no less admiration for the ultimate ideals of Punjabiyat, namely, the pluralism, diversity, broad-mindedness and tolerance of its people. It is Punjabi yet that has ultimately become the basis of the quest for a better and a more just future. A false dividing border all too arbitrarily imposed after independence in 1947 by the departing imperial forces, whom Bhagat Singh and other revolutionaries such as Ashfaq Khan so vehemently opposed and which many on both sides of the border continue to regret to this day, often obscures this fact. Yet, the reality is that even before then, as Ijazuddin makes clear, injuries of hostility had divided Sikhs and Muslims until what had been a common approach to God, a belief in monotheism, had become blurred by blistering resentment and bloody outbreaks. In the event, the fabric of their communal history bore indelible stains of blood, primarily Punjabi blood, spilt or shed to defend divergent and ultimately opposing causes. 6. It is precisely because of a history of such needless bloodletting, which arose when the peoples of Punjab misguidedly staked out for themselves divergent and opposing causes, that Bhagat Singh can help remind them, as Maharaja Ranjit Singh once did, that they have an ineradicable common culture and deep-rooted ties with each other. The legacy of Maharaja Ranjit Singh has been largely lost over time. Only a few men of letters, stalwarts such as Fakir Ijazuddin, have devoted themselves to keeping it alive in Pakistan. Otherwise, it is either forgotten or deliberately suppressed. In Pakistan, this is for reasons both religious and political. In India too, those who remember Ranjit Singh's true legacy of secularism, religious tolerance and communal coexistence are few and far between. He does not figure prominently in school history textbooks. And Indians are barely able to recall how Ranjit Singh kept the marauding eye of the foreign invader in check by commanding the most powerful army in all of Asia. It is almost entirely unknown that in the day-to-day administration of his kingdom, Ranjit Singh relied on Muslim administrators' impeccable credentials and loyalty. These were the Fakir brothers. Yet the contribution that these three brothers from a Muslim family had made to enhancing the image of the Sikh court of Lahore during the rule of Maharaja Ranjit Singh and in the tumultuous period thereafter 7 is one which is still today so undervalued and largely unrecognized, not least in Lahore itself, that they have failed to become the household names on both sides of the border, which they so richly deserve. If truth be told, they were the backbone to his rule, never once betraying him nor abusing the trust which he so unflinchingly bestowed upon them. Fakir S. Ijazuddin, the direct linear descendant of Fakir Nuruddin, recognizes the paradox even back then in the early 1800s of how it was that one at the time could have been unaware of the anomaly of a Sikh ruler reposing so much faith in these young men, all of three belonging to another religion and that too to Islam. 8 However, Maharaja Ranjit Singh, during whose rule there was not a single public execution of a person, may have been robbed of the sight in his left eye, but it was said that he used his one remaining unimpaired eye more wisely than most who had two, for he used his one eye just so that he could view all religions with an impartial singularity, 9 treating Hindus, Muslims and Sikhs entirely alike. By contrast with Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Bhagat Singh's legacy is not lost in the fog of time. There are still people alive in both India and Pakistan who remember his struggle in Punjab against foreign rule. As a result, there are today an ever-increasing number of people in both countries, of varying hues and tones, who wish to lay claim to his heritage. This has turned Bhagat Singh into an inscrutable and impenetrable figure in official narratives, but not necessarily so in popular and folk narratives on both sides of the border. Chris Moffat has referred to the enigma of Bhagat Singh's brief but eventful life as a revolutionary organizer, Bolshevik sympathizer and critic of Gandhi, but says that his name is celebrated from the Hindu nationalist right to the Maoist left, from Sikh militants to environmentalist youth groups, the army in India to pacifists in Pakistan. 10 Yet, as Moffat has also most accurately stated, Bhagat Singh is for all intents and purposes a figure outside the narrative of Muslim struggle. Curated by the Pakistan State. 11 In an important book that has followed more recently, Moffat has argued that anti-colonial histories have a real meaning for politics in contemporary India by enabling us to understand a political terrain that, although appearing to be crowded with the dead and heroic figures from past struggles, enables us to call the living to account and demand action. Point 12 But the problem of inheritance that he refers to is not one of India alone, but also of Pakistan. If recent evidence is anything to go by, perhaps the person who has best encapsulated the significance of Bhagat Singh in today's politics in the Indian subcontinent is the Oxford-based economist Professor Pritam Singh, who wrote a piece in 2007 for Bhagat Singh's 100th birth anniversary. In it, he lamented how little was appreciated about Bhagat Singh even in his own native country, despite the fact that as an icon, Bhagat Singh can be called the Che Guevara of India. Yet, his 100th birth anniversary was the least celebrated of all the anniversaries except the 250th anniversary of the Battle of Plassey. This is because it represents a challenge to almost every tendency in Indian politics, given how the Gandhi-inspired Indian nationalists, Hindu nationalists, Sikh nationalists, the parliamentary left and the pro-armed struggle Naxalite left compete with each other to appropriate the legacy of Bhagat Singh, and yet each one of them is faced with a contradiction in making a claim to his legacy. Thus, as he explains, Gandhi-inspired Indian nationalists find Bhagat Singh's resort to violence problematic, the Hindu and Sikh nationalists find his atheism troubling, the parliamentary left finds his ideas and actions as more close to the perspective of the Naxalites, and the Naxalites find Bhagat Singh's critique of individual terrorism in his later life an uncomfortable historical fact. Pritam Singh may just as well have added that across the border from India the people of Pakistan too struggle to lay claim to him as one of their own. Not only was he not religious, but he was also not a Muslim. So, the enigma of Bhagat Singh is to do with who can claim him, and as a result what we have are the claims of different contestations to the legacy of Bhagat Singh. In fact, given how Bhagat Singh's developmental years were lived in what is today Pakistan, the claim on him is no less strong there. This is reflected in the words of Indian writers. Professor Chaman Lal, in his latest book The Bhagat Singh Reader, marvels at how it is that, okaying back, more than 8 decades later, one can only wonder that how come no memorial was built to these martyrs in Lahore or in Lyallpur, the birthplace of Bhagat Singh and Sukhdev, which is now called Faisalabad in Pakistan. The reason why this is so puzzling is, Bhagat Singh is the one and perhaps only symbol which evokes respect among both Indian and Pakistani people. Indeed, in his words, Bhagat Singh is the common thread between the now divided Punjabis, a symbol of resistance against colonialism and imperialism. His enduring importance today is such that he can still become a common symbol of resistance against the new colonial corporate regime as well. Point 13. 11. 2019, Shadman Chowk. Everyone in India and Pakistan today will remember the Pulwama bomb attack, the enormous casualties of young men returning to work after a short spell at home, and the Indian Air Force attack in Balakot that followed in response. The facts are worth recounting. On February 14, 2019, a convoy of 78 vehicles carrying young cadets of the Central Reserve Police Force was ambushed in India when it was slowly making its way along the Srinagar-Jammu highway to Pulwama. The convoy was trudging along in the clear daylight of the mid-afternoon sun. There had been no movement on the highway for the last 2 to 3 days. The weather had been exceptionally bad that year. A lone suicide bomber, belonging to the Pakistan-based militant group Jaish-e-Mohammed, emerged suddenly, violently crashing his SUV, with its 300 kilograms of explosives, into the convoy. The resulting carnage saw no less than some 44 personnel of the CRPF killed. It was a dastardly and cowardly assault in the contested northwestern Indian province of Jammu and Kashmir, and the deadliest and most horrific terror attack on India's state security personnel in Kashmir since 1989. So bad it was that the site of the Pulwama attack, it was said, resembled a war zone with body parts and vehicle debris strewn about. 1 The Indian government promptly blamed Pakistan. Pakistan condemned the attack and denied any connection to it. Prime Minister Modi's Indian government retaliated swiftly. Halfway through the cold dead of night, on February 26, 2019, the Indian Air Force stealthily crossed the line of control at the border of the two countries. It was the first time they had done so since the Indo Pakistan War of 1971. They launched a thunderous airstrike by dispatching 12 Mirage 2000 fighter aircraft. They entered deep into Pakistani territory, dropping bombs in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which was in the vicinity of the town of Balakot. The airstrike was immediately confirmed by the Pakistani military, but with the proviso that the Indian planes had only managed to drop their payload in an uninhabited wooded hilltop area. India nevertheless declared that it as a preemptive strike against a terrorist training camp and controversially maintained that of its bombs, 4 penetrated the rooftops of the building in which the terrorists were sleeping. 2 In the days and weeks that followed, relations between the two countries plummeted to an all-time low in what had once been described by U.S. President Bill Clinton as the most dangerous place on earth. 3 Soon it was lamented that the all-or-nothing policy that the Narendra Modi government has followed towards Pakistan has failed. Bilateral relations have deteriorated and violence in Kashmir is at a new high. For within a month, the bad blood between the two countries had reached such a crescendo that the Indian government even boycotted the Pakistan National Day and stopped Indians from attending a program at the Pakistan High Commission on 23 March 2019. 5. On the same day in Pakistan, however, something quite different was stirring. Given that it was amid the febrile atmosphere of two nuclear powers now poised to go to war with each other, it was all the more unexpected. And, it was taking place in the very heart of Lahore, in what was once the citadel of cosmopolitanism, memorialized in a slogan which every Lahori has on his lips when he meets a non-Lahori. The origins of this slogan have all but now been forgotten. Jana Lahore Nahin Dekya O Jamiyan Nahin, which translates into, he who has not seen Lahore has not enjoyed being born. That day was the 88th martyrdom day of Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, and Sukhdev, who had been hastily executed by the colonial government for the murder of a British police officer, J.P. Saunders. 6 Amid the prospect of a looming cross-border war, Lahoris on this day refused to be cowed and were determined to celebrate the Lahore that once was the Lahore of many cities, of many cultures, of many diverse faiths. They thronged its streets, unperturbed and with not a care in the world. Rising above deep-seated divisions of distrust and disharmony between the two countries, a chorus of voices cried out in a shrill slogan of, "Long live the memory of Bhagat Singh," on that Saturday evening. They had resolved against all adversity to commemorate the hanging to death on March 23, 1931 of these 3 iconic figures in Lahore Central Jail. Indeed, some years ago, oblivious to the importance of its preservation, a traffic roundabout christened Shadman Chowk was said to have sprung up at this very spot. Now, however, a motley of people young and old, in surprisingly large numbers, excitedly descended upon this very spot. They rushed to pay tributes to the hanged 3, heedless of the impending wrath of the hardline religious zealots objecting to the deification of individuals who were not Muslims. Nearly 200 kilometers away in Bunga village, near Faisalabad, where Bhagat Singh was born, there was reverence shown in remembrance of the ultimate sacrifices he made for the cause of freedom in what was then pre-partition India. The day of commemoration had been long planned and organized by the chairman of the Lahore-based Bhagat Singh Memorial Foundation, Imtiaz Rashid Qureshi, and his father Abdul Rashid Qureshi, both Supreme Court lawyers. At Shadman Chowk, bright white candles were lit as the sun set in the distant and the grey light of dusk fell upon the city and gave it its distinctive colour. Established and aspiring artists rose up to sing traditional Punjabi folk songs and verses in memory of the revolutionaries. Bhagat Singh was designated not only a martyr of India but of the whole subcontinent. In a telephone interview given to the Times of India, Imtiaz Qureshi explained, "We too have every right over the memory of Bhagat Singh as the freedom fighter was not only born in Pakistan, but had spent most of the time of his short but meaningful life at Lahore. We see him as an icon of struggle." He said about his objective, "We want Bhagat Singh to be treated as a freedom fighter in Pakistan and Shadman Chowk should be named after him." He saw nothing incongruous in the fact that Bhagat was not a Muslim because, the founder of Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, had paid tributes to Bhagat Singh in Delhi Assembly on September 4, 1929, and Bhagat Singh is a hero to many Pakistanis. Imtiaz Qureshi was not content with just paying homage to Bhagat Singh. What he and his followers have been demanding for some years now, consistent with a claim raised a year earlier, is that Bhagat Singh be given the accolade of Nishani-Hader-7 so that he is declared a national martyr by the Pakistan government, that it issue a postage stamp in his name, that it put up a statue at Shadman Chowk which should be renamed as Bhagat Singh Chowk, and that there be an apology from the British Queen for the hanging of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. 8. Thus it is that, almost 100 years after the death of Bhagat Singh, two groups in Pakistan now want him declared a national hero. These are the Bhagat Singh Memorial Foundation and the Bhagat Singh Foundation Pakistan. On the 87th death anniversary of the freedom fighter on March 23, 2018, each group held separate functions at Shadman Chowk, where Bhagat Singh and his two comrades were allegedly hanged, under strict security arrangements. Each had participants pay glowing tributes to those they considered martyred by the state, as they had done in years past. In fact, there was even a telephone address from some relatives of Bhagat Singh from across the border in India that was arranged by the organizers. Such was their desire to rise above communal interests and support the cause of a non-sectarian, pluralistic, and egalitarian society, which they believed had been denied them as their birthright ever since they gained independence. The leaders of both organizations spoke similarly. Imtiaz Rashid, the chairman of BSMF, presented a resolution demanding the British Queen to tender an apology for hanging the three freedom fighters and compensate their families. He also demanded naming a road after Bhagat Singh and revising the Pakistani school curriculum to include a chapter on Bhagat Singh. For his part, Abdullah Malik, the president of BSFP, reminded the audience of how Bhagat Singh raised his voice against imperialism and that it was high time that the governments of both India and of Pakistan declare Bhagat Singh and his comrades national heroes. All this despite the fact that these proposals are strenuously opposed by the Harmat-ur-Rasool, a sister organization of Jamaat-ud-Dawa, led by the mastermind of the Mumbai terror attack, Hafiz Saeed. 9 When plans to rename Shadman Chowk as Bhagat Singh Chowk were aborted in 2012, Britain's Daily Mail reported that Shadman Chowk stands on the spot that marks the execution ground of the Lahore Central Jail. 10 This is not quite true. Shadman Chowk is strictly speaking part of the Shadman area and was indeed previously more accurately known as Fawara Chowk. This is located today in the area known as Government Officer Residence, on an old site where the female penitentiary once existed, but where the Fatima Memorial Hospital today stands. It is about a kilometer's distance from where an old lunatic asylum stood, though it has now been replaced by the Institute of Mental Health. In front of the entire GOP area is an old watercourse some 70 m wide, which can be traversed by a bridge. That is where the vast complex of the Lahore Central Jail once stood, in an area of about a square kilometer, close to Shadman Gardens. This is where the Shadman Market is presently located, some 300 kilometers from Fawara Chowk, more recently called Shadman Chowk. Thus, whereas Shadman Market is north of the water channel, Shadman Chowk is to the south of it. 12. Colonialism's racial caste. In this way, the pre-independence past continues to assert itself, so much so that courts of law are even now involved in remedying colonialism's worst excesses. On February 3, 2016, some 3/4 of a century after Bhagat Singh and his comrades were hanged, the Lahore High Court in Pakistan was presented with a petition. Its purpose was to prove the innocence of this much-neglected freedom fighter, whose shadow lurked in the faded memories of all those who lived during the pre-independence years and even immediately thereafter. The monumental news was excitedly reported on the Indian side of the border a week before the event on January 31, 2016, by NDTV, the Indian news channel. It explained how Chief Justice Ijaz-ul Ahsan had constituted a bench headed by Khalid Mahmood Khan. In fact, unknown to the public at large on both sides of the Indo-Pak border, interest in Bhagat Singh appears to have been long-standing in Pakistan because in May 2013 the petition had been heard by Shujat Ali Khan, and it was he who had then referred the matter to the Chief Justice so that it could be heard by a larger bench. Thereafter, Advocate Imtiaz Rashid Qureshi, as chairman of the Bhagat Singh Memorial Foundation, filed a plea for the matter to be expedited in November 2013. It was shortly after the filing of this petition that the Lahore police in 2014 provided the copy of the first information report 1 on the killing of Saunders in 1928 to the petitioner on the court's order 2, which showed that when the FIR was registered at the Anarkali police station in Lahore on December 17, 1928 at 4:30 p.m., it referred to only 2 unknown gunmen and made no reference to Bhagat Singh by name, for which a case against them was registered under sections 302, 1201 and 109 of the Indian Penal Code. However, this is not to say that Bhagat did not commit the atrocity together with his accomplices. Such is the commitment to the cause of Bhagat Singh and what he stood for that in Pakistan the advocate Imtiaz Rashid Qureshi has latched on to the fact that given that the initial FIR, by which prosecutions are first initiated in the Indian subcontinent, did not mention the 3 accused, Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev, cannot be shown to have committed the murder of Saunders and should be exonerated. When Qureshi procured a copy of the FIR in mid-2019, it was widely reported that it could form the basis of proof that Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev were innocent of the murder of Saunders. 3 Yet, nothing can be more misconceived. Bhagat Singh was not innocent of the crime of killing Saunders. He and his colleagues admitted they shot and killed Saunders. It was the trial that was contrary to every canon of natural justice and due process and begs questions with its material irregularities. These included trying the accused without ensuring his attendance in court while he remained confined in detention. It included doing so in the absence of proper legal representation. It involved removing 2 of the 3 panel judges within a month of a special tribunal being established so that only one judge heard all of the evidence from beginning to end. And it involved the passing of a sentence of death without cross-examination of the 450 state witnesses arraigned by the state. Bhagat Singh and Dud had both been identified by Sir Sobha Singh, then a member of the Legislative Assembly and the grandfather of the noted Indian writer and journalist, Khushwant Singh, as the pair who had thrown the smoke bombs in the legislative chamber in Delhi. So the real issue is not that the initial FIR referred to 2 unknown gunmen and not to Bhagat Singh and his 2 companions, but the rampant coercive colonial violence of his trial. This was structural violence because it was based on the Lahore Ordinance 3 of 1930, passed by the Governor-General and Viceroy of the time, Lord Irwin. The fact that the special tribunal set up for the trial disappeared into thin air suggested that it was an execution court. Its only purpose was to ensure that Bhagat Singh and his 2 colleagues, Sukhdev and Rajguru, were not spared. The rule of law, the much vaunted edifice of the English common law eulogized so heavily by its judges down the ages, was a chimera. It was a charade. The violence of the special tribunal was not just structural. It was also actual. If there was any doubt left that the trial was taking place outside the established canons of the rule of law, it was dispelled by the vicious bouts and acts of actual violence meted out to the accused by police officers both in the courtroom and outside it. It is an illustration of what Radhika Singha has described as the racially structured legal jurisdiction in colonial India. 4 As she points out, from the time of the East India Company, courts in India were conspicuously lacking in any of the forms which dignified the proceedings of English courts. In the circumstances, race shaped the way in which judicial and magisterial authority were communicated. The result was that he British magistrate or judge occupied his office as a white ruler. 5 The racial caste of magisterial authority 6 permeated all legal proceedings. And Bhagat Singh fell victim to such a system. The irony for Bhagat Singh is that he could have lived. After the assassination of J.P. Saunders on December 17, 1928, Bhagat Singh had successfully escaped the scene of the crime. The police had no leads on him. He would not have been identified. However, he invited arrest by himself, plastering notices of the killing across the city of Lahore, signed off in his own handwriting, and claiming that by this act the death of Lala Lajpat Rai had been avenged. He would not have been caught had it not been for the fact that, Not only did he then go on to take part in the Delhi Assembly bomb case on April 8, 1929, but he also willingly chose to give himself up so that at the trial he could denounce the government by making an open speech before the judge. The trial over the Delhi Assembly bomb case began before Magistrate R.B. Poole on May 7, 1929, but it was on June 6, 1929 that he made his historic courtroom statement. Although the statement was suppressed, it leaked into the public domain quite quickly, so that when on June 12, 1929 the Delhi Sessions Judge, Justice Leonard Middleton, gave his judgment sentencing both Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dude, his statement intended to make the deaf hear and call for revolution because revolution is an alienable right of mankind was well known to all. In hindsight, this is hardly surprising, given that even as Bhagat Singh hurled down the smoke bombs from the balcony, he had shouted out, together with B.K. Dude, who accompanied him, the slogan Inquilab Zindabad. The phrase means long live the revolution. Inquilab Zindabad was a slogan coined by the Urdu poet and Indian freedom fighter Maulana Hazrat, who was a founder of the Indian Communist Party in 1921. The adage was popularized, however, by Bhagat Singh through its repeated invocation in his speeches and writings. The Hindustan Socialist Republican Association adopted it as its official mantra, as did the All India Azad Muslim Conference. Thereafter, it served as a motto for the Indian independence movement. Today, it is even used in India as a catchphrase in the fight against bigotry and injustice. The crack of the explosion from the smoke bomb split the air, sending those nearby screaming and scrambling for cover. It was the desired effect the two revolutionaries had aimed for. Fear and panic flooded the chamber. What flooded India was the light of humanity. It is this light which the rest of this book must now explore. Part 3. A Life in Revolution. Tum se peli jo iksha, hs yahan tak nashin tha. USSKOB apni kuda hon pe itna hi yakin tha. Before you also, there were others. Who sat on the seat of governance. And who thought they would rule forever. And whose vanity brought them down. Habib Jalib. 13. 1919, The Lahore File. In the Lahore archives, there lies a large file stamped as secret. It was written in the immediate aftermath of the Amritsar massacre 1919 and followed the unrest in Punjab at the time. 1 On May 28, 1919, Chief Secretary to the Government of Punjab J.P. Thompson wrote on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor of Punjab to all the Commissioners and Deputy Commissioners of Punjab, asking them to report on the immediate causes of the outbreak in the districts where outbreaks actually occurred. 2 This was particularly because the introduction of martial law was a novel experiment in this country, and in examining the method in which it has been administered, there should be no hesitation in drawing attention to what actual experience has shown to be unnecessary or undesirable. After all, prompt action of the military authorities checked the spread of disorder and in all probability saved the province from a state of temporary anarchy. 3 On this basis, what the Lieutenant Governor of Punjab now desired was that the commissioners of Jalandhar, Ambala and Lahore divisions, together with the political agents of the Fulkan states and the Bahawalpur Agency, submit brief reports on the recent disturbances so far as they have affected the states in the agencies. 4. The most striking report sent to the Lieutenant Governor in this file is by the Lahore Commissioner. What he wishes to point out is a very necessary result of the lesson that India is not different from the India of 1857 but the same. This is quite a remarkable statement to make in 1919. More than half a century had gone by since the East India Company was replaced after the so-called Indian Mutiny of 1857 by direct rule from London. In its aftermath, an ironclad system of control and administration had been imposed. Yet, what the Lahore report now seemed to suggest was that this had been to no avail because, after the unrest of 1919, there is one effect which every Englishman feels in his bones, and that is that there is a change in his feeling towards the native of India. So much so that, he now realizes that East is East and West is West. The conviction of this belief arose from the fact that both the educated classes and the townsfolk have shown their hands. They have at once shown to the Englishman that he is in a land of an inferior civilization, among a people which has not yet advanced beyond medievalism. This alleged realization by the Englishman was significant because any time he may have to treat them as enemies, and that is idle to refuse to look facts in the face and to pretend that the situation remains unaltered. The inference that the commissioner in Lahore drew from this assessment was that his reflections will inevitably weaken the English official's enthusiasm, and will incline him to leave the country at the earliest opportunity. 5 What is manifestly plain from this report is a clear recognition by the British administration that the 1919 insurgency was no different from the First War of Indian Independence in 1857. This was despite the fact that in 1919 they still had the loyal attitude of the troops, and the fact that the disaffected elements were not those from which the recruits were drawn. 6 In fact, it was openly accepted that it is curious that firearms were never used by the rebels. 7. The secret report from the Amritsar district on the disturbances in Amritsar in 1919 was no different from the one on Lahore, when it recognized that although the plots against the British government in India had been detected and suppressed, what they successfully managed to do was that they made men's minds familiar with the possibility of that government being overthrown. It was almost as if a red line had been passed, and the Rubicon had been crossed, to the point of no return. The view from Amritsar was that the great herd of the people had, so to speak, their heads up, and when they have their heads up it is not far to a stampede. 8 4 Clear sources could be identified in the reports for this concern. First, there was the First World War from 1914 to 1918, which culminated with the armistice in November 1918. The Amritsar report acknowledged that during these years the confidence of the people in the established order of things had been shaken, so that they were daily assailed with rumors pointing to the defeat of the British arms, and no rumor was too wild to be believed. 9 Second, there was the concern of the Mussulman of India for the plight of the Sultan, Mehmed VI of Turkey, who feared he would be deposed after the First World War, so that what the government of India faced at home were the religious troubles arising from the fact that for 4 years the British Empire has been fighting the commander of the faithful, and for the most loyal Mussulman that is an uncomfortable and distressing position. Moreover, this feeling was aggravated by the general belief that the British government had instigated a puppet in the shape of the King of the Hijaz to rise against the lawful authority of the Khalifa. 10 There were therefore strong religious undercurrents which risked lighting the fuse of fire, which is why the report records that the penultimate stage of the agitation may be said to date from January 31, when a meeting was held to protest about the future of Constantinople. 11 Third, there was the economic hardship that the ordinary person was having to endure, which raised the very real specter of an insurrection. At the end of the Great War, the common people, and above all the lower middle class, were being hard hit by the rise in prices, and a large part of the urban population was suffering want, and there is nothing which better prepares the ground for revolution. 12 In fact, it was not just the ordinary person, because the commercial classes were irritated by taxation which they were not used to. 13 Fourth, it was said that all this must be added the reaction after the armistice, and what was meant by this was that long as the war went on, people could and did accept their discomforts as a natural consequence, and hope for the end. But when the end came and the victory had been celebrated, nothing seemed to happen. So now, prices and taxes were as high as ever, and it is no wonder that discontent grew into an angry bewilderment as to whether after all the people were not being tricked and government was not for some obscure motive at the bottom of all their troubles. 14. All in all, therefore, the cumulative effect of these 4 different sources of discontent was that a soil was thus prepared to receive the seed by agitation which was focused round the Rowlatt Act, the future of Turkey. 15 The Rowlatt Act was significant because it recommended the continuation of repressive measures such as limiting the right to a jury trial in the case of certain political offences, and the suspension of habeas corpus through a provision that suspects might be detained because they were suspected of sedition. 16 It was as a consequence of such measures that the nationalist Lala Lajpat Rai was assaulted during a protest march in October 1928. When he died in hospital, his death at the hands of the Punjab police gave rise to a new round political violence 17 in which Bhagat Singh set out to avenge his death by wrongly firing upon J.P. Saunders in December 1928. There is, however, a fifth reason which the 1919 secret report does not expressly cite. It is readily discernible from a closer analysis of the text. The increased repression and accompanying economic hardships of the time were bringing people of different faiths together in Punjab in a way that threatened to upset British rule in the province and which they wished to prevent. The British viewed their coming together with foreboding. As the meetings began to take place, his speeches at these gatherings were couched in a higher and higher key. No opportunity was lost of blaming government for economic conditions and of alarming the people with the terms of the Rowlatt Bill, and there is no doubt that these inflammatory utterances began to influence the minds of the masses, imbuing them with the feeling that their sufferings were the direct result of the British Raj. 18 Amid such turmoil, what actually gave the authorities a real cause for concern was that at the same time there may be seen a quiet and persistent attempt to bring Muhammadans into line with an agitation that was in its source Hindu. We find Hindus attending Muhammadan meetings and Muhammadans given the places of prominence in the general meetings, the chief link between the two being always found in the person of Dr. Saifuddin Kichlu. 19. Against this background, one should not forget that the local Congress Party committee was founded in Amritsar only 2 years earlier in October 1917, expressly with the object of uniting Hindus and Musulmans in political action, so that it was not too difficult to see how the fact that the next meeting of the All India Congress was to be held in Amritsar thereafter became undoubtedly a contributory cause to the agitation in 1919.20. Remarkably, there was still no risk of impending mob violence. What was threatened was civil disobedience. It was for this reason that the government of the day had to find more insidious ways of dealing with what it saw as a threat to its authority. All along there was no risk of violence nor was anyone threatened. What it was having to deal with was passive resistance. For the government, the situation had however begun to take a threatening aspect. It was not that any immediate violence was apprehended. On the contrary, the policy of the brains behind the movement appeared to be directed in the opposite direction. It seemed their intention to avoid any collision with authority which would justify armed intervention and to train the crowd with a view to some collective form of passive disobedience to authority. 21. To their horror, the Muslims and Hindus of Punjab did come together when, and the evening of April 9, the festival of Ram Navami was observed. An important feature of this was the fact that although it is a purely Hindu festival, it was celebrated by Muhammadans and Hindus alike. Water was provided by Muhammadans and drunk from their hands by Hindus, although, it is true, in silver vessels. And as the procession passed, the cries raised were, in place of those giving honor to the Hindu deities, the political shouts of Hindu Musulman ki Jai. 22. What is surprising but fully acknowledged by the authorities is that at the same time there was little sign of active hostility to government and none of the hostility to Europeans as such. The deputy commissioner by accident was caught in the crowd and witnessed the procession unguarded from the veranda of the Allahabad Bank. 23. There was accordingly no threat to public security or a risk of public disorder. The Muslims and Hindus of Punjab planned to make common cause in their shared concern over the plight of their respective people. Despite this, and his return from the procession at about 7:30 p.m., the deputy commissioner received the order of government that Drs. Kichlu and Satyapal were to be escorted quietly to Dharmsala. 24. This was an unnecessary act of deliberate government provocation. It risked the situation immediately deteriorating. The government authorities would have known that the deportation out of Punjab of these two leaders could goad an entirely peaceful gathering of people into agitation. Even then, however, his situation as it presented itself did not seem to argue any serious results as likely to arise from the arrests, because here had been no signs of enmity to Europeans as such. During the Hartal of the Proceding Sunday, Europeans had been walking about among the crowd quite unmolested. So remote was the risk of impending violence that the authorities' settled view was that what was considered a more likely occurrence was that an attempt might be made to rescue the deportees on the way, and to meet this danger the deputy commissioner asked Mr. Rehill, the superintendent of police, the only responsible officer who knew the way, to accompany the escort. 25 The authorities did not stop there. The colonial authorities continued to push their luck. Not content to let matters rest there, as regards Amritsar, it was decided that no crowd should be allowed to cross the railway line, and 3 European magistrates were detailed to the 3 main crossings, and on the following morning received written orders to the effect that any crowd attempting to cross the line was to be dealt with as an unlawful assembly. So the ordinary people of Punjab were criminalized at the stroke of a pen as participating in an unlawful assembly, even if they only wished to go to the railway line, while Drs Kichlu and Satyapal were escorted to the Ramshala some 200 km way. Therefore, it is plain to see from this how the law was inducted, and the courts used, in the installation and execution of a framework of coercive colonial legalism. If these 1919 secret reports are anything to go by, it is clear that as early as the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, British officials in Lahore believed that their time in India was up. They were aware that the uneasy hold on India of the 4 years of the First World War was slipping out of their hands. They were also aware that the Muslims and Hindus of Punjab were coming together to protest against the economic and political hardships of the time that continued unabated well after the Great War. The response of the Raj was to pass the Rowlatt Act in February 1919, through the legislature of the Imperial Legislative Council, which made it possible for the courts to try political cases in the absence of a jury and allowed the internment of suspects without trial, in much the same way as the Guantanamo Bay has functioned today in Cuba under American control in the ill-fated War on Terror. 14. 1919, Rowlatt Act. This wider political background of the unfolding decade of the 1920s is often not entirely grasped. As Durbagosh makes clear, the year 1919 marked the formal end of the First World War and provided an opportunity to the British government in India to defuse radical and militant Indian nationalists who had challenged colonial rule through acts of political violence. But the fact is this opportunity was squandered. The British government passed the Government of India Act 1919 immediately after the war to privilege Indian elites who were politically moderate by creating a road map to allow Indians the ability to eventually govern themselves, but with British supervision, and this ran in tandem with the continuation of repressive legislation through the recommendations of the Rowlatt Commission too, which in turn led to the so-called Rowlatt Act. This was the chillingly worded Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act, designed to curb the impact of radicals and militants by restricting, in respect of political crimes, the right to trial by jury and the abeyance, for seditious offences, of habeas corpus. The combined effect of these provisions was to ensure the incarceration and eventual trial by a judge alone of an accused. The impetus to this lay in the habits developed during the First World War, which proved difficult to relinquish. Just 4 days after the Great War broke out, on August 8, 1914, the British government passed the Defence of the Realm Act 19143. It allowed the government to acquire wide-ranging emergency powers, from being able to requisition buildings for the war effort to creating new criminal offences by passing regulations. Dora paved the way for the most draconian censorship, as the government embarked on a concerted program of authoritarian social control. This is clear from the words in the regulation that, no person shall by way of mouth or in writing spread reports likely to cause disaffection or alarm among any of His Majesty's forces or among the civilian population, for causing well-known figures such as Bertrand Russell and John William Muir to be incarcerated with impunity. To mirror these developments in India, the Defence of India Act 1915 was passed in the first year of the Great War to introduce measures under which all those who posed a threat to the security of the state could be detained while it was engaged in war. Yet, when the Great War ended, all these powers were retained in the United Kingdom. In India, the Rowlatt Commission recommended that these measures be carried forward into peacetime by the Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act, even though the 1915 Act was decidedly a temporary measure designed specifically for the exigency of war, when the state had to resort to emergency powers in order to preserve and safeguard itself. As a preventative piece of legislation, it allowed the arbitrary internment and detention of a range of actors from members of opposition political parties to revolutionaries, and from Germans to terrorists. Like the UK Act, for which the extension was repeatedly renewed, the Indian Act met with the same fate. In India, however, it was the unabated threat of revolutionary terrorism which was used as the justification for the extension of temporary executive powers with an eye to put them on a more permanent footing. In December 1917, the colonial government authorized the formation of a commission, headed by Sir Sidney Rowlatt, to investigate and report on the nature of the criminal conspiracies connected with the revolutionary movement in India and to advise as to the legislations, if any, necessary to enable the government to deal effectively with them. 5 Less than 6 months later, in April 1918, the Rowlatt Report was published, despite the fact that the formal cessation of hostilities in Europe was still to occur and the Defence of India Act 1915 was still extant. Durbagosh remarks that at his peculiar timing and logic, producing the language and rationale for a permanent executive order was something which was fueled by the anxiety of what might happen to the colonial government if it lost its executive privileges to detain suspects on suspicion of sedition as it did in a time of emergency. Yet, as she is careful to point out, there was no immediate threat of emergency except by the circular reasoning that the lack of repressive measures might potentially cause the government to face a political emergency. 7 Nevertheless, there is no escaping the fact that it is demonstrable that the presence of the revolutionaries on the political landscape during these crucial interwar years strengthened the anti-colonial front, even as they tested and ultimately redefined the policy of nonviolence. 8. By 1925, just 5 years after the anti-Rowlatt protest, the colonial government enacted a series of emergency ordinances and legislative acts that authorized police and intelligence officials in India to arrest and detain suspected terrorists, revolutionaries, and violent dissidents and try them in special courts. Yet, the Repressive Laws Committee had strongly recommended in 1921 the repeal of all regulations authorizing executive detention. It was headed by the political moderate, Tej Bahadur Supru, and it was obviously perfectly aware of the risks of not doing so at the time of the anti-Rowlatt protests taking place in Punjab. The decision to doggedly proceed nonetheless with draconian coercive legal measures where, as Durbagosh puts it, the language and logic of this new legislation drew substantially from the terms of the Defence of India Act of 1915 and the Rowlatt Act 9 was nothing short of an incitement to violence by the colonial government. This is clear from the death of Lala Lajpat Rai, who was protesting against the Simon Commission in Lahore in 1928. In 1919, the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms led to the passing of the Government of India Act 1919. This introduced governance by diarchy in India, which consisted of double government. This was done by dividing the executive branch of each provincial government into 2 tiers. The first consisted of executive councillors appointed by the Crown. This was just as it had always been before. It was the undemocratic tier of governance. The second consisted of ministers chosen by the governor from the elected members of the provincial legislature. This second tier had some semblance of democratic legitimacy. This system of diarchy was opposed by Indian nationalist leaders. The Act, however, contained a provision for the appointment of a commission after 10 years to investigate, and report upon, the progress of constitutional reforms, with a view to making further reforms, but such a review was not due until 1929. However, at home in the United Kingdom, the Conservative government of Stanley Baldwin was about to lose the upcoming elections to the Labour Party. This was headed by Clement Attlee. It therefore acted early in 1927 to appoint the Indian Statutory Commission, more popularly known as the Simon Commission, headed by the distinguished Liberal lawyer, Sir John Allsbrook Simon. Its purpose was to delay and forestall further constitutional reform. Consisting of 7 British MPs, one of whom was Clement Attlee, it arrived in British India in 1928. It was almost immediately met by stormy opposition by Indian nationalist leaders, when it arrived in Bombay on February 3, 1928. The Simon Commission did not contain a single Indian member, though it was to determine the future of India. The Indian National Congress boycotted it and Muhammad Ali Jinnah led a faction of the Muslim League against it. On October 30, 1928, when the commission arrived in Lahore, it was met by a demonstration led by the Indian nationalist leader, Lala Lajpat Rai, waving black flags, who had already in February 1928 moved a resolution in the Punjab Legislative Assembly against the commission. The local police, in an effort to make way for the commission, began beating the protesters. Lala Lajpat Rai suffered head injuries and died 2 weeks later, and it was his death that Bhagat Singh set out to avenge when he mistakenly assassinated J.P. Saunders instead of his superior, J.A. Scott, the superintendent of police in charge of controlling the crowd in Lahore at the time of the arrival of the Simon Commission. The Simon Commission went on to publish a 2-volume report in May 1930 proposing provincial autonomy for India but rejecting central parliamentary responsibility in Delhi, through a federated arrangement, whereby the British Crown would retain direct contact with the Indian states. In fact, it sowed the seeds for the eventual partition of India. This is why when the Government of India Act 1935 was passed, its call for responsible government was directed to the provinces and not to the centre. It is noteworthy that by 1934 Attlee himself had become committed to the cause of Indian independence. He did not think Britain could provide India with the constitutional reforms it needed. It should have, he believed, dominion status within the British Empire. As Prime Minister he eventually saw India gain independence, but at a grave cost to India itself. 15. Colonialism's civilizing mission. In the background, unnoticed by many, the British government was continuing with its civilizing mission all along. It is how the imperial masters understood its colonized peoples. The trial and execution of Bhagat Singh in 1931 is an example of legal historiography of colonial violence which arises from this so-called civilizing mission. Kim Wagner, a scholar of the history of colonial India and the British Empire, has recently described how a growing body of scholarship has explored the role of colonial violence, both epistemic and physical, as an intrinsic aspect of British and European imperialism. However, Wagner maintains, the insights provided by such studies have yet to make much of an inroad in conventional historiography of the empire. His work thus sets out to examine the violence at the heart of British colonial counterinsurgency during the high point of Empire I instead of merely settler violence on which much has been written. Yet if this shortcoming is true of conventional historiography, it is doubly true of the legal historiography of the British Empire in India. The Lahore conspiracy case and the trial of Bhagat Singh are cases in point. In fact, the backdrop to Wagner's valuable study is precisely that in the last few years the subject of colonial violence has come to the fore in debates on the legacies of the British Empire, with a range of lawsuits and calls for formal apologies and reparation. The purpose of this discussion is to demonstrate that the execution of Bhagat Singh falls squarely within this milieu. Indeed, there can scarcely be a more deserving case. Thus, Wagner has explained how British knowledge and understanding of the people they fought throughout the empire was invariably shaped by the colonial ideologies and racial hierarchies' impact in the civilizing mission and central to the imperial experience. 3. It is worth observing here, however, that what was instrumental in this civilizing mission and colonial experience was an elaborate artifice of the law and judicial administration. It is this which, I would suggest here, is the source of the development of law as a form of coercive colonial legalism. He goes on to explain that the instruction of the enemy as uncivilized, savage, or fanatic had severe implications for the conduct of what became known as savage warfare. It dictated and justified techniques of violence that were by the same token considered unacceptable in conflicts between so-called civilized nations. By this standard, a trial that would have been deemed utterly unacceptable and repugnant in Britain was considered to be justified in the execution of Bhagat Singh and was in fact so endorsed by the UK Privy Council in 1931-4 despite there being no right of appeal in India for a man who was condemned to death by hanging on the gallows. To justify this differential treatment, colonial imperial doctrine and practice relied on cultural knowledge. But as Wagner explains, cultural knowledge was not simply a facet of imperialism, it was an organizing principle underwriting the rule of colonial difference according to which uncivilized people had to be treated by different standards. It was in this way that the rule of colonial difference informed savage warfare at every level during the high point of empire. Bhagat Singh's trial took place at a time when that high point was under sustained challenge in India and was in fact very much beginning to creak. This is why colonial people had to be treated differently, such that from the sordid everyday beatings or rape of laborers and servants, to the exemplary execution and spectacular massacres of rebels, whether routine or exceptional, colonial violence relied on the same logic of difference, insisting that brute force was the only language natives understood. 5 Mark Kondos too has recently explained how colonial power in British India was consolidated through colonial terror and that the Amritsar massacre of 1919 could be read as the ultimate expression of colonial power, because what could be more evocative of the brute strength of colonial domination than the ability to inflict such devastating and indiscriminate slaughter upon its own subjects. 6. It was the construction of a rule of colonial difference, with its concomitant reliance on ferocious violence, which also informed colonial penal policy. This is clear from a distinguished historian of the British Indian Empire, Taylor Sherman, who has analyzed the study of colonial penal practices across the world. 7 She observes that the first generation of research focused narrowly on imprisonment. 8 A second generation of such studies, emerging only since around 2004, focused on capital and corporal punishment as well as policing and the courts. Interestingly, this also included research on the way indigenous people also experienced and interpreted their punishments. A third generation of scholarly study is now needed, however, to develop a new focus for the study of colonial punishment, she argues, and one which views colonial coercive techniques as part of imperial coercive networks. 9 This book hopes to be part of that endeavor, focusing as it does on the imperial technique of coercive colonial laws which led to the improper hanging of Bhagat Singh. The coercive colonial legalism arose because, as Taylor Sherman explained in an earlier work, of the changed political circumstances of the 1930s. This meant that while the 1920s witnessed a short period of moderate political liberalization, the early 1930s saw a reversal of this trend as the colonial regime cracked down on both a second nationalist civil disobedience campaign and violent revolutionary activities. With the revival of the activities of small groups of revolutionaries in colonial India, these groups were called terrorists in the 1930s. 10. 16. 1920, Lal Bal Pal. Long before Gandhi had made a political impact on the Indian liberation struggle, it was Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Bipin Chandra Pal and Lala Lajpat Rai who, having laid the bedrock for muscular and uncompromising nationalism, propelled themselves into the national consciousness as the triad of Bal Pal Lal within the Congress Party, thus establishing the roots of its radicalization. Today the names of Bal Pal Lal are all but forgotten, even in the Indian subcontinent. Yet in their time, these three were a force to contend with. It was they who turned the Congress Party from a pro-government to an anti-government force. Although Gandhi had assumed leadership of the Congress Party in 1920, from where he would call for non-cooperation with the British even after the Jallianwala Bagh massacre in Amritsar in 1919, Lajpat Rai in Lahore would have none of it. He was much more popular than Gandhi in Punjab. Thereafter, although he grudgingly went along with Mahatma Gandhi's non-cooperation program for the 2 years that it lasted, he was convinced that as an ideology it would fail. In February 1922, after policemen shot down 25 protesters in Sri Sri in Uttar Pradesh, he demanded that Gandhi renounce this strategy altogether. Not unnaturally, given the stance that these three militant nationalists adopted, they were regarded within the Congress Party as extremists. The epithet was not inaccurate for, unlike the rest of the Congress Party who believed in sharing power with the British, these three stood for complete autonomy for India within the empire. Such was their transformative impact that prior to their arrival on the scene the Indian National Congress was widely known to be a pro-empire party with an abiding belief in benign colonialism. So great was Lala Lajpat Rai's influence in his demand for dignity from the colonial government that he inspired 2 generations of Indians. He was content to fight on without the assurance of a seat in government, which is not what one could say of many of the others in the Congress Party of 1905. This emboldened him to speak truth to power. The government, he declared, lacked credibility in its claim of preparing Indians for self-rule, if it was also at the same time passing repressive measures like the Rowlatt Act to stifle dissent. This reeked of humbug. In his calling out the government in this manner, which many in the Congress Party regarded to be intemperate, he was joined by Bipin Chandra Pal from Bengal and Bal Gangadhar Tilak from Maharashtra. All 3 chided the Congress Party for lacking any dignity. When he was struck in the Lathi charge by Superintendent Scott in Lahore, he was 63 years old. He recovered despite his injuries and even held some public meetings, in which he scorned the colonial government's intransigence in opposing the will of the Indian people. However, a fortnight later he fell ill again. 2 days later he was dead. Whether it was death due to natural causes or whether he had a heart attack or whether he was still suffering from the long-drawn effects of the Lathi blow is not known. Nor did it matter. It was enough that he had been so brutally assaulted that he died. Lajpat Rai's death at the hands of the police helped to shatter the fallacy of benign colonialism once and for all. Bhagat Singh, who saw him as his mentor, moved to take revenge. Alongside the nationwide non-cooperation movement and Khilafat movement between 1920 and 1922, the continued existence of the revolutionary terrorist movement, from the middle of the 1920s onwards, showed that anti-colonial sentiment was widespread in India. Moreover, perhaps more alarmingly for British officials, revolutionary terrorists were drawing on global trends and were connected to international radical movements. In 1922, the Interdepartmental Committee on Eastern Unrest had already been convened in London to survey the threats the British Empire faced from Indian, Turkish, and Egyptian nationalists, the Pan-Islamic movement, Bolshevik activities, and Indian revolutionaries in Europe, America and Asia. The committee brought together the Foreign Office, the War Office, the Colonial Office and the India Office to coordinate a response to transnational anti-colonial movements that connected different regions, such as the Indian revolutionary movements, which had a following in Bengal, Punjab, the United Provinces, Central Provinces, and further afield in London, Berlin, Paris and Moscow. 1. Daniel Elam remarks on how Bhagat Singh borrowed from the writings of the Russian-born anarchist, Emma Goldman, which she discovered in his possession when she visited him in Lahore jail cell at the end of March 1931. Bhagat Singh's writings on anarchism reflect a direct engagement with Emma Goldman's writing, writes Elam. This engagement is so direct that in a serial essay on anarchism, published in Lahore in 1928, he uses Goldman's definition of anarchism verbatim: anarchism, the philosophy of a new social order based on liberty unrestricted by man-made law, the theory that all forms of government rest on violence, and are therefore wrong and harmful, as well as unnecessary. 2 There is in fact a strong link between the triumph of the Russian Revolution and the early revolutionary fervor of the 1920s. It is often overlooked in India, but it had a dramatic effect on the young armed freedom fighters there, just as it did pretty much everywhere else. What the success of the Russian Revolution did was to infuse the young revolutionaries with an unshakable confidence that they too could overcome imperialism and throw off the foreign yoke, that there was a new social and economic vision to embrace which could be the foundation of an independent India, and that the adoption of Marxist and communist principles was the way to achieve it. Indeed, it was all too easily overlooked by many in the West that October 2017 was in fact the centenary of the October Revolution in 1917, which ushered in the era of communism. Back then, it had been shocking to see how quickly the storming of the Winter Palace led to the seizure of power and the world's first workers' state. It is easy to forget today how quickly it transformed a country of oppressed peasantry into an industrial giant, eliminating poverty, establishing free healthcare, free education, subsidized housing, and a commitment to guaranteeing employment, such that almost every third world country had intellectuals rushing to embrace it in the rise to an international movement for socialism. Bhagat Singh was one such person. In fact, in just under half a century, over a third of humanity fell under socialist rule. The Great Depression of the 1930s left it largely unaffected, even though the Soviet Union was still less than 2 decades old, as it raced forward in industrial production at astronomical speed while also ensuring that agricultural production was not left behind. Hunger became a thing of the past. A universal right to education was established even at secondary level. Healthcare was available to all. In fact, Russia became the first country to send a man into outer space. Soviet athletes easily competed with the best from the advanced capitalist economies of the West with distinctive success. We have forgotten today how it was that by the 1960s the Soviet Union was doing better by most human development indices than their Western capitalist counterparts. Today, we know only of Putin's Russia. A Russia that wages war with the intensity of ferocious medieval barbarity in the Ukraine. A Russia which makes it possible in March 2022 for the Washington Post to write of how, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a seismic event, perhaps the most significant one in international life since the fall of the Berlin Wall. This war marks the end of an age 3, but it is as well to remember that there was another Russian age. One that inspired the developing world. Those who lived through that earlier period, however, only remember too well that in those heady days long before the fall of the Iron Curtain in 1991, it had indeed seemed that a wide-ranging European revolution would follow hot on the heels of the October Revolution. It was for this reason that in the 1920s and 1930s, as McLean notes, revolutionaries of the HSRA were motivated by socialist ideologies and methodologies of dissent in Russia and Ireland. They aspired to free India from foreign domination as the first step towards the larger goal of creating an equitable society. As such, they were deeply engaged in the nationalist enterprise even as they embraced different strategies and have their eye on a larger goal. 17. 1922, Sri Shri. Indian revolutionaries got their chance to show their mettle with the violent Sri Shri incident in what is now Uttar Pradesh. It began on February 2, 1922. Large numbers of volunteers were participating in a protest against high food prices. Although led by a retired army soldier, Bhagwan, it was part of Gandhi's non-cooperation movement. When this happened, the police not only beat them back but also arrested several of their leaders and locked them up at the Sri Shri police station. On February 4, 2 days later, protesters set out to demonstrate against police brutality at the local marketplace. They ended up clashing with the police, who fired on them. Angry rioters soon attacked the police station and set fire to it. Not only were 3 civilians killed, but 23 policemen were also burnt alive in the police station. Ever the one to appease British sentiments, Mahatma Gandhi called off the non-cooperation movement a week later on February 12, 1922. In doing so, he consulted no one in the executive committee of the Congress Party and he ascertained no facts as to what exactly happened. Many in the Congress Party felt deceived and abandoned. To call off the non-cooperation movement just as it was beginning to bear fruit was unwarranted. As Professor Tim Murphy points out in his recent magnum opus O Many Nationalists, this was precisely the problem, that the means might stifle the end, and for some like the Bengal Congress leader, C.R. Das, this was a rejection of politics itself. In fact, the Times of India recently recounted of the Sri Shri incident that, the atrocity might have remained one unsavory event in the freedom struggle, had Gandhi not unilaterally called off the struggle because in doing so he had disavowed the peasants who rose up in his name. Indeed, it remained a terrible cautionary tale for him ever after. And yet, EU shared this stand because although Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Patel and Rajendra Prasad reluctantly went along, others like Chittaranjan Das and Motilal Nehru dissented because they felt let down. Perhaps, the magnitude of the betrayal felt was expressed most poetically by Lala Lajpat Rai in his lament, Our defeat is in proportion to the greatness of our leader too. Subhas Chandra Bose caustically observed how one could understand why Mahatma should have used the isolated incident at Sri Sri for strangling the movement all over the country. 3. In the words of Tim Murphy, for the moderates, Sri Sri showed how quickly open defiance of the Raj could collapse, and they were antagonized by Gandhi's failure to negotiate with its offers of reform. 4. Yet the shame of the Sri Sri incident lies forgotten in India today, even in relation to Gandhi himself. Gandhi's rescission of his campaign had another effect. It created a political vacuum. Many in the nonviolent resistance were so stunned and left so deeply aggrieved that they abandoned the nonviolent struggle altogether. New radical revolutionary movements moved in to fill the vacuum. These aimed to overthrow British rule by violent means. A paradox arose: the very leaders who were participants in the non-cooperation movement felt failed by it. They moved on to become leaders of a new revolutionary terror politics, when previously they had been ardent participants in Gandhi's non-cooperation movement. This not only demonstrates the extent of their disenchantment with nonviolent resistance but also emphasizes the importance of their kind of politics in India's freedom movement after the 1920s. Gandhian nonviolence is accredited with the march towards India's freedom, when this is just half the story. The other half remains unpalatable and unspoken of even today. It is that it was not just Sukhdev, Shiv Varma, Bhagwati Charan Vora and Jadav Kapoor, who had previously been passionate adherents of Gandhi's peaceful non-cooperation movement, who now rejected it. It was also others like Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, Surya Sen, Jatin Das, and Chandrasekhar Azad. All left the Congress party. Such was the speed with which India's revolutionary movements mushroomed that different organizations rose up across India. In the words of Kama MacLean, by the late 1920s, the small but powerful canon of martial heroes and nationalist models had been established, which provided a framework within which dissidents could aspire to challenge the Raj. 5. The most notable of these were in Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Bengal. The febrile atmosphere of the time is evocatively described by Moffat. He explains how across North India in the 1920s appeared a constellation of temporary safe houses, mobile bomb factories and shifting weapon holds, perpetually under threat of detection. 6. Elsewhere he writes how the 1920s are filled with incitement to rupture. 7. Bhagat Singh has come to epitomize that remembrance. This was not because he was hanged in Lahore jail on March 23, 1931, together with Rajguru and Sukhdev, when the schedule for his hanging was moved forward by 11 hours, much to everyone's shock. It is because his execution was not the first for the crime of conspiracy against the king, because throughout the early 1920s, the government of India prosecuted a number of interprovincial conspiracy cases against a range of insurgent groups who used political violence. Many of these cases involved revolutionary terrorists from Bengal, who had made links with their counterparts in other provinces. We forget today how truly young some of these people were. Many were barely out of their teens. There was the 19-year-old Khudiram Bose, who was hanged 112 years ago by the British government for his attack on the British magistrate Charles Kingsford, in which 2 British ladies were accidentally killed. His defense counsel argued that his compatriot Prafulla Chakki threw the bomb. Prafulla, who was older and much stronger, had immediately committed suicide. Khudiram was still sentenced to death. According to the Amrita Bazar Patrika, he walked to the gallows firmly and cheerfully and even smiled when the cap was drawn over his head. Pitambar Das wrote a song Akbar Bidai Damagur Ashi, which describes Khudiram saying goodbye to his mother before going to the gallows, a song almost every Bengali child has grown up listening. He was hanged in Muzaffarpur in Bihar. A jail still stands there named after him as Khudiram Bose Central Jail. If only the Lahore Central Jail had not been demolished in the mid-1960s, it would have been possible to do the same today. It would certainly have avoided all the legal wrangles that currently engulf Bhagat Singh Chowk at Shadman Chowk in Lahore. It is in this way that Bengali revolutionaries such as Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, Suchendranath Sanyal, Jatin Das, and members of the Anushalan Samiti came to be affiliated with the Hindustan Socialist Republican Army 8, an organization between underground groups in the United Provinces, Punjab, and Bengal to coordinate robberies, bombings and assassinations that alarmed government officials. Yet, the narrative of India's freedom struggle is skewed. To find a reason for this, one needs to go to the origins of the Indian independence struggle. This is when, as Maclean makes clear, the narratives of the Indian freedom struggle had been predominantly framed as a triumph for the Gandhian ideology of non-violence, and yet, as she points out, there is much evidence to suggest that the interwar years were marked by urgent discussions questioning its viability. 9 In fact, by the early 1920s, it was not clear whether Gandhi would continue to command nationalist action, or even be in a position to continue to steer the Indian National Congress within nonviolent parameters. 10 Following 1909, after he had written Hind Swaraj, much of Gandhi's thinking about nonviolence was framed as a dialogue with activists who favored violence as a means of political redress for the oppression of colonialism. There was no reason to believe, however, that his non-cooperation strategy would trump the creed of those who favored an armed revolt against the British Raj. The result was that, by the early 1920s, Gandhi had withdrawn from agitational politics, dismayed and disillusioned by the violent outbreaks that attended the non-cooperation movement. 11 Indeed, by February 1922, he had called off his non-cooperation movement completely. This is why, referring to Judith Brown, Maclean emphasizes, the degree to which Gandhi struggled to gain acceptance of nonviolence as Congress policy. 12 And yet, it remains the case to this day that historians have generally accounted for the centrality of nonviolence in the anti-colonial movement, and this is all because of the influence and determination of one extraordinary individual, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. 13 What this overlooks is that Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence was indicative of a political frailty on his part. In The Impossible Indian, Faisal Devji explains that Gandhi confessed many times during this period to his realization that the nonviolence adopted by the Congress in the past had been born of weakness, not strength. In fact, it was utterly ineffectual because it was merely passive resistance and had no transformative effect. Worse, it was counterproductive. In an interview to Reuters on May 5, 1947, Gandhi himself admitted that the lack of an armed struggle against the British had prevented the development of a single nationality among Indians. Was Bhagat Singh not then truer to the cause of Indian independence than Gandhi? Was it not better to jointly fight the invader than fight each other? The question needs posing because, as Devji goes on to say of Gandhi, he held that passive resistance was merely the preparation for an armed struggle. But if this is so, then he was surely far behind Bhagat Singh, who was already advocating armed resistance and was doing so from a position of moral strength of the kind that Gandhi had abandoned after the Sri Sri incident. Devji himself in his masterly study is no less sparing of Gandhi when he considers the legacy left behind by Gandhism, because it was perhaps due to their consciousness of this cowardly and perverted exercise of nonviolence that so many Indians now turned with redoubled violence against their neighbors, since they had after all failed to engage the colonial state by force of arms. In the end, the tragedy of India was that though the British could be met with what Gandhi called the nonviolence of the weak, this was not possible in the far more intimate relations subsisting between Hindus and Muslims, where only the nonviolence of the strong was possible. 14 In a sense, therefore, Gandhism hurt not only the independence struggle but hurt the very people of India itself, pitching Muslims against Hindus and Sikhs and making communal life impossible. By contrast, Bhagat Singh offered armed national resistance that Gandhi stubbornly opposed and a belief in Sarfaroshi ki tamanna. 18. 1924, Sarfaroshi ki tamanna. It was in this maelstrom that the Hindustan Republican Association was formed in an East Bengal village in 1924. Its goal was to organize armed resistance against British rule. One of its founding members was the poet Ramprasad Bismil, who wrote the memorable revolutionary song Sarfaroshi ki tamanna ab hamare dil mein hai / dekna hai zor kitna bazui kadal mein hai one. This idea of the revolutionary's self-conception, in living out a vision of revolution, as found in their conversations, banter, and anecdotes, has been neatly captured in Dr. Aparna Vadek's Waiting for Swaraj 3, providing a valuable insight into their thinking. The other founding member was Sachindranath Sanyal, under whose influence Bhagat Singh was to come while a student at National College in Lahore in 1924 so as to become his protégé. Sanyal had penned the revolutionary tract Bandi Jawani, which was to become the Bible of a new revolutionary politics. The clear objective of the HRA was the formation of a federated republic of the United States of India, which would be based on universal adult suffrage and which would have avoided the partition of India in 1947 had it come to fruition. An armed struggle could not be waged without money. The recruitment and training of men, the procurement of arms and the organization of a nationwide propaganda machine had to be financed. North Indian revolutionaries were the first to emerge as an organized group when in 1924 the Hindustan Republican Association was formed by Ramprasad Bismil, Sachindranath Sanyal, Sachindranath Bakshi and Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee. They met at Kanpur in October 1924 and vowed to overthrow colonial rule and establish a federated democratic India. On August 9, 1925 in a nondescript village by the name of Kakori near Lucknow, 10 men set upon the number 8 down train and ransacked the official treasury of the railway. They were all quickly arrested. Government retribution was swift and harsh. 5 of them were hanged, including Ashfaqullah Khan, Ramprasad Bismil, Roshan Singh, and Rajendra Lahiri. 4 were destined for life in the grueling conditions of the Andaman Islands. One such was Mahavir Singh, who was to emerge again later. Long years of imprisonment awaited 17 others. Remarkably, Chandrasekhar Azad escaped. With strategic acumen, Bhagat Singh saw an opportunity to revitalize the revolutionary movement. So in 1926 came into prominence the Naujawan Bharat Sabha to bring the youth under one socialist non-religious banner with its proselytizing thrust against communal politics. 4. Bhagat Singh had to take such drastic action because the defeat of the plotters in the Kakori conspiracy case of 1925 had decapitated India's insurrectionary forces. Ramprasad Bismil and Ashfaqullah Khan, the trailblazers in the vanguard of that short-lived movement, were no more. At a stroke the leadership of India's revolutionary movement had been destroyed, calling for a new breed of rebel leaders. Leaders who would resurrect the revolutionary movement from its ashes and give it renewed life and sustenance. Bhagat Singh had imbibed from the Arya Samajist and Gadarite traditions of his staunchly militant family. As a boy aged 12, he had recoiled in revulsion at the cold-blooded killing of hundreds of innocents by General Dyer in the Jallianwala Bagh massacre of 1919 in Amritsar. Alongside many others at the time, he had joined Mahatma Gandhi's non-cooperation struggle. But the Mahatma had soon abandoned this campaign. Like many others, Bhagat Singh had become disillusioned with the Mahatma. His establishment in 1926 of the Naujawan Bharat Sabha became an eerie prologue to the later formation of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association in 1928 on the dead bones of the Hindustan Republican Association, whose derisory record had been such that it had been scarcely able to move beyond the stage of fundraising. 5 On the other hand, the Naujawan Bharat Sabha's events brought together individuals across caste and creed in an attempt to encourage a sort of transgressive sociality. 6. The Kakori conspiracy case of 1925 is therefore a pivotal event in the freedom movement. Though it is much overlooked, it is of great historical significance because, with many of the HRA's young leaders now dead, Bhagat Singh found himself in the burning furnace of the revolutionary freedom struggle. This struggle was markedly different from the struggle of Gandhi. It had set its face against communalism. There was no more urgent a task than to forge a strong national unity regardless of race, class, or creed. Colonialism had undermined the unity of India's diverse nation by setting one Indian against another. It was now the priority if the country was to successfully move towards the kind of independence India deserved. Nothing demonstrates this better than how in 1927, just 3 days before he was hanged, Ashfaqullah Khan wrote an open letter to his countrymen expressing concern over rising communalism in India. He condemned the Tablighi and Shadi movements. Hindus and Muslims had to learn to live together, or they would fail to shake off the bondage of servitude. If they failed in this, it would negatively impact the fight for independence. His words were unequivocally harsh: it is impossible to purify 7 crore Muslims, and similarly it is absurd to think that 25 crore Hindus can be converted to Islam. But yes, it is easy that we all put the chains of slavery around our necks. 7. Mahavir Singh too wrote in similar terms to his father as he faced life imprisonment in the Andaman Islands. By Samaj I do not mean Arya Samaj or any other narrow Samaj, but a society of common people. This is because these religious societies mean nothing to me due to their myopia. Moreover, I want to keep away from all the religions because they are narrow, self-centered and based on injustice, and want others also to do the same. What I believe to be of greatest benefit to man and society is the following principle: the human relations should not be based on any distinction of caste, color, religion, or money. 8. Ashfaqullah Khan made it quite clear that India should not substitute one form of oppressive rule with another by gaining independence. I consider alien rule an evil, and at the same time I hate any democratic Indian rule where the weak are denied rights. It is the creation of the rich and the landed, or if there is no equal participation of farmers and workers, or if government laws are based on inequality and unequal treatment. 9. The recognition of this alternative tradition of the revolutionaries is more important today than it ever was, given the politics of the entire subcontinent. We have forgotten that precisely at the time when the RSS was being organized in 1925 in Nagpur, Bhagat Singh and his comrades were founding the Naujawan Bharat Sabha in Lahore in 1926. One stood for division and the other for unity. One was based on religion and the other on secularism. We should therefore not forget this period when Bhagat Singh was acutely conscious of the growing menace of communalism in the 1920s, because this was after all the decade which saw the emergence of the Hindu Mahasabha and the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, but where there were also specific movements of the Muslims like Tablighi Jamaat. Bhagat Singh questioned the policy of encouraging competing communalisms, which ultimately led to the partition of the country in 1947. Such was the significance of this alternative approach to India's freedom struggle, which eschewed Gandhian nonviolence, that among the cases, the government prosecuted not only the Kakori train dacoity case, but also other cases like the Deoghar conspiracy case, Kanpuri conspiracy case, Meerut conspiracy trials and the Lahore conspiracy case. 11 of these. It was the latter which was the most significant. It was colonialism's civilizing mission that gave rise to this alternative tradition, and this is another reason why the revolutionary tradition needs to be memorialized. This is the tradition of sarfaroshi and of self-sacrifice. It came about in Bhagat Singh's life because he was a witness to a number of violent colonial events. He was only 8 years old when the executions in the first Lahore conspiracy case took place. These consisted of no less than 9 cases, which arose after the failed Gadar conspiracy from April 26 to September 13, 1915. Once again, it was a trial by special tribunal, this time constituted under the Defence of India Act 1925. 42 of the 291 convicted conspirators were executed. A majority of 114 got life sentences, and 93 were given terms of imprisonment of varying lengths. Only 42 defendants in the trial were acquitted. One of the hanged was Kardar Singh Sarabha. It is said that Bhagat Singh used to carry a photo of Kardar Singh Sarabha on his person in a locket. If he did do so, it is no surprise, for Bhagat Singh's life was to be not dissimilar to that of Sarabha's. Sarabha too appeared suddenly on the national stage to leave a teardrop on the destiny of India. In 1912, Sarabha left Ludhiana in Punjab for San Francisco, where he was radicalized. Entering Berkeley University as an engineering student, he founded the Gadar Party with other Indians there. When the First World War broke out, the Gadar Party too declared its Elan-i Jang on Britain in the form of a declaration of war, following which Sarabha hastened to return to India, where unfortunately he was betrayed, just as Bhagat Singh was by his comrades, by an accomplice in 1915. After Sarabha was captured, a tribunal was specially convened to sentence him to death in the first Lahore conspiracy case. 12 Barely an adult at 19, he was executed on conspiracy charges, much like Bhagat Singh. He was hanged in November 1915. It is often forgotten that he too, like Bhagat Singh, faced death extrajudicially under emergency procedures, and his impact on Bhagat Singh was deep and long-lasting. Bhagat Singh wrote an article titled Bhai Kardar Singh Sarabha in Kirti in its April/May 1927 issue, describing him as this heroic devotee of the deity of battle who was not even 20 years old when he sacrificed his life after he appeared from nowhere like a whirlwind. Sarabha, like Bhagat Singh, made the ultimate sacrifice, because it was impossible for him to remain unaffected by the events around him. Bhagat Singh continues, he was constantly tormented by the question of how the country would attain freedom if the path of nonviolence failed. 13 In April 1927, Bhagat Singh wrote another sketch on Sarabha, where he explains how when Kardar Singh Ji went to America, he went here from slavery, and that when he saw the movements of free men there, he remembered his home, which was a home, where his countrymen were rotting and from which he had just left. 14 After he was hauled up before the courts for trial, he gave two great statements in the court, and in those, he very bravely and courageously admitted to everything, because Kardar Singh was a brave man and he did not know how to die like a coward. 15 This was, of course, exactly the manner in which Bhagat Singh too went to his death. Another formative event in Bhagat Singh's life was the Amritsar massacre of 1919, which stands as the leading example of colonial coercive technique in India. Its memories were brought alive again most vividly when in 2019 the tercentenary was commemorated. A flurry of books, articles, and programs were devoted to its remembrance, with world leaders adding their voice of regret to its occurrence 100 years ago. The name of Udham Singh appeared in Western literature for the first time. He was the man who plotted over a number of years to kill Michael Odwar, the Lieutenant Governor of Punjab, held chiefly responsible for the massacre. What few would have come to realize is the importance of another Indian hero, one by the name of Bhagat Singh, in the influence he had on Udham Singh, who had avenged the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. His fame has been such that he has been popularly known as Shahid-i-Azam Sardar Udham Singh. It was he who, as Anita Anand has memorably described in her recent book, shot Odwar in London in March 1940, 20 years after the 1919 massacre, holding him responsible for the repressive measures which culminated in the Amritsar massacre. Udham Singh insisted on describing himself as Mohammed Singh Azad while in custody awaiting the hangman's noose, because when he shot to kill Odwar as he moved to the speaking platform in Caxton Hall, where a joint meeting of the East India Association and the Central Asian Society had been convened, he did so on behalf of those who had died as Hindus, Muslims, and Sikhs on that balmy April evening in 1919 in Amritsar. Udham Singh was tried for the murder at the Central Criminal Court on 4 and June 5, 1940 before Justice Atkinson. Unfortunately, Udham Singh had a farcical defense. It was bungled by the rank opportunism and incompetence of Krishna Menon, himself widely seen as an early Indian hero of the pre-independence freedom struggle. Described as calculating 16, Krishna Menon was a forceful and highly abrasive man, driven always by an ambition to prove himself. He was a close friend of Nehru and destined in the views of many to be the second most powerful man in India after Nehru became Prime Minister. He had initially wanted to dissociate himself from Udham's actions and had repudiated the shootings within hours of the event. 17 What then appeared to change his mind was that Gandhi and Nehru had been locked in delicate negotiations with the British and wanted desperately to promote a counter-narrative to that of Sir Michael Odwar, which suggested that Indians were not violent barbarians. 18 However, when it became clear how much publicity Udham's case was getting and how much support he had within British Indian circles, Krishna Menon appeared to rethink his own position. If there was to be a trial, it would be a very high-profile affair, and Krishna Menon wanted in. 19 Then, with no legal standing in the case, Krishna Menon informed everyone that he was now running Udham's defense. 20 In the event, Krishna Menon did not care about Utham's motivations or state of mind. 21 And his involvement would allow him to steer proceedings in a direction that best helped his friends Nehru and Gandhi in India. If it did not serve their interest to have Utham's nationalism dragged into court, he could keep it out. 22 When Utham Singh was sentenced to death by hanging, and others clamoured to have his sentence commuted to life imprisonment, Krishna Menon did nothing at all. 23 Upon independence in 1947, Menon was appointed by the Congress Party as India's first High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. Documents from the Public and Judicial Department of New Scotland Yard confirm that after 2 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of guilty of murder. It is said that Singh then started to read some sort of statement written on paper but soon gave up and addressed the court in very stilted phrases which were difficult to follow. Nevertheless, he was heard to say, however, that he was not afraid to die and that when he had gone, thousands of his countrymen would drive your dirty dogs out of my country, and that after the death sentence had been passed upon him, Singh raised his right arm and shouted Imra 3 times. He also spat upon the table below the judge. 24 In Utham Singh's trial, it is said that the words used by Utham Singh when he addressed the court and which were interrupted by the judge included a few lines consist of a poem in Urdu, which is signed Bawa, this being the name by which he was commonly known to his associates. However, there then followed a stanza of a Gurmukhi poem on Indian martyrs. The words Bhagat Singh, Dood, Tilak, and Lajpat, all well-known figures in the national struggle, appear in this poem. 25 In this document, which is dated June 20, 1940, and stamped in bold capital letters with the word secret in the top left-hand corner. 26 It is said, I am sending you here with a copy of a note prepared in this office, giving the substance of the papers which Utham Singh brought into court with him on the day when he was sentenced to death. These papers consisted of 4 sheets in the English, Gurmukhi, and Urdu handwriting of the accused. I do not think that there is anything in them which indicates outside influence. The sentiments expressed are typical of the half-educated Gujjar revolutionary, and the writing appears to have covered a period of several weeks. 27 Half-educated or not, it is clear that Bhagat Singh, together with other revolutionaries of the day, was a major influence on Utham Singh. In his Majestic Amritsar 1919, Kim Wagner ends with the observation that, along with Utham Singh who avenged the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, Bhagat Singh is Punjab's most celebrated hero today. Much folklore has grown around these two men. Fact and fiction merge into one. He observes how it is said that Utham Singh had himself been present at the Jallianwala Bagh and was wounded in the arm, although there is little evidence of this. 28 What is not in doubt is that Utham Singh himself was deeply influenced by the activities of Bhagat Singh, and that in 1935, when he was on a visit to Kashmir, he was found carrying Bhagat Singh's portrait and that he invariably referred to him as his guru. 29 In fact, there exist notes where he refers to Bhagat Singh and others who fought for Indian independence. 30 Malwinderjit Singh Warach, who had in earlier years interviewed the surviving members of Bhagat Singh's family, including his mother at her home, had in relation to the blood-soaked bottle of sand written, "The massacre of Jallianwala is a watershed in our struggle for freedom." It is also a turning point in the life of young Bhagat Singh. 31. Yet another event of colonial violence that left a deep imprint on Bhagat Singh's mind was the Babbar Akali agitation of 1926. Bhagat Singh got to learn about this after he had fled from the National College, Lahore, when confronted with the prospect of marriage in 1923, as he had headed for Kanpur. There he joined the editorial board of the weekly Pratap, and began publishing. It was there that he also formed close relationships with leading revolutionaries who retained lifelong attachments with him, Shiv Varma, Jadav Kapoor, Batukeshwar Dood, Bijoy Kumar Sinha, to name but a few. He became fully immersed in life there and also helped with the flood relief operations in Kanpur at the time. He was even appointed headmaster of National School at Shadapur village in Aligarh district, after the owner of Pratap, Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi, sent Bhagat Singh there to keep him away from the prying eyes of the police. However, when 6 activists, 32 of the Babbar Akalis, were hanged in Lahore Central Jail on February 27, 1926 for launching an armed revolt against the British Empire. On the festival of Holi, Bhagat Singh wrote an essay titled Drops of Blood on the Day of Holi on March 15, 1926 for Pratap. Bhagat Singh was then 18 years old and was deeply affected. Once again, however, he learned from their example, which in the fullness of time he would himself emulate. Thus, he refers to how the contempt and lightheartedness that these people had demonstrated for nearly 2 years during their trial proved how earnestly had been waiting for just such a day. In fact, when the honorable judge pronounced his verdict after months, one could see how the brave defendants thundered and the sky reverberated with their enthusiastic victory cries. 33 initially, 5 had been sentenced to death and the 6th to exile in the Andaman Islands. Such was the unremitting ferocity of colonial violence that on appeal, rather than reduce the sentence of the 5, all 6 were sentenced to the gallows. This is how it came to be that when the city was filled with festivities and people were throwing color on the passers-by as usual, suddenly we saw a small group of people accompanying the dead bodies to the cremation ground on Holi so that quietly, their last rites were conducted. And yet, lest we forget, they were fearless patriots, and whatever they did was for this unfortunate country because they could not endure injustice and they could not see the country in this fallen state. The result was that the oppression inflicted upon the weak became intolerable for them. In the end, they were visionaries. 34 And no doubt, Bhagat Singh would learn from them too. Part 4. The Assassination. Ra'i Duri Ishq Men Rota Haikia. Aga Aga Deki Ye Hota Haikia. In the long road of love, do not despair. Just wait and see what destiny unfolds for you next. Mir Taki Mir. 1923, National College. From Kartar Singh Sarabha in the first Lahore conspiracy case in 1915 to the Amritsar massacre in 1917, and then from Ashfaqullah Khan in the Kakori conspiracy case of 1925 to the Babbar Akali agitation of 1926, Bhagat Singh had been so deeply touched by martyrs and martyrdom that he had written about their sacrifices in endearing terms. But alongside these influences, which left a lasting impression on his young mind from the age of 8 in 1915 until the age of 19 in 1926, there was also the influence on him of the National College, into which he gained admission at the age of 14 years. Here there were 2 further influences that made his transformation complete as a revolutionary freedom fighter. These in particular shaped Bhagat Singh's life in his later years. First, there were the students with whom Bhagat Singh got to rub shoulders. These included names like Sukhdev, Bhagavati Charan Vora, Yashpal, Jadav Gupta and Ram Krishan, all of whom participated in the Lahore conspiracy case 1931. Bhagat Singh's association with them remained steadfast, and although he left the National College a year later, he continued to visit it right up to 1926, the year when he was first arrested as a 19-year-old by the Lahore police for being associated with the Kakori case. Second, there were the teachers of the National College in Lahore who left a lasting impression on him. Firebrands such as Acharya Jugal Kishora and Uday Shankar Butt were radical, free-thinking, and irreverent. Such teachers were openly contemptuous of the supine weakness of the nonviolent non-cooperation Satyagraha movement of Mahatma Gandhi, which they believed was singularly ineffective in delivering the kind of freedom that India deserved. Together, these teachers helped transform the minds of a generation of young men students who had abandoned their studies at government-sponsored schools and colleges in order to flock to an institution which encouraged discussion and dissent. Here the study of history, economics, and politics enabled them to learn about the liberation movements of other countries. It was not just that debates had been made a regular feature from the beginning of the teaching curriculum, in the words of a former chief secretary of the Delhi administration, but that here, although teaching was in Hindi, students were also taught English because many books were only available in English. History in particular gripped the atmosphere of the college and was the main subject of discussion. Point 1 The National College could not escape but be a nursery of revolutionary nationalists. when undeniably 5 student members of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association turned out to have betrayed Bhagat Singh in the Lahore conspiracy case by becoming approvers for the government, it was a matter of pride for Durga Babhai, the rare woman revolutionary in India's armed freedom struggle, who had helped Bhagat Singh escape in the thick of night by disguising herself as his wife after the shooting of J.P. Saunders, that none of the 5 had ever been a student of the National College too. 3 teachers in particular stood out at Lahore's National Law College. There was Bhai Parmanand. Born in 1874, he lived till 1947. He was an Arya-Samajist, who had studied history abroad at King's College London. Tim Murphy reminds us how, like many exiles of all nations, he found sanctuary in the reading room of the British Library, where he wrote a master's thesis on the rise of British power in India, but which his examiners did not take to. In the event, it mattered little to Parmanand, who, in any case, had come to the view that English education was introduced to destroy our national consciousness. 3. Parmanand had met with Gadarites when he was sent abroad in 1912 to preach its doctrines. He was such a thorn in the side of the British that his book on the history of India had been proscribed by the British. James Campbell Kerr, who was the personal assistant to the Director of Criminal Intelligence from 1907 to 1913 and had access to secretly held information in highly confidential documents, describes him as an itinerant lecturer of the Arya Samaj. However, in the proceedings against Kishan and Ajit Singh, during a search conducted in November 1909, a box belonging to Professor Parmanand was examined, and in it was found a copy of the celebrated Manual of Explosives with some manuscripts relating to seditious and revolutionary schemes, for it did not end there. Such was the obsession of the authorities with socialist literature regarded as subversive that James Kerr also explains how in that search here were also a few old letters written by Lajpat Ray to Parmanand in 1907, when the latter was in London studying history at King's College, in which Lajpat Ray asked him to procure certain books on socialistic and revolutionary subjects. 5 In that febrile atmosphere, a good deal of doubtful literature was consigned to the flames at this time in the colleges of Lahore and other cities of the Punjab. 6 It was hardly surprising therefore that when the incriminating documents were discovered in Bhai Parmanand's possession he was suspended from Dav College, and when the case was finally decided against him, he was dismissed. He retired for a time to his own village, but in October 1910 he sailed from Bombay for Europe, giving out that he was going to study medicine. 7 He travelled to Paris and then to British Guiana, where in March 1911 he was trying to make the Hindus in the colony start a school, partly in order to prevent the Hindu children from being converted to Christianity. 8 But by September 1911 he found himself in California, and upon meeting the noted Gadarite Hardale, became one of his associates. That too was short-lived, because in 1913 he left for England, but then in September of that year he was in Paris again. In this way, having completed his tour of the revolutionary centres, he arrived back in India in December 1913, and returned to Lahore, and when the Gadar movement started in the Punjab it was found that his house was a place of call for dangerous members of the party. When one of the accused in the first Lahore conspiracy case of 1915 was traced back to Bhai Parmanand, his fate was sealed. The tribunal reached the unanimous conclusion that this accused was not only one of the persons concerned in the present conspiracy, but was one of the most important revolutionists. Where the tribunal was not unanimous was on the matter of whether he should be put to death. 2 of the 3 members of the tribunal sentenced him to death, but the third member did not think a capital sentence called for, and the sentence was eventually commuted by the viceroy to transportation for life. 9 Spared from the hangman's noose, like the Russian novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky, Bhai Parmanand was instead given deportation for life in the Andaman Islands. From there his luck only improved. He was released after just 5 years in 1920. Upon his return to the mainland, he was in 1921 astonishingly appointed Chancellor when National College joined the Punjab Qawmi Vidyapith. With his background in history from King's College London, he was the one who taught history to the students at National College. Using his firebrand style, he relished expostulating the role of revolutions in the democratic development of Europe. 10. Then there was Principal Chabil Das. He was born in 1900 and went on to live to a ripe old age until 1988. Initially a member of Lala Lajpat Rai's Lok Swak Mandal, a non-profit organization dedicated to the service of the people, he started teaching English at the National College in 1924. He too was responsible for a number of seditious publications. These included works bearing such provocative names as Bharat Mata Keh Darshan and Nauzawanan Se Du Baitan, not to mention Chingarian, which was by far his most popular with the young men in his college right up until independence. These were incendiary writings, but they did him no harm, as a year later in 1925 he was appointed principal. Bhagat Singh held him in high esteem and often spoke to him privately. Chabil Das himself recalls how I had good relations with him. These were to such an extent that when Bhagat Singh heard that I was going to be married, he insisted that I should not marry. 11. It was not because Bhagat Singh himself was free from fleeting desires, but he considered that such attachments were possible only when freedom was possible. 12. It was, however, Professor Jayachandra Vidyalankar who had the biggest impact on Bhagat Singh. A teacher of the history of India, he was particularly concerned with the effect of the Rowlatt Committee report, which paved the way to the extension of the powers of the Viceroy's government in dealing with sedition through the censorship of the press and the detention of political activists without trial, as well as in the effectiveness of the non-cooperation movement in the struggle for freedom. This would have surprised no one, as not only was he an author of 2 history books himself but he also acted as a conduit between the students of National College and leading revolutionaries outside. He had the credentials to do so. Bhagat Singh had met his fellow revolutionary, Sachindranath Sanyal, at his house in 1922 for the first time. Juneja describes Sanyal as the political guru of Bhagat Singh. 13 Others in rival revolutionary outfits, such as the Gadar Party, were only too aware of this. This is why attempts were made to wean Bhagat Singh away from Sanyal. They were singularly unsuccessful. One person who tried to do so was the stalwart Sikh Gadri Baba, Gurmukh Singh. In 1914 he had boarded the Komagata Maru to head off to Canada only to be prevented from landing because of Canada's all-white policy. Over 300 passengers met with the same fate. The forlorn ship had no option but to return to India. Upon arrival at Bhuj Ghat in Calcutta, the police attacked the defenseless passengers, firing upon them without provocation. Gurmukh Singh managed to escape. He was on the run for 3 days, only to be arrested and imprisoned in Lahore Central Jail before being tried with others in the first Lahore conspiracy case in 1915. He was sentenced to imprisonment in the Andamans but managed to escape yet again after jumping from a moving train as it was taking the prisoners to their destination. He eventually found sanctuary in Kabul. With such a strong pedigree, one would have thought that Gurmukh Singh was entitled to warn Bhagat Singh that unless he escaped from the clutches of the Bengali insurgents he would end up with a noose around his neck and achieve nothing in the process. But Bhagat Singh paid no heed. Sachindranath Sanyal was a Bengali, as was his close associate Rash Bihari Bose, who was later to flee to Japan, but as Sanyal proudly recalled many years later, in spite of the best efforts of Gurmukh Singh, Bhagat Singh never dissociated himself from us. 14 If Sanyal had been found sitting in Professor Jayachandra Vidyalankar's house for the purposes of effecting an introduction with Bhagat Singh, this too was not to be unexpected. Born in 1893, Vidyalankar was a veteran of revolutionary activities, having participated in the Kakori train robbery, and had not once but twice suffered deportation to the Andaman Islands from 1915 to 1919. He died before independence in 1943. In his autobiography, he explains how in meetings with the students of the Tilak School of Politics he had long talks with these young men separately. He added, "I particularly emphasized before them that India could not become independent except through armed struggle, and that is why I initiated them in the revolutionary path." 15. 20. 1926, Dusra Bomb Blast. Pandit Peri Mohan's seminal work on the Punjab Rebellion of 19,191 shows the year 1919 to be a pivotal one, not just because of the Amritsar massacre, but the fact that it was preceded by the Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act of 1919. This is popularly known as the Rowlatt Act, and in being passed by the Imperial Legislative Council, the legislature of British India, it allowed political trials to be conducted in the absence of a jury and even the internment of suspects without trial. Gandhi set out to oppose this legislation by mobilizing a nonviolent civil resistance against its oppressive use. The act, passed in February, came into effect in March with many of Punjab's leaders being immediately arrested, and by April 1919 there was the Jallianwala Bagh shooting in Amritsar, when General Dyer took exception to an impromptu satyagraha meeting taking place there in the face of the ban on gatherings at the time that had come into effect under the Rowlatt Act. Bhagat Singh at the time was just 12. He was studying at the Dav College. It is rumoured that incensed at the barbarity, Bhagat Singh tiptoed out of his house in Bunga and travelled all the way to Amritsar the day after the massacre in order to collect the blood-soaked soil of the martyrs in a glass jar. The story is apocryphal and cannot have been true because Jallianwala Bagh was cordoned off by the police and barely accessible to a 12-year-old, even if he could have got there from Bunga on foot. 2 Common folklore in fact has it that, following his visit there, Bhagat Singh himself kept a bottle of the blood-soaked soil from the ground at Jallianwala Bagh. 3 That bottle is said to be housed in the Shahid-e-Azam Sardar Bhagat Singh Museum in his ancestral village at Khatgar Kalan in Punjab, where it is said there lie 3 glass jars with sand and pebbles soaked in the blood of martyrs. 4 On the other hand, Bhagat Singh did very likely go to Nankana Sahib Gurdwara, Sheikhpura district, in March 1921 after scores of pilgrims were murdered in cold blood by government-appointed priests for demanding democratic control of their places of worship when he was just 14 years old. 2 months later the National College was to be established in Lahore in May 1921 at which Bhagat Singh would enroll. What is not in doubt is that by the time he had come into his own, Bhagat Singh wanted to become like his uncle, Ajit Singh, and to give hell to the British. 5. Unsurprisingly, by 1926, when just 19, Bhagat Singh was already falling under the watchful eye of the authorities. His letters were being intercepted by the police. He realized this when he noticed how all the letters addressed to me were stamped and then stamped again as they were cut exactly at the same place, and that this of course did arouse suspicion in my mind. 6 When on November 17, 1926 Bhagat Singh asked whether his letters were being detained under orders of the Punjab government and are there any letters that were intercepted and never delivered to me. 7 He was initially met with no reply. Bhagat Singh was among 35 persons being shadowed by the Sidh in Punjab and whose mail was being intercepted in 1926. He was listed under serial number 16, and his report read, Bhagat Singh, originally of Jalandhar district, now of Kawazarian, P.S. Mopsang, Lahore. When he wrote again a week later protesting how, naturally, I was very anxious to know what led the Punjab government to issue such orders, making it clear that as an honest person I have a right to inquire such a question. 8 It was the Chief Secretary of Punjab himself who confirmed the next day on November 27, 1926 that no less a person than the Governor of Punjab had ordered the interception of Bhagat Singh's letters. Within 6 months, Bhagat Singh was wrongly arrested. This was on May 29, 1927 in relation to the Dusra bomb blast, which had occurred in Lahore in October 1926. What happened was that Bhagat Singh was apprehended by the police in Lahore when blissfully passing through a garden and then detained in a cell by the railway police, where he languished for a month. This was on suspicion of his involvement in the Kakori train robbery case. Given that he was innocent of the charge, the Kakori case had a big impact on Bhagat Singh's life. It haunted him. It was alleged that while that trial was going on in Lucknow he had gone there and that in an effort to secure the release of the accused, had procured some bombs, that by way of test one of the bombs was thrown in the crowd on the occasion of Dusra 1926. We know this because Bhagat Singh gives an account of this in his essay, Why I Am an Atheist. Here he describes how, in May 1927, I was arrested in Lahore. This arrest came as a big surprise for me. I had not the slightest idea that I was wanted by the police. I was passing through a garden and all of a sudden the police surrounded me. I was taken into police custody. The next day I was taken to the railway police lockup where I spent a whole month. After many days' conversation with police personnel, I guessed that they had some information about my connection with the Kakori party. They told me that I was in Lucknow during the Kakori party trial so that I might devise a scheme to rescue the culprits. They also said that after the plan had been approved, we procured some bombs and by way of test, one of those bombs was thrown into a crowd on the occasion of Dussehra in 1926. They offered to release me on condition that I gave a statement on the activities of the Revolutionary Party. In this way I would be set free and even rewarded. I could not help laughing at their proposals. It was all humbug. People who have ideas like ours do not throw bombs at their own innocent people. I was completely innocent. 9. They further informed me, in my interest, that if I could give any statement throwing some light on the activities of the Revolutionary Party, I was not to be imprisoned but on the contrary set free and rewarded, even without being produced as an approver in court. I laughed at the proposal. It was all humbug. 10. He was detained for 5 long weeks and only released on bail on the payment of an exorbitant 60,000 rupees, offered by Dunachand, a fervent nationalist himself, and Dalit Ram, a philanthropist, leading to Bhagat Singh's release on July 4, 1927. It was perhaps the biggest bail amount set in Indian legal history up to that time. After Dr. Gopichand Bhargava raised the matter in the Punjab Assembly, an inquiry was expedited, leading to the conclusion that there was no case against Bhagat Singh, and it was then that he was freed from bail altogether. 21. 1929, Love is never bestial. It now became clear to Bhagat Singh that he would not be left alone by the police. He thought it better to leave the country. In a rare letter to his friend Amar Chand written in 1927, he referred to the police harassment and how I have been in quite a state and have constantly been facing a lot of problems. He explains how finally, the case has been withdrawn and refers to his desire to go abroad to pursue my studies. He is worried about his uncle in exile in America, Ajit Singh, inquiring of Amar Chand that perhaps you may hear something about Sardarji from San Francisco and enjoins him, please make an effort to find out about him. At least we will be reassured that he is alive. What is most revealing about his position at this time of his life, when barely out of his teenage years at 20, is the feeling of being needlessly harassed and persecuted. Any chance of Bhagat Singh turning away from the path of a revolutionary freedom fighter would have been lost at this stage. On the contrary, these facts suggest that he was being driven into it by the actions of a repressive state itself. He ends his letter to his friend exasperated and forlorn. What else should I write about myself, that I've been a target of suspicion needlessly? My mail is being checked. Letters are opened. I wonder why they have begun to regard me with so much suspicion. Anyway, brother, finally, the truth will surface and prevail. 1. Such is his harassment that by June 19, 1928 Bhagat Singh is still found to be requesting the superintendent of the SID that he return all my clothes and papers that were taken from my body at the time of my arrest on May 29, 1927, and the clothes and books that were sent by my father while I was in police custody. He even demands, but to no avail, will you kindly let me know by return when and where I can get the same. 2. After that incident Bhagat Singh did turn to revolutionary activism, but given that he was just 23 years old at the time of his execution, the period of his activism was just 7 years, from 1924 to 1931. Clearly, a lot had to be done in these years and marriage would get in the way, so he became determined not to marry. But this was not the only reason for his not marrying. As his letters show, even as a youngster he carried the anguished memories of 2 forlorn aunts, Harnam Kaur and Hukam Kaur, living in the family household, but without their husbands, bereft of their love, pining for them in their abandoned state, and yet known as the wives of Ajit Singh and Sarwan Singh. Bhagat Singh decided early on that he would not cause the same despair to another young woman, who would have the poisoned chalice of marrying him. This was despite the fact that he had been betrothed from a very young age, by his grandmother, Jai Kaur, and his father, Kishan Singh, to be married to another young girl. With his older brother, Jagat Singh, having died, Bhagat Singh was now the eldest child in a family of 8 children. The pressure to marry was intense. But Bhagat Singh also knew that if he married, he would not be able to participate at the highest levels of the revolutionary movement, which his involvement in the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association demanded of him, as he would have to spend long periods away from home, working secretly and remotely. He was also influenced by his mentor, Sachindranath Sanyal, in this decision. When the pressure came, Bhagat Singh was 16 and studying at National College in Lahore in 1923 and had just passed his intermediate exams. That is when, to escape marriage, he fled to Kanpur in Uttar Pradesh, where he stayed with Mani Lal Avasthi. 3. So convinced was Bhagat Singh about the incompatibility of marriage with the life of a revolutionary that he even set out to persuade his teacher, Principal Chhabeel Das of National College, that Das should not do so, despite Das' protestations that eminent revolutionaries such as Sun Yat-sen, Lenin and Karl Marx were all married. 4 However, this was not because Bhagat Singh himself frowned upon marriage as an institution. It was because a truly fulfilling marriage for him was only attainable in a climate of full personal freedom, which at the time was a chimera for most Indians. As he explained to his friend, Rajaram Shastri, he too was in the prime of his life with desires and longings which he wished to make known to someone. 5 But not without freedom. Bhagat Singh's determination not to get married is also confirmed by his niece, Virendra Sindhu. 6 Bijoy Kumar Sinha too confirms how on April 1, 1929, which was only a week before the assembly bomb attack took place on April 7, 1929, the two of them were watching a group of young boys and girls playing in a Delhi park, when Bhagat Singh sorrowfully remarked on the tragedy of their lives, where amidst the beauty of life before them, they had to choose to die for their beliefs rather than to live. 7. When, therefore, in the face of unabating family pressure to marry, Bhagat Singh had left home in August 1923, he had done so leaving behind a letter in his father's office drawer reminding him that at the time of my sacred thread ceremony, when I was quite young, Bapuji pledged me for the service of my country, a pledge which he would now honor. 8. In fact, the assembly bomb attack of April 8, 1929 is revealing in one very important respect which has been entirely overlooked. This is to do with his attitude to love. If he had been able to love, Bhagat Singh would have loved passionately. And, it would have been the love of a revolutionary. Initially, when the HSRA decided to have bombs thrown in the Delhi assembly, Bhagat Singh was not in the frame, even though he had pleaded to go, given 2 other comrades in the organization who were presented to go. Sukhdev, who had not been present at the meeting where the decision was made, however, accused Bhagat Singh of ducking out because Sukhdev alleged he wanted to spend more time with a certain woman who held a fascination for him. Hurt by this baseless allegation by one so close to him as Sukhdev, Bhagat Singh insisted that a meeting be immediately reconvened where he could be authorized to go on such an expedition. Had he not done so, he would not have been arrested after the Delhi bomb blast and hanged as he was. After this meeting was done, he had a letter sent to Sukhdev on April 5, 1929 through Shiv Varma. In this he explained that although he was now on his way to the Delhi assembly and had travelled far away towards my destination, the fact was that one thing has continued to prick my heart, and this is that my own brother misunderstood me and levelled a very serious charge of weakness towards me. He makes it clear to him that he is committed to sacrifice in the true sense of the word. It is interesting that he does not deny that he is not partial to love. On the contrary, he extols the virtues of love and disabuses Sukhdev of the notion that it is a source of weakness. He begins with the observation that in the context of discussing someone's character, one thing that is worth thinking about is if love has ever proved to be helpful to any person. Let me answer this today: yes, it did, for Matsena. He gives the example of Matsena because of his first unsuccessful rebellion, which had left him with the grief of heart-wrenching failure, and the memory of martyred comrades. Bhagat Singh explains of Matsena how, in the circumstances, he could have either gone mad or committed suicide, but with a letter from his beloved, he became not only as strong as others, but stronger than everybody else. Against this backdrop, Bhagat Singh proceeds to speak of love as a very sweet human emotion. Love is never a bestial passion. In fact, the character of a person is always elevated by love. Of girls who fall in love, he states you cannot call these girls mad before proclaiming that true love can never be created. It wells up by itself when no one can predict. 9 There is then an extraordinary statement where he clearly endorses the falling in love by revolutionaries, in terms that it is not bad in modern times, rather, it is good and beneficial for man. Indeed, despite his own strict religious family background, he finds himself reprimanding Sukhdev for his straight-laced, prudish, and rather Spartan outlook on love. As he explains, we cannot adopt the Arya Samaj model of Puritan morality and asks him to temper the extreme idealism that you have. One may wonder here whether Bhagat Singh makes an admission here of his own love when he admonishes Sukhdev with the words, "Don't be cold to those who lag behind and fall prey to a disease like mine, don't heighten their pain by scolding them, because they need your sympathy." Such an inference is certainly possible. It appears that Bhagat Singh knows something that Sukhdev doesn't. It is arguable that this is why he tells Sukhdev, but you cannot understand these things till you have yourself fallen prey to this. Fallen prey to what? 10 Surely, it must mean the very sweet human emotion where the character of a person is always elevated by love. Bhagat Singh, in short, was not oblivious to the finer feelings of the human condition. On the contrary, he had a high opinion of romantic love, which he proclaimed as particularly good for revolutionaries. 22. 1928, J.P. Saunders murder. It was the assassination of a police officer by Bhagat Singh and his comrades that, in the end, sent him to the gallows. This was in turn a consequence of the killing by the Lahore police of Lala Lajpat Rai, who had decided to mobilize support against the Simon Commission. But well before the arrival of the Simon Commission in Lahore on October 30, 1928, Indian organizations, from the Congress Party, the Naujawan Bharat Sabha, the Students' Union and the Hindustani Suidal had decided to boycott this delegation. Some 5,000 protesters had gathered at the Lahore railway station to oppose the seven-man commission spearheaded by Sir John Allsbrook Simon. When the Simon Commission arrived in Lahore on October 30, 1928, it was greeted by an angry procession chanting, "Hindustani Hein Hum, Hindustan Hamara / Murjao Simon Jahan Hai Desh Tumhara." The authorities were all too aware of the mood on the street. This is why, as Kuldip Nair observes, the police superintendent of Lahore, J.A. Scott, ordered a lengthy charge. When Lala Lajpat Rai enjoined them to hold on to their positions as satyagrahis, many turned back upon hearing his exhortations. It was then that Scott spotted Lajpat Rai from a distance and went for him, and the policeman used his baton to beat the Indian leader mercilessly and did not stop even when blood began spurting from Lajpat Rai's chest. In fact, Scott did not stop till Lalaji fell down, and it looked as if Scott was releasing his pent-up anger against all those who defied the British. If this was so, then it was all too reminiscent of how only 9 years earlier, General R.E.H. Dyer, an Irishman born in Shimla, had wreaked his vengeance upon the people at Jallianwala Bagh of Amritsar for heckling a British woman in one of the city's bazaars. 1 With the attack on Lajpat Rai, a wave of horror and indignation swept through the crowd and soon anger gripped the country. 2 Lala Lajpat Rai died 10 days later on November 17, 1928. There was massive public mourning. At a condolence meeting in Calcutta on November 29, 1928, Basanthi Devi, the widow of the Bengali congressman C.R. Das, a renowned nationalist, summed up the mood at large when she raged at her countrymen's inaction with the inflammatory words, "I quake with shame and disgrace." She demanded to know whether the youth and manhood of the country still exist. Point 3 This is when Bhagat Singh swore to avenge the insult. Point 4 The HSRA began to plot revenge for Lala Lajpat Rai's death. It was to be the first of the strategic attacks on public officials which the revolutionaries described as actions. Point 5 And so it was, that 2 days before the planned assassination in revenge of the killing of Lajpat Rai, 4 men from the HSRA met up on December 15, 1928 to plan the assassination of a state official. Bhagat Singh, Chandrasekhar Azad, Rajguru, and Jai Gopal were to have a dry run of their individual assignments in the planned plot. It was futile. J.A. Scott was to go out of town to Kashmir on official police business on the day of his planned assassination on December 17, 1928. An ill-fated 21-year-old probationary officer, J.P. Saunders, was the assistant superintendent of police who found himself leaving work at the Anarkali police station on a cool breezy afternoon at 4:20 p.m. With his motorcycle he was gently making his way towards the gate which would open out onto the road. Before he got to the gate he heard someone cry out from behind him. It was the head constable, Chanan Singh. The young J.P. Saunders had forgotten to take his keys with him. Running out towards him, Chanan Singh thrust the keys into his hands. Saunders took them, put them in his pocket and sped out of the front gate onto the road. Suddenly, shots rang out. Jai Gopal, wearing a turban and a warm coat over a pair of loose trousers tied with a drawstring around the waist, had given the signal to Rajguru, who was wearing a felt cap and a cotton coat. Rajguru fired the first shot. Saunders was hit and fell off his motorcycle. As he lay there groaning, Bhagat Singh, in a colored felt cap and warm coat over his khaki shorts and in a black pair of shoes, ran towards him and fired another 7 bullets into him. 6 The 2 assassins were then seen to make off. They headed in the opposite direction of the police station into Dav College through its gate. The head constable gave chase. A traffic inspector, Mr. Fern, also joined in. Without warning, one of the men, Chandrasekhar Azad, in an almond-colored turban, a loose salwar and wearing a pair of running shoes, turned around and fired. His bullet hit Chanan Singh, who fell mortally wounded. 7 The next day, on December 18, 1928, the assassins realized that Saunders was not Scott. They altered their pre-prepared posters to substitute the name of Scott with Saunders, and posted them all over Lahore, with the heading, "Saunders is dead. Lalaji is avenged." Interestingly, while the text of the posters explained why the assassination had to be carried out, they also added, "Sorry for the death of the man. But in this man had died the representative of an institution which is so cruel, lowly, and so base that it must be abolished." 8 They also declared that, "We are sorry to admit that we who attach so great a sanctity to human life, who dream of a glorious future, when man will be enjoying perfect peace and full liberty, have been forced to shed human blood." These are astonishing words that would rarely have been uttered before in the annals of revolutionary movement, and especially in the very heat of the moment of performing the revolutionary act in question. Yet, they are illuminating in every way. They are a resounding rejection of violence in every form. It was then time to make oneself scarce. For the first time in his life, Bhagat Singh cut his long hair as a Sikh, removed his much-cherished pagri and donned a hat. Disguising himself as a wealthy sahib or an Anglo-Indian and accompanied by Durga Babhai 9, he made haste in the middle of the night to escape for Lahore railway station, from where he took a train for Calcutta. The HSRA dispersed, only to regroup in Agra. There they set up a bomb factory. Plans were made on how to take further actions. New plots were hatched. One of these, which never materialized, even set out to target the Simon Commission in Delhi, so daring and determined was the HSRA. The murder created an instant stir. It won the admiration of members of the Congress Party. Although the latter had previously disapproved of the tactics of the HSRA revolutionaries, they now began to provide them with financial assistance. 10 Ajoy Ghosh, who had stood trial with Bhagat Singh in the Lahore conspiracy case but had been acquitted, said of the murder, well-timed and daringly executed. It was an action that was acclaimed by the public with joy. 11 And yet, it seems that Bhagat Singh himself remained not altogether untroubled by the deed. Shiv Varma, another accomplice of his, claimed that Bhagat Singh remained upset for some days. 12 Given the bloodshed. Nevertheless, what was ultimately acknowledged even at the highest levels was, as Jawaharlal Nehru put it, that Bhagat Singh did not become popular because of his act of terrorism, but because he seemed to vindicate, for the moment, the honor of Lala Lajpat Rai, and through him the nation. So much so that, within a few months, each town and village of the Punjab resounded with Bhagat Singh's name, and very soon innumerable songs grew up about him. 13. For a man who met with such a high-profile death at the gallows, the bitterest irony for those who revered him is that both he and his comrades were initially destined to get clean away with this gruesome murder. The murder had taken place in broad daylight at 4:30 p.m. It was executed in the immediate vicinity of the police station on College Road. Rajguru had fired the first shot. But no attempt was then made for the assailants to get away. Instead, Bhagat Singh had moved in to fire a further 7 shots himself afterwards. The killers had then fled in the opposite direction through the gates of the Dav College. As they fled, there had been one other unnecessary fatality. Chandrasekhar Azad had shot at Constable Chanan Singh as he gave chase, killing him instantly. And yet, the authorities did not have the slightest clue about the assailants or where even to begin with their inquiries. On January 10, 1929, a telegram from the Viceroy in India to the Secretary of State for India recorded how the first phase of investigation has ended in the release on bail of all the persons arrested. They were not even sure why the murder happened and worked on the accepted theory, which is probably correct, that the murder was a direct act of revenge for death of Lajpat Rai. All they could say was that, against some of those arrested there was secret information of complicity, while a number of others have been indulging in inflammatory speeches ever since his death. Remarkably, this was being maintained while the authorities were clear that, in no case, however, was there anything material enough to justify further detention. All that they could say was that the Punjab government are meantime sparing no effort. Although optimism was expressed in the statement that there are several eyewitnesses who profess ability to identify one or more of the murderers, the blunt truth was that at that stage no eyewitness could identify anyone. All that they could say with reasonable confidence was that, it is also reasonably certain that carefully chosen line of retreat through D.A.V College compound required intimate local knowledge in the part of one or more of the culprits, but they were speculating when they declared that they were probably seen by large number of students. In fact, it was even more speculative for the Viceroy to assert that fired cartridge cases are also thought to bear sufficiently distinctive marks to lead to the identification of firearms used if they are recovered, because almost a month after the assassination the authorities still had no recovered cartridges. Such was the extent of pure conjecture as to who the assailants were and how they worked that the Viceroy even wondered out loud in his telegram, that the possibility of outside persons having been imported is being carefully examined, and every other likely line of inquiry is being actively followed up. 14. 23. 1929, Delhi Assembly bombs. The only reason that Bhagat Singh and his fellow conspirators were caught was because 4 months later the HSRA threw a couple of bombs before the legislature while it was in session. The irony is that Bhagat Singh may still not have been caught because originally it was B.K. Sinha who was chosen to throw the bombs with B.K. Dude, but Sukhdev was unhappy with this decision and so Bhagat Singh replaced B.K. Sinha when Sukhdev goaded him into taking part. 1 Bhagat Singh, together with B.K. Dude, was now set for the next escapade of the HSRA. The task at hand involved throwing 2 harmless smoke bombs in what is now the Indian Lok Sabha, but was then the Central Legislative Assembly in New Delhi. This took place on April 8, 1929. The timing was propitious. The closing years of the tumultuous 1920s had climaxed with a series of nationwide workers' strikes from 1927 to 1928, which had rocked the country. The government was determined to quash all dissent. It planned to pass two bills in Parliament, the Trades Dispute Bill and the Public Safety Bill. Public opposition to the bills was palpable. Ordinary people were all too aware of their needless oppression by the state. The government planned to play out a democratic charade of passing laws which would oppress the workers even more. The restriction on the rights of ordinary citizens to protest would be passed as bills into law before their own representatives. For this reason, the HSRA was determined to prevent the passing of these two laws. The HSRA agreed that it would be Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt who would undertake the task. They would throw two homemade smoke bombs, accompanied by the showering of pamphlets making clear their objection to the new laws, just as they were being passed. They would then hand themselves over to the police. This was a remarkable design. Had Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt decided that they would flee, Bhagat Singh could still have escaped the gallows, if such a stratagem had been successful. Yet, they had deliberately chosen not to do so. The reason is that Bhagat Singh wanted an opportunity to make a speech to the court highlighting their political grievances and thereby giving the HSRA the publicity it needed at this point. Just throwing printed leaflets, with statements inscribed on them, in a smoke-filled legislative chamber was not enough. The insurgents also wanted the opportunity to make an oral statement, which would be widely reported, in open court before a judge tried them. For this reason, Bhagat Singh and his co-conspirator, B.K. Dutt, deliberately chose to throw the smoke bombs, from the vantage point of the visitors' gallery, on the right side of the speaker, because they knew that they could cause no casualties. They wished only to frighten. And, so they did. The smoke bombs were followed by the firing of two shots from a small pistol in the air. This calculated act had the desired effect of Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt drawing immediate and prompt attention to themselves from the men on the floor of the assembly below, as they looked up in shock and disbelief. The two of them then pointedly showered their homemade HSRA leaflets upon the panic-stricken assembly members below. It was a frightening spectacle for all involved. At about 12:30 p.m., a bluish smoke arose from the center of the chamber of the Legislative Assembly. The traffic inspector immediately gave the order that visitors should be prevented from leaving the gallery. Just then another explosion took place. This time smoke appeared from the chamber below the ladies' gallery. Two pistol shots were fired in quick succession soon afterwards. People rushed frantically to the exit door. Some, pointing to the central door, exclaimed, "There they are." But Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt were not there. They were in the public gallery midway between the central door and the ladies' gallery. They were heard shouting, "Down with imperialism." When arrested, neither offered any resistance whatsoever, even though Bhagat Singh was allegedly seen gesticulating with a pistol in his right hand. When searched, Bhagat Singh had some newspapers and pamphlets on his person. Sergeant Macready and Paksto, together with sub-inspectors Hans Raj and Prem Chand, then took the men away, who offered no resistance. Point 2. It had worked exactly as Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt had intended. And, their timing was particularly apt. Two bills were being debated on the floor of the House. Both had raised considerable concern in the popular press. Both were widely castigated as needless repressive measures by a paranoid oppressive government determined to suppress basic freedoms of the people of India. One was designed to quell and subjugate labor unrest. The other, introduced in the interests of public safety, was to do with banning the entry of those Communist Party members who came to India from abroad. Once again the fear of a communist revolution in India on the crest of a thunderously successful Bolshevik revolution in Russia during the past decade had unnerved the British government to its foundations and made them deeply wary of such movements. Both labor rights and the right to engage with the leading socialist thinkers had been the subject of considerable discussion in the nationalist press for some days. For Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt, their purpose, in creating such a calamitous spectacle in the Delhi Assembly, was to make the deaf hear. Their leaflets could not have made this any more abundantly clear. They were to make a loud noise. And they succeeded. The news spread instantly. With it, just as instantly, followed fame. Bhagat Singh was fond of drinking milk. He relished buffalo milk in particular. Heavier and richer than cow's milk, it is renowned for its creaminess. Kiran Das, the younger brother of Jatin Das who was to die in Lahore jail on September 13, 1929 after 63 days on hunger strike, recalls the time when Bhagat Singh spent a night with Jatin Das in his Hazara Road mess, with the aim of learning from him how to make the bombs. At dawn, Bhagat Singh had upon awakening glimpsed from his bedroom window a man milking his buffalo on the other side of the road. Springing out of his bed, he had rushed out to the milkman, grabbed the full bucket of milk without caring to boil the same and paid him 1 rupee as price for the milk consumed and gulped the contents of the bucket right down. Having paid the milkman, Bhagat Singh may have thought that to be the end of the matter. This it may indeed have been for him. It was not for the milkman. The morning after the Legislative Assembly bomb blast, with the news having been reported in the press, the milkman sought out Jatin Das at his Hazara Road mess and insisted on returning the rupee back to him so that it could be returned to Bhagat Singh, as he felt honored and proud to have served such a distinguished patriot. 3. A trial followed. It is important to remember that Bhagat Singh actually underwent 3 trials, and not 1, and this is often not fully appreciated. Yet, it is necessary to keep these 3 trials distinct if one is to understand properly the steps leading up to his hanging in 1931. The first trial he faced was the Delhi Assembly bomb case trial, which began on May 7, 1929, and at the conclusion of which Bhagat Singh was not sentenced to death but faced transportation to the Andaman Islands for life. The second trial is the one he is most known for, and this is the Lahore conspiracy case, when together with Sukhdev Thapar and Shivram Rajguru, he was tried for the murder of J.P. Saunders, and when he was sentenced to death. This trial began initially before a regular magistrate by the name of Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan on July 10, 1929. It ran for 10 months. Over 200 witnesses were called for the prosecution. Then suddenly the trial was brought to an abrupt end and deferred to a special tribunal. This was set up under the Governor-General's Lahore Ordinance No. 3 of 1930, which was signed off on May 1, 1930, and which was to sit in Punch House where the Lahore Civil Secretariat is presently located. 5 days later it began to hear the rest of the case against the Lahore conspirators, beginning on May 5, 1930, rushing through the evidence and allowing no right of cross-examination to the defense counsel. At the end of this trial, Bhagat Singh was sentenced to death together with Sukhdev Thapar and Shivram Rajguru, on October 7, 1930. There was no right of appeal against the sentence of death from the special tribunal to the High Court in Lahore, as there would have been from the magistrates' court had it been allowed to complete the trial, and so the only appeal that could be exercised lay before the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in London. This was the third trial and the least known and least commented upon, for it was argued only on a single day by the redoubtable left-wing British lawyer, D.N. Pritt, on February 11, 1931, on an application for permission to appeal before 5 judges, who gave him short shrift and did not even accede to allowing the matter to go for a full hearing before it. This meant that the government lawyer on the day, A.M. Dunn, was not even called upon to put forward the government's case. At the end of it, only one judge, Lord Dunedin, gave one short 1.5-page judgment on February 27, 1931, in the case of Bhagat Singh v. the King Emperor. He dismissed the appeal with the legally wrong statement that although the Governor-General thought it fit to expound the reasons which induced him to promulgate this ordinance, this was not in their lordships' opinion in any way incumbent on him as a matter of law. 5. When clearly reasons had to be given to show why a state of emergency existed justifying the passing of an ordinance to try the Lahore conspiracy accused. Almost exactly a month later, on March 23, 1931, Bhagat Singh and his 2 accomplices were hanged to death in Lahore Central Jail. The jail and the gallows remained intact until they were finally dismantled in the 1960s to build a residential colony. With its dismantling, the details of Bhagat Singh's life also vanished like ether into thin air with the passage of time. The first case, Delhi Assembly bomb case, arose soon after the arrest of Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dude, when they were accused of throwing bombs to kill or cause injuries to the King Majesty's subjects. 6 And they decided that they wished to be treated as political prisoners and not as common criminals. This was important to them because their action had been castigated as an outrage and the pair described as lunatics. Soon afterwards, the two prisoners found themselves in the Sessions Court before the magistrate, F.B. Poole, on May 7, 1929. A Sessions Court is a court of law which exists in a number of Commonwealth countries. It is the highest criminal court in a district and it is the court of first instance for trying serious offences, that is to say, those which carry a punishment of imprisonment of 7 years or more, life imprisonment or death. It is called a Sessions Court because it was designed to sit in consecutive sessions, hearing one case after another and giving instantaneous rulings and thus disposing of cases quickly. Ironically, the practice of this jurisdiction in India today is the opposite, with innumerable adjournments and consequent delays in the disposal of cases by Sessions Court judges. Kishan Singh had asked the lawyer, Asaf Ali, to represent his son, Bhagat Singh. At 9:50 a.m., F.B. Poole dawdled into the courtroom. He saw Bhagat Singh's grandmother, Jai Kaur, and Ajit Singh's wife, Harnam Kaur, seated at a distance from him. The public prosecutor was Rai Bahadur Suryanarayan and the courtroom was full of people attending in support of the accused. At the outset, Bhagat Singh made clear that he would answer none of his questions unless first recognized as a political prisoner. To prove that this was his proper designation, he wished to give a long speech setting out the manifesto of his party. What he said then provides us with the most penetrating insights into the thinking of this young revolutionary. It is hardly recalled these days by anyone anywhere. It is, however, a statement to which we will return later. Part 5. 1928, the Naujawan Bharat Sabha. Main Sakta Hun Bahut Zindagi Ke Bare Main. Ye Zindagi Bhi Mujhe Sak Kar Na Rajat. Much time I spend thinking of this life, lest it mock me for having no purpose in life. Abhishek Shukla. 24. 1928, Feroza Shah Kotla. On a cold dank night on September 8, 1928, under cover of darkness, some townsfolk, having wrapped themselves in finely woven homespun woolen shawls, gathered around the ramparts of an old medieval fort, in earnest, to listen to the evening's classical musical performance. A sarangi twanged in the distance as its custodian applied the bow to the metal wires, its piercing sound echoing in the still of the night. A tabla player tendentiously checked the tone of his tabla, readying himself to spring into action. The singer cleared his throat and opened with a bada kale in an evening raga in Yaman Kalyan. Unbeknownst to them, a tall young man dressed in khatar in a lungi stretching down to his ankles, but with chiseled good looks, had also stolen in amid the haunting red sandstone ruins of the Qutub complex. Over 2 days, he would welcome other young men and preside over a meeting of various insurgent groups that had sprung up in India in the early 1920s. Delhi in those days lacked auditoriums. This is where the fort of Feroza Shah Kotla, with its awe-inspiring architectural ruins, provided a perfect backdrop for gatherings and assemblies of disaffected youth who could meet in secret, away from the prying eyes of the security services. Here they found just the safety and seclusion that they craved to hatch their seditious plans. For all these reasons, the significance of the meeting at the fort of Feroza Shah Kotla ought not to be lost on independent India. A single lonely plaque is displayed today on the site. It does not do it justice, and nor does the fact that it remains off the beaten track, hardly visited today by anyone. By calling that meeting, what Bhagat Singh had managed to do was to unify the various revolutionary groups from different parts of the country. These ranged from the Anishalan and Yogantar groups in Bengal to the Gadar party in Punjab. He did that at a meeting which extended over 8 and September 9, 1928. It was at the Feroza Shah Kotla fort that he brought all these groups together under the banner of the Hindustan Republican Association. It remains significant that revolutionaries came to this meeting from as far afield as Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan, and Punjab. What Bhagat Singh now did was both to add the word socialism to turn it into the HSRA and to propose that a central committee of 7 members run it. At that meeting, Chandrasekhar Azad was elected the commander-in-chief of the HSRA. Not only was it agreed to boycott the Simon Commission, but a further action was also agreed upon, namely, to throw a bomb at the train that carried its members. It was also agreed that bomb factories should be set up in Saharanpur, Agra, and in Lahore. 1. It is time therefore to openly acknowledge that in the build-up to Indian independence, there were 2 rival traditions vying for recognition. One was the Gandhian tradition of nonviolence, and the other was the revolutionary tradition of a violent struggle for freedom. An alternative to Gandhian nonviolence is once again being given attention because of the path that Indian democracy is currently eking out for itself. As retired Indian Supreme Court Justice Kajwa has recently lamented, the path of Gandhi and his associates like Nehru, Patel, etc. resulted in parliamentary democracy, which in India really means appeasing and appealing to caste and communal vote banks. For him, casteism and communalism are feudal forces which must be destroyed if India is to progress, but parliamentary democracy further entrenches them. It is in this way that the path of Gandhi and his associates continues to divide India on caste and communal lines, whereas if we had adopted the path of Bhagat Singh and Surya Sen we would have become united in our struggle against poverty, unemployment, and other evils, and like China emerged as an industrialist and powerful nation, with our people enjoying decent lives. 2 This, therefore, acknowledges the possibility of a rival tradition, and one adopted by neighboring China, which has been vanquished but which would have made all the difference, had it been allowed to flourish. The loss of this alternative road to freedom has been much lamented, although it remains little comprehended in modern India today, but as Ifran Habib has stated, in the hanging of Bhagat Singh and his comrades, we did not lose merely individuals but that we lost rather an alternative framework of governance for post-independent India. 3 When most revolutionaries had agreed to suspend action in support of Mahatma Gandhi's non-cooperation movement, the disappointment that arose from the failings of the national bourgeois leadership after 1922 led to the widespread feeling that it had betrayed the workers, the peasants, and the youth, and this is when the HRA was formed with its manifesto The Revolutionary. 4. The Feroza Shah Kotla meeting of 1928 itself arose against the backdrop of the decimation of the previous revolutionary leadership, following the Kakori train robbery case in 1925, when so many of them were promptly caught and hanged. Bhagat Singh took the opportunity to build on the foundations of the Naujawan Bharat Sabha, but precisely when that body was formed is unclear. We learn from the account of Comrade Ramchandra, who was a close associate of Bhagat Singh in his earlier years, that there is no record of the Sabha available but that from my memory. I say that it was formed towards the end of 1924. In fact, he had come across a file in the All India National Archives, which is Home Political File No. 27/5 of 1931, which lends support to this. 5 Ramchandra played a key role in the formation of the Sabha, notwithstanding his inability to precisely remember when it was founded. What he recalled 50 years later was that, I was first to propose that the name of the organization should be Naujawan Bharat Sabha. 6 His account remains the best of the Sabha from a witness of the events of that time, and we are lucky to have it. It only came about because in 1975, when he was busily involved in making arrangements for holding a freedom fighters conference in Delhi, Kulbir Singh, the younger brother of Bhagat Singh, came over to him and told him that a greater duty rested on his shoulders than arranging a conference, and that was to write an account of the Sabha in the way that only he could. After 5 years of holding personal interviews with old comrades, and setting out to collect old material from government files, 7 Comrade Ramchandra finally published his indispensable account, covering everything from early days at the National College in Lahore with Bhagat Singh, right down to his execution, and beyond to when Subhas Chandra Bose sided himself with the Axis countries against the British in the Second World War. Others, however, take the view that whatever the genesis of the Sava, Bhagat Singh was instrumental in actually turning it into the force that it eventually became, and that it was a young Bhagat Singh aged 19 who actually started the Naujawan Bharat Sava in 1926, and that it was his creation in the way in which we have come to understand it. In the words of Simona Saune, he had been inspired, like many of his contemporaries, by Giuseppe Mazzina's Young Italy movement aid in doing so. The purpose of the Naujawan Bharat Sava was to bring the youth of Punjab together under the umbrella of a new socialist non-religious organization. Socialism and humanism were thus amalgamated with nationalism. It is this which Bhagat Singh championed. It is the syncretism that made him so distinct from other leaders of the revolutionary movement. Others such as Mittal and Habib have explained how he Naujawan Bharat Sava was formed to channelize the militant nationalist movement on ideological lines in March 1926 by Bhagat Singh, with a wider perspective, so that whilst it believed in the freedom of other enslaved nations also, the fact was that he Sava also stood for secularism. 10. 25. 1929, the HSRA. After the Naujawan Bharat Sava, it was an easy step 2 years later for Bhagat Singh to inaugurate the mutinous HSRA, which was set up in 1929, principally by Chandrasekhar Azad and Bhagat Singh. He was 21 years old then. Though on the site of the fort of Feroza Shah Kotla, a plaque today commemorates the establishment of the HSRA with the names of Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Rajguru, few realize that it was the establishment on that cold night in September 1928, on the outskirts of Delhi in the dilapidated ruins of a medieval fort, of the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, that completed the transformation that Bhagat Singh was seeking in the nature of the revolutionary struggle that had to be waged against colonial rule. The HRA was henceforth to be the HSRA, with socialism being given an added emphasis. The Central Committee of the HSRA comprised such stalwarts as Sukhdev, an ardent adherent of communist philosophy. It also included the journalist Vijay Kumar Sinha. Since the genesis of the movement was traceable to India's 3 provinces of Punjab, the United Provinces and Bihar, there were to be 2 representatives from each of these provinces in the Central Committee. The HSRA itself was to comprise 2 parts. These were to be the ideological and the military wings. Bhagat Singh took charge of the ideological wing. The task of managing the HSRA's military operations was handed over to such hardened activists as Shiv Varma and Chandrasekhar Azad. The fact that Bhagat Singh later participated in the killing of the policeman J.P. Saunders shows that he took part in the military faction as well as being in charge of the ideological wing. The youthfulness of these revolutionaries was not without significance. The young were devoid of all hope for the future of India. This is clear from a manifesto produced in 1928 for the All Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sava in Amritsar. It was produced by Bhagwant Charan Vora, the propagandist secretary of the HSRA. In it he proclaimed how the young bear the most inhuman tortures smilingly and face death without hesitation. 1 After that, an emboldened HSRA published its manifesto in the following year in 1929. This contained the proclamation, "Revolution is law, revolution is order, and revolution is the truth." It continued, "The youths of our nation have realized this truth to a commitment best encapsulated in the Declaration Inquilab Zindabad 3. The call for revolution was not, however, to be misunderstood. It was not a single event. Nor was it necessarily violent. What it represented was an eternal, everlasting, and permanent search for renewal and revitalization of the present. This is because, as Subhas Chandra Bose stated at the meeting of the All India Youth Congress in Calcutta in 1929, the youth were no longer content with handing over all responsibility to older leaders and to be content following like dumb, driven cattle. 4. And so it came to be that it was in the person of Bhagat Singh that these popular dissidents acquired a form which could be venerated and passed down through oral narratives of the road to freedom in India. Whatever may have been the officially endorsed narrative of the centrality of nonviolence in the anti-colonial movement before independence, it is the centrality of Bhagat Singh to the lives and basic aspirations of the ordinary man in the Indian subcontinent that is significant today. they are the ones who are still struggling to make ends meet. This is why Chris Moffat has observed that when it comes to Bhagat Singh, it is he contours of this militant life, partisan commitment, unflinching action, heroic self-sacrifice, continue to shape Bhagat Singh's ghost. Acknowledging the weight of this legacy allows us to approach the enduring appeal to the revolutionary and the implications of his invocation today. Point 5. In the words of Bipin Chandra, Bhagat Singh was not only one of India's greatest freedom fighters and revolutionary socialists, but also one of its early Marxist thinkers and ideologues. Point 6. This explains why, as Christopher Pinney has noted, in the period up to independence in 1947, images of Bhagat Singh were more prevalent than those of Mahatma Gandhi, in both contemporary India and in chromolithographs of the pre-independence era. Small wonder then that he describes this as a stunning anomaly, given the dominance of the Mahatma in narratives of the nationalist movement. Point 7. Ironically, however, the predominant narrative today is that it is Gandhian nonviolence that secured India's independence. The young revolutionaries are at best marginalized and at worst forgotten. It remains a paradox how the nonviolent creed paved the way to the violence of partition, something to which the revolutionaries would never have agreed, with 1 million dead and 15 million uprooted from their homes. Yet, the violence of the revolutionaries is derided and disparaged. The real violence of how India came to gain its freedom is bizarrely accepted as an inevitable part of the story of how the country achieved its freedom. This is why an Indian scholar recently felt it necessary to declare that even though India did not have a revolution, it has a large number of revolutionaries. 8. R.C. Majumdar is described by Durbagosh as perhaps the most eminent Bengali historian to claim, against an official nationalist consensus, that Bengal's history of militant nationalism had been central to forging the necessary politics for an anti-colonial movement. Point 9. In the foreword to Uma Mukherjee's two great Indian revolutionaries, Rash Bihari and Jyotindranath Banerjee, he has explained how, in spite of the attempts in some quarters to minimize the role of the revolutionaries in the history of the freedom movement in India, their countrymen are now becoming gradually conscious of the deep debt of gratitude they owe to these heroes for the achievement of Indian independence. Point 10. Indeed, as Aparna Vadik has more recently pointed out, even the role of the anti-heroes such as Hans Raj Vora, who testified against his HSRA comrades in the Lahore conspiracy case, needs to be understood in the context of a non-celebratory history of nationalism, which is sensitive to the instances when nationalist solidarity is fractured and betrayed. In this way, we can see such figures as integral to the history of nationalism and martyrdom. Point 11. In fact, in the words of Durbagosh, among participants of the underground groups, there were widespread concerns throughout the 1950s and well into the 1960s that the history of revolutionary terrorism would be forgotten. 12. Indeed, so it has proved today, because barely anyone is familiar with the names of these great revolutionaries outside India today, and even within India hardly anyone knows about their contribution to the cause of independence. She refers to participants among the underground groups, but even in the mainstream now, no one knows. And few even care. Yet, it is a salutary reminder of how freedom is won. In fact, one reason for this is how post-colonial India has extended the shibboleth of Gandhian nonviolence beyond independence. As Ghosh explains, between 1947 and 1952, the early years of independent India, as the government of India began a project of national consolidation, it resorted to classifying opposing political movements such as communism, trade union organization, battles for land redistribution as threats to national security. 13. One reason why the revolutionaries' political inclinations gave the colonial government much concern was because of the impact it had on liberal opinion at home. This is vividly demonstrated by the Meerut conspiracy case, which arose in March 1929 when a railway strike was organized by several trade unionists. 3 of them were Englishmen. The British government convicted 33 of them in 1933 in proceedings which were widely regarded as being falsely contrived against them. This was one of the detrimental effects of colonization. And it was immediately seized upon by the Manchester Street Theatre troupe, which ran a play by the name of Meerut in 1932. The play laid bare the savage prison sentences of the leaders of the Indian Rail Strike. 14 The sentences were all the more harsh for fear of communist influence on them. As Durbagosh explains, much of the concern in left and liberal circles about political prisoners in India focused on those arrested in the Meerut conspiracy case, who had been under detention without charge for a number of years because of their suspected attachments to communism. 15. Despite some similarities, Bhagat Singh's case, however, stands in many ways in stark contrast to the Meerut conspiracy case, which began in camera on March 15, 1929. The district magistrate of Meerut issued warrants for the arrest of the accused. Langford James, the special prosecutor, opened the case before the magistrate on June 12, 1929. The accused were committed to trial by the Sessions Court on January 13, 1930. The trial was scheduled to be heard before a judge, accompanied by 5 assessors. At that stage, on January 31, 1930, the applications for a trial by jury had already been rejected by the Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court. But it then took until January 17, 1933 for the judgment to be delivered. Thereafter, the appeal was determined by the High Court in a judgment some 6 months later on August 13, 1933. Importantly, the charge in that case was also conspiracy to deprive the King Emperor of his sovereignty of British India. The government fielded 320 prosecution witnesses in the magistrates' court. In the Sessions Court, there were 281 prosecution witnesses. There was a mountain of documents to get through. The charge was that the accused had entered into a conspiracy to further the objectives of the Communist International in Moscow. However, in that case the accused consisted of some of the most eminent leaders of the communist and trade union movement in India, such as S.A. Dange, Muzaffar Ahmed, S.V. Gata, S.S. Marajkar, Sohan Singh Josh, M.A. Majid and P.C. Joshi. They also included 3 Englishmen, Philip Spratt, Benjamin Bradley, and Lester Hutchinson. But the difference with the Lahore conspiracy case lay in the fact that the Meerut Prisoners Defence Committee was formed largely through the efforts of Jawaharlal Nehru. His father Motilal Nehru was the chairman of the Meerut Prisoners Defence Committee. Bizarrely, there was no such person or council of national eminence involved in the Lahore conspiracy case. The Lahore High Court bar protested vigorously and the accused themselves were contemptuous of the maverick way in which the legal procedures were used against them. Unlike Bhagat Singh, those in the Meerut conspiracy case were relatively isolated from the political mainstream. Nevertheless, this very fact helped raise their popularity in public and they got off relatively leniently. This was not to be the case with Bhagat Singh. 26. 1930, Peace, Order, and Good Government. The Lahore conspiracy case began in court after Bhagat Singh was arrested on April 8, 1929 with B.K. Dud for throwing smoke bombs in the Central Legislative Assembly in New Delhi, to make the deaf hear. 1 B.K. Dud was a Bengali. A number of Bengalis had been involved in Lahore too and the HSRA had been recruiting followers of Anishalan Samatai. 3 The action by Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dud was designed to demonstrate their opposition to the continued British occupation of India. Police investigations showed that members of the HSRA were behind the December 1928 assassination of a British official J.P. Saunders, who had been mistaken for his boss, J.A. Scott, the superintendent of police. Scott had been in charge when the nationalist figure, Lala Lajpat Rai, who had lived in Lahore since 1880 and had studied law at its government college, was assaulted by police batons while marching against the Simon Commission in October 1928, where as one writer said the public will have apparently none of the play. 4 When Lajpat Rai died in the hospital on November 17, 1928, his death at the hands of the Punjab police gave rise to a new round of political violence. It was in fact the event that transformed the political landscape of India. Bhagat Singh set out to avenge the death of Lala Lajpat Rai. This is how J.P. Saunders came to be shot on December 17, 1928. Bhagat Singh became immensely popular. In her recent work on the Lahore Conspiracy Case 5, Taylor Sherman considers Bhagat Singh's trial in the context of India's nationalist revolutionary movements of the time, the hunger strike undertaken, and then followed by his hasty execution. She observes how when the Punjab police put together the Lahore Conspiracy Case in 1929 to charge 25 members of the HSRA, including Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dood, with conspiracy against the government, 6 from that time onwards the popularity of the accused in the Lahore Conspiracy Case, including Bhagat Singh and Jatindranath Das, has been a controversy to many scholars. 7 However, she argues that it was actually the hunger strike which the accused undertook during their trial was instrumental in establishing these men in the nationalist pantheon. 8 There were 3 reasons for this. First, she states, the hunger strike and the trial provided the HSRA with a stage from which they could display their charismatic defiance of British authority to a larger public. Second, the case was prosecuted at a time when the Indian National Congress was preparing for another nationwide anti-British campaign, so that many congressmen were drawn to support the hunger strike. Third, that when Jatin Das succumbed during the strike, and Bhagat Singh, Shivram Rajguru and Sukh Dev were executed after the trial, they provided the nationalist with martyrs to Mother India. This was of huge significance because, in nationalist movements in which few prominent figures gave their lives, the symbolic value of the martyrdom of these 4 men was incalculable. She argues that as a result, the hunger strike was woven into the larger political choreography of the nationalist movement. 9. However, as is clear from Taylor Sherman's own valuable analysis, it was not just the hunger strike which was woven into the larger political choreography of the times, but the execution by hanging of Bhagat Singh and his 2 comrades. In fact, it was the execution which was the more dramatic of the 2. The execution, precisely because of its coercive legal machinations, imprinted itself indelibly on the consciousness of the people of the subcontinent, and it did so for generations to come. As Taylor Sherman puts it only too well, the trial thus became a showcase for the defiance and bravery of the accused. She continues, newspapers conveyed the many ways in which the revolutionaries, though weakened by their fast, were able to undermine the authority of the magistrate. 10 Chris Moffat refers to Bhagat Singh's uncommon passion and explains that rather than the hunger strike alone, it was the bomb, the bullet, the chant, the hunger strike, the kissing of the hangman's noose that did the demonstrative work. 11 For him and his comrades, the HSRA, he argues, was instrumental in this because of its conception of a militant life, so that the HSRA in their actions sought to signal an existing wrong of an emergent possibility, whatever the risk to themselves. 12. The trial of the accused, however, was by the Governor-General's own legislative enactment in the form of an ordinance, and that too is noteworthy because it is all too often overlooked. The significance of government by ordinance continues in India to this day. In his path-breaking study, Shubhankar Dam ruefully observes how, although constitutionally limited to circumstances when it is necessary to take immediate action, ordinances, in practice, have an expansive presence in India's parliamentary annals. So much so that far from being a constitutional exception they are a constitutional norm of governance, so that, for 6 decades, they are neither exceptional nor limited. Rather, they are a convenient and, distressingly at times, the preferred legislative method. 13 Ordinances are now passed in India to circumvent parliamentary scrutiny. As such, they can have no equivalence with legislative enactments which have the Parliament's democratic imprimatur. Ordinances were used during colonial times. Under the Indian Councils Act 1861, the power of making laws and regulations was vested in the Governor-General in Council 14, and although the Council became British India's primary legislative body, in certain circumstances the 1861 Act vested original legislative power on the Governor-General, independent of the Council, in the words of Shubhankar Dam. 15. This is because the 1861 Act also contained a provision to the effect that, notwithstanding anything in this Act contained, it shall be lawful for the Governor-General, in cases of emergency, to make and promulgate, from time to time, ordinance for the peace and good government of the said territories. When this is done, then every such ordinance shall have life force of law or regulation made by the Governor-General in Council. However, this is to be for the space of not more than 6 months from its promulgation, unless the disallowance of such ordinance by Her Majesty, or unless such ordinance shall be controlled or superseded by some law made by the Governor-General in Council. 16. It is this provision, confined as it was to situations of emergency only which related to peace and good government limited to a 6-month period, that found its way into Article 123 of the Indian Constitution. Ordinances became ubiquitous in 3 ways in the regulatory scheme of everyday governance following the Government of India Act 1935, which replaced that of the Act of 1915 of the same name. First, ordinances were to be the usual method of governance, rather than being unusual, because they were to be the preferred mechanism of legislative choice. 17. Second, a single ordinance for a particular matter under consideration was not enough, as there had to be a sequence or succession of ordinances, on the same matter for good effect. Third, ordinances began to be used side by side and in tandem with conventional legislative arrangements. A prime example of this is the Public Safety Ordinance. This, as Dam reminds us, was introduced in the Legislative Assembly in September 1928. What it did was to authorize the removal from British India of certain persons engaged in subversive propaganda. 18. Only for the Assembly to reject it. 19. Lord Irwin, however, was convinced of the necessity of such legislation in the interests of good government and pressed ahead and promulgated the ordinance that incorporated the provisions earlier rejected by the Assembly. The law set a new precedent, making ordinances an executive alternative to parliamentary legislation. Clearly aware of his extraordinary innovation, the Governor-General invoked the support of the vast majority of India's people in promulgating it. In a statement attached to the ordinance, he explained the serious character of personal decision, claiming that he had no doubt that his action would command the approval of that vast majority of India's people who have faith in India's future and whose first desire is to see their country prosperous, contented and secure. 20. But if this is right, then the much vaunted good government had to be in the interests of the people being governed, and there is much evidence that it was not shown to be so. The meaning of emergency was now to be more fluid and less exacting. It would cover administrative inconvenience. This is what got Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Rajguru in the end. Their trial for the killing of the Assistant Superintendent of Police, John Saunders, and that of Head Constable, Chanan Singh, began in Lahore on July 11, 1929. Since Bhagat Singh and his co-defendants promptly resorted to hunger strikes, the progress of the trial was slow and leisurely. In addition, there was what Dam refers to as the disorderly conduct in the courtroom and demonstrations by the public outside, which also led to some more adjournments, so that by March 1930, only 234 of the 600 potential witnesses had been produced in the court. There was the fear now of the trial likely to drag on indefinitely, and this is when Lord Irwin had little compunction exercising his own personal legislative powers. By his own edict he announced the Lahore Ordinance 3 of 1930, arguing that disorderly conduct and revolutionary demonstrations, to bring the administration of justice into contempt, it impossible to count upon obtaining a conclusion by the normal methods of procedure within any calculable period. 21. A hunger strike is not, however, a disorderly conduct by any stretch of imagination. But for Lord Irwin, as Dam explains, public policy, as he understood it, required that the grave charges be thoroughly scrutinized and finally adjudicated upon with the least possible delay, and this is why he decreed that there be a 3-judge tribunal instead of a regular court of law, investing them with powers to deal with willful obstruction to try the accused in what was to become the second Lahore conspiracy case. But even if this is so, was legislating by executive ordinance, so as to alter normal due process trial, the right way to go about it? As Dam himself continues to explain, the administrative character of the events mentioned here involved nothing more than challenges in enforcing ordinary law and procedure. But in describing them as an emergency requiring special legislation, Lord Irwin brought the power to promulgate the ordinances ever closer to the legislature's power to enact primary legislation. It may be more accurate to say that he in fact did, and did so illicitly. When contested, the Privy Council returned a verdict inscribing the Governor-General's view into law. In Bhagat Singh and others v. The King's Emperor 22, Viscount Dunedin concluded that a state of emergency is something that not permit of any exact definition, but the fact that this may be so is not the same as saying that no case need be made out at all by the Governor-General when invoking such an awesome power. As a state of matter calling for drastic action, emergency had to be judged by someone. That someone, he wrote, could be the Governor-General, and he alone. 23 In other words, emergency was whatever the Governor-General felt it was, nothing else mattered. 24. We know from the general history of the common law during wartime that this approach was not just confined to the territories of the empire but was used in none other a place than England itself. In the wartime case of Liversedge v. Anderson the same was done, except that in that case there was a thundering dissent by Lord Atkin. In the colonial territories, however, the impact of such an approach was to have profound and long-lasting effects. As Dam points out, taken together, these developments made ordinances the new normal in India, both in numbers and in status. Numerically, they were vastly common, much more than in the earlier period. It was normal in its status too. By 1935, there were effectively two legislative authorities. This was along with the imperial legislature obviously had legislative powers. 25. The issue is timely and important. Pre-independence India had competing rival approaches to the quest for freedom, which as Niti Nair makes clear are seen to exemplify absolutely contrasting strategies of resistance. 26 One based on the creed of nonviolent Gandhism, the other a Marxist revolutionary call to arms movement championed by Bhagat Singh, who at the time of his death was more popular than Gandhi, so that had he lived the history of the Indian subcontinent would have been very different. Moreover, as Safran Habib has written, with a special tribunal set up under the fiat of the Governor-General specifically to hand down a judgment of death on Bhagat Singh after ragtag judicial proceedings in which the judicial bench twice changed its judges, we lost an alternative framework of governance for post-independent India. 27. If jurisdiction was wrongly created to hang Bhagat Singh, then might there be a case for an official pardon today? In truth, as early as May 4, 1930 Bhagat Singh's lawyers objected that the special tribunal had no jurisdiction to try the case. Such protestations fell on stony ground. In her Despotism of Law, Radhika Singha explains how penal law from the time of early East India Company rule was used to have an impact on the range of social transactions which shaped the process of colonial state formation. 28 Whereby it became acceptable in some cases that the judge should use a different and lesser standard to hang a man. 29 Even if Bhagat Singh's trial concerned, what a modern case analyzing the application of the formula, peace, order, and good government, has said involved the affairs of incontestably the colony, can it be argued that it is capable of being rendered invalid by jurisdictional error or malpractice? 30 The question is important because it is only in recent years that there has been an awareness of how in many Commonwealth jurisdictions, the phrase peace, order, and good government was traditionally used to express the legitimate objects of legislative powers conferred by statute. This has helped raise the possibility of comparative legal insights into how this power was to be exercised. Historically, the phrase has appeared in imperial Acts of Parliament and letters patent. Today, it is to be seen in the constitutions of Canada 31 and the Commonwealth of Australia. 32 It used to be evident in the constitutions of New Zealand and of South Africa. In the years before the independence of India, the use of a legislative power to make an ordinance on the basis of peace, order, and good government was regularly used to try, convict and hang those who stood up to the government. The historian Mark Condos has shown recently how the British in India regularly abandoned their high-minded notions about the civilizing mission, and reverted to much more brutal and pragmatic measures in order to ensure the stability and security of the colonial regime. 33 So that although peace, order, and good government may ordinarily be treated as epitomes of high virtue, they were not infrequently subverted by the colonial state through the medium of the law to maintain control. This is how Bhagat Singh came to be executed. Bhagat Singh and his comrades went on to become national heroes because of their practice of hunger strikes and nonviolent civil disobedience within the walls of Lahore's prisons in 1929-30, as Niti Nair has explained, and the quality of anti-colonial nationalism represented by Bhagat Singh was central to the resolution of many of the divisions that racked pre-partition Punjab. 34 Yet, today we have a situation in India and Pakistan where, if anything, those divisions are even more pronounced, and revolutionaries of the HSRA have long been marginalised in the academic history or geography of nationalism, as Maclean tells us. This is despite their extraordinary popularity in popular culture and in colonial India. This was most evident in prescribed literature and posters, and in contemporary India, in film, posters, comics, and bizarre histories. 35. Part 6. The Assembly Bomb Speeches. Kurd Mandan se kia pakhan ki mari abtida kia hai. Ki main is fikramen rahtahun mari intiha kia hai. What could I ask a mystic about my origin, when I am worried that I do not know my own limits? Allama Iqbal. 27. June 6, 1929 Statement. If Bhagat Singh's anti-colonialism eschewed communal divisions, it is because he fused myriad sources of inspiration, sometimes Marxist and sometimes anarchist. This is why he is an enigma. The freedom movement of the 1920s of pre-partition India was plagued by communal divisions. Post-partition too, the tensions between Hindus and Muslims or Indians and Pakistanis have shown no signs of subsiding. In many ways, they are exacerbated today. So, Bhagat Singh is a puzzle, a paradox of the Indian subcontinent, and different from leaders who represented specific vote banks and communal interests. Bhagat Singh did not represent any sectional interests. For this reason he places these leaders in a quandary because it was not communities he championed but causes. Preeminent amongst these were the causes of the poor, the dispossessed and the marginalized. His throwing of 2 bombs in the Central Legislative Assembly was intended to disrupt the passage of the Public Safety and Trade Disputes Bill, so that Assembly members would not be able to vote on a bill designed to circumscribe the rights of Indian workers. It was not accordingly an act of anarchism pure and simple. But there was a second purpose which made the act even further removed from anarchism. It was to expose what purported to be an Indian parliament, in the form of the Central Legislative Assembly, as nothing more than a vassal of the Imperial Parliament in London. The bomb throwing was an act of censure. As such, both acts were more aligned to the socialist cause that Bhagat Singh and the HSRA espoused than to anarchism. The pamphlets thrown into the assembly made it only too clear that Bhagat Singh's political philosophy did not allow him to endorse violence because of our love for humanity, bearing no personal grudge against anyone. This is why Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt appeared before the trial judges afterwards and explained how they had deliberately thrown the 2 bombs at the unoccupied rows where no assembly members were seated. In the words of Bhagat Singh, the 2 bombs exploded in vacant spaces within the wooden barriers of the desks and benches. This was to scrupulously avoid people being injured. Had they chosen to, they could have used lethal and highly destructive devices to obliterate the chamber. They chose not to do so. On June 6, 1929, Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt presented a statement before the Sessions Court too. It was a truly significant moment because although Bhagat Singh went through 2 further trials after this, in no other trial did he get to put out a statement for public consumption in this way. No other statement encapsulates his thoughts on revolution or, indeed, on anarchism. None other defines what he means by revolution. Nor does anything else set out his objectives in the same way. The day of the statement was the most important day of the trial. There were in fact 2 statements. The second statement was made on June 12, 1929 in the appeal against conviction and sentence of transportation for life, and this was made before the High Court in the same case. The 2 statements are the only courtroom statements made by Bhagat Singh, and of these the first one of June 6 is by far the more important. In this statement, Bhagat Singh made it clear, through his lawyer Asaf Ali, that Governor-General Lord Irwin was quite wrong to describe the Delhi Legislative Assembly bomb as an attack directed against no individual but an institution itself. On the contrary, the purpose of the assembly bomb was to emphasize the historical lesson of the changes sweeping the world over that the imperial government neglected at its peril. This is why he wanted to emphasize that lettres de cachet and Bastilles could not crush the revolutionary movement in France, and why the Alaus and Siberian mines could not extinguish the Russian Revolution. Even within Great Britain, Bloody Sunday and Black and Tans failed to strangle the movement of Irish freedom. Therefore, when the government now sets out to curb the unrest that was brewing before its very nose, he asks rhetorically, and ordinances and safety bills snuff out the flames of freedom in India. 3. He is clear that laws such as the Public Safety and Trade Disputes Bill, which was presented before the Central Legislative Assembly, cannot achieve this aim. He is clear that fraudulent and fabricated charges against the young who are hauled up before the courts in their ever-expanding numbers will not vanquish them. The truth is that when it comes to it, conspiracy cases, trumped up or discovered, and the incarceration of all young men, who cherish the vision of a great ideal, cannot check the march of revolution. With a thundering and prophetic claim he asserts how in these circumstances, we took it upon ourselves to provide this warning and our duty is done. 4. Bhagat Singh and B.K. Do not just chide the heedless to give them a timely warning that underneath the seeming stillness of the sea of Indian humanity there is about to be a veritable storm, which is why they have to warn those who are speeding along without heeding the grave dangers ahead. They also make it clear that if India's present predicament is left unaddressed, it is bound to lead to chaos. They have no doubt that this state of affairs cannot last long given that the present order of society in merrymaking is on the brink of a volcano. 5. To ensure that their warning was heeded, Bhagat Singh and B.K. now wanted to make the deaf hear. In fact, these actions were not just those of Bhagat Singh and B.K. alone. They were an emulation of the actions of the French anarchist, Auguste Vaillant, who had launched a similar bomb attack on the French Chamber of Deputies on December 9, 1893. Like Bhagat Singh, he had also thrown a homemade device from the public gallery. And like Bhagat Singh, he too was immediately arrested. Indeed, Vaillant's device was also a weak one. It also only caused slight injuries in the chamber. He also had said that his aim was to make the deaf hear, but not to kill anyone, in revenge for the state execution the previous year of a fellow anarchist, Ravicole. Vaillant was put to death and faced the guillotine on 5 February 1894. His actions inspired a number of anarchists after him, one of whom was Bhagat Singh. Like Vaillant, whose last words were death to the bourgeoisie. Long live anarchy, Bhagat Singh used the slogan Inquilab Zindabad on a regular basis, right up to the time of his own death by hanging. The imitation of Auguste Vaillant was not in vain. The statement on behalf of Bhagat Singh and B.K. by Asaf Ali declared that revolution is an inalienable right of mankind and that freedom is an imperishable birthright of all. It was immediately reported on by the leading national newspapers of the day. This was despite the fact that the magistrate had put in place rigid censorship controls that would curtail the making of manifesto speeches. The authorities viewed the trial in the context of the growth of communism in the 1920s. Left-wing radical groups were gaining strength in Europe and in America. Their activities had to be rigorously controlled and restricted. The authorities' fear was not allayed by the accused defiantly entering the courtroom with shouts of Inquilab Zindabad, making Bhagat Singh's name synonymous with this slogan. To this day, from student protests to farmers' revolts, "Long live the revolution" is the one slogan that is associated with the name of Bhagat Singh. So, on June 9, 1929, F.B. Poole ruled that, provided that sections of Bhagat Singh's speech could be expunged from the record, he would allow it as the magistrate in charge. He reasoned that, given that the words in question had no impact on the case he had to decide, the offending words in Bhagat Singh's statement cannot be referred to here, nor, being irrelevant, could they affect the case. The magistrates' entreaties, however, were in vain. No sooner had the trial started than Bhagat Singh's written testimony was in the public domain. It was widely available to all as it had been leaked to the press. Copies were even translated into Bengali and Gujarati and then circulated in revolutionary circles. It is not difficult to see why. When Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt called for revolution, in one of the expunged passages from their speech, what they were calling for was not a revolution of bloodletting but a revolution of ideas. 28. June 6, 1929 and the rejection of utopian nonviolence. Although large portions of the statement that the two of them made were redacted from the record on June 9, 1929, the text that is preserved in the National Archives of India 1 in New Delhi contains the complete version. The statement was originally in 8 paragraphs. However, less than half of it was allowed to be put before the Sessions Court and paragraphs 6, 7, and 8 towards the end were almost entirely eliminated. In the expunged paragraph 6, they state that the imperialist exploiters cannot succeed because by crushing individuals they cannot kill ideas. Point 2 After setting out their aims and objectives, they make it clear that or these ideals, and for this faith, we shall welcome any suffering to which we may be condemned. 3. What were these ideals? And what was this faith? First, they wished to make it known that we are next to none in our love for humanity, and so far as having any malice against any individual we hold human life sacred beyond words. This being so, we are neither perpetrators of dastardly outrages and therefore to the country, nor are we lunatics. They continue, we humbly claim to be no more than serious students of this history and conditions of our country and human aspirations, and we despise hypocrisy. For these words demonstrate how Bhagat Singh was operating from deep-seated philosophical convictions that informed the nature of his rebellion against the British Raj. In fact, far from Bhagat Singh being a young hot-headed malcontent, it is manifestly plain from this that he stood on par with Frantz Fanon, who was to come much later in the 20th century. He writes, we dropped the bombs on the floor of the House Assembly chamber to register our protest on behalf of those who had no other means left to give expression to their heart-rending agony. Our sole purpose was to make the deaf hear. The attack on the Delhi Assembly killed no one, and nor was it intended to, but it did cause minor injuries. Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt had to give an explanation, namely, that it was to give the heedless a timely warning. 5 Given that members of the assembly on that day included Motilal Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Madan Mohan Malviya and John Simon. However, he bore no personal grudge or malice against any one of those who received slight injuries or against any other person in the assembly, and this is why the 2 bombs exploded in vacant spaces within wooden barriers of desks and benches, and why even those who were within 2 feet of the explosion were either not hurt or only slightly scratched. 6. Second, the redacted portions of the statement reveal why these 2 members of the HSRA chose to target the Delhi legislature itself. As they state, our practical protest was against the institution which since its birth has eminently helped to display not only its worthlessness but its far-reaching power for mischief. The more we have pondered, the more deeply we have been convinced that it exists only to demonstrate to the world India's humiliation and helplessness, and it symbolizes the overriding domination of an irresponsible and autocratic rule. Time and again the national demand has been pressed by the people's representatives only to find the waste paper basket as its final destination. 7. It is small wonder that this incendiary denunciation of the assembly was expunged from the record. But it did not end there. As the 2 of them continued, in spite of earnest endeavor we have utterly failed to find any justification for the existence of an institution which, despite all the pomp and splendor organized with the hard-earned money of the sweating millions of India, is only a hollow show and a mischievous make-believe. Their excoriating damnation ended with a reference to the public leaders who helped to squander public time and money on such a manifestly stage-managed an exhibition of India's helpless subjection. In subsequent parts of the statement which are not redacted, there is a reference to the starving and struggling millions of their countrymen who were deprived of their primary right and the sole means of improving their economic welfare, so that none who has felt like us for the dumb-driven drudges of laborers could possibly witness the spectacle with equanimity, and none whose heart bleeds for those who have given their lifeblood in silence to the building up of the economic structure of the exploiters, of whom the government happens to be the biggest in this country, could repress the cry of soul agonizing anguish which so ruthless a blow wrung out of our hearts. 8. Third, it is against this background that Bhagat Singh and B.K. did reject the notion of Gandhian utopian nonviolence in preference to the use of legitimate revolutionary force against the oppressor and the idea of revolution. Unfortunately, this was redacted from the statement presented before the Sessions Court, but what they wished to do here was to draw attention to the end of utopian nonviolence, of whose futility the rising generation has been convinced beyond a shadow of doubt. What the Sessions Court did get to learn of, however, was their justification for the use of force, in a way which showed them to have been far more sophisticated than Mahatma Gandhi's passive non-cooperation, in that, force when aggressively applied is violence and is therefore morally unjustifiable, but when it is used in the furtherance of a legitimate cause it has its moral justification, a suggestion that Frantz Fanon 40 years later would not have resiled from. The authorities apparently then, however, considered what was to follow from these words to be objectionable, because the following context of the use of force is expunged, and yet it is deeply revealing. The elimination of force at all costs is utopian, and the new movement which has arisen in the country, and of which we have given the warning, is inspired by the ideals which guided Guru Gobind Singh and Shivaji, Kamal Pasha and Reza Khan, Washington and Garibaldi, Lafayette and Lenin. 9. Unfortunately, as they continue with barely concealed exasperation, both the alien government and the Indian public leaders appeared to have shut their eyes and closed their ears against the existence and the voice of this movement. The very fact that this statement, even when made, was deliberately erased from the record in 1929, shows the determined effort of both the authorities and other Indian leaders to suppress and to eventually wipe out any trace of what is referred to as the new movement. Fourth, there is to be a revolution. In a vitally important part of the same statement that was expunged by the Sessions Court, the two of them explain how when Bhagat Singh was asked in the lower court as to what we meant by the word revolution, that in answer to the question, I would say that revolution does not necessarily involve sanguinary strife, nor is there any place in it for individual vendetta, because T is not the cult of the bomb and the pistol. So what is it then, one might ask? The answer Bhagat Singh gave was, by revolution we mean that the present order of things which is based on manifest injustice must change. It was against this background, where Bhagat Singh had defined the term revolution as the elimination of manifest injustice, that the obliterated portion of the statement went to prophesy that the whole edifice of this civilization, if not saved in time, shall crumble. This is why, a radical change, therefore, is necessary, and it is the duty of those who realize this to reorganize society on the socialistic basis. One look at this and one straight away realizes how dramatically different this vision was from that of Mahatma Gandhi, who subsequently became such an icon of the Indian independence struggle. And yet, it was Bhagat Singh who epitomized the plight of the Indian masses with the excoriating words that, unless this thing is done and the exploitation of man by man and nations by nations, which goes masquerading as imperialism, is brought to an end, the sufferings and carnage with which humanity is threatened today cannot be prevented, and all talks of ending war and ushering in an era of universal peace is undisguised hypocrisy. By revolution we mean the ultimate establishment of an order of society which may not be threatened by such a breakdown, and in which the sovereignty of the proletariat should be recognized, and as the result of which a world federation should redeem humanity from the bondage of capitalism and the misery of imperial wars. 10. The above then was the whole of paragraph 7 of the statement that was meant to be formally presented before the Sessions Court. Not only was this removed from the rest of the statement, but paragraph 8 was too. This is our ideal, Bhagat Singh had here said, and continued with the declaration, revolution is the inalienable right of mankind. Freedom is the imprescriptible birthright of all. The laborer is the real sustainer of society. The sovereignty of the people is the ultimate destiny of the workers. 11 With thunderous effect Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt then ended their statement with the acclaim, "To the altar of this revolution we have brought our youth as incense, for no sacrifice is too great for so magnificent a cause." 12 These words shed light on why it is that Bhagat Singh is described by the Indians of his homeland as a shaheed, because he was prepared to die for his beliefs. But ultimately, however, his aim as a revolutionary was to spread the idea of revolution amongst the masses. This is also clear from 40 typed leaflets that both he and B.K. Dutt threw into the Delhi Central Assembly after the bombs had exploded. These had been written by Bhagat Singh himself, according to Shiv Varma, who was another one of his comrades, in their Sitaram Bazar hideout, and they were subsequently published in full by the Hindustan Times, on the same day of April 8, 1929.13. In these he explains, "We want to emphasize the lesson often repeated by history that it is easy to kill the individuals, but you cannot kill the ideas." He continues, "Great empires crumbled but the ideas survived. Bourbons and Tsars fell while the revolution marched ahead triumphantly." How clear, however, was Bhagat Singh about the ideas he was fighting for? He was strikingly clear. Few leaders of India who succeeded the Raj after independence were as clear. In his homeland, producers, or the laborers, in spite of being the most necessary element of society, are robbed by the exploiters of the fruits of their labor and deprived of their elementary rights. These words were not going to be music to the government's ears. On the other hand, they were milk and honey for the oppressed poor and went straight to the heart of the common man. In both India and Pakistan, they still do. The expunged statement spoke of how the peasant who grows corn for all starves with this family, the weaver who supplies the world market with textile fabrics cannot find enough to cover his own and his children's bodies, the masons, smiths, and carpenters who rear magnificent palaces, live and perish in slums. No ruling government could have sat idly by to hear of the capitalist exploiters, the parasites of society, squander millions on their whims that such utterances railed against. Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt took them to task as they directly questioned his terrible inequalities, and forced disparity of chances which they believed was inevitably heading towards chaos. With these words, these young students challenged the British Raj, in a way in which Gandhi and the Congress Party refused to do. This is what made them so dangerous to the Raj. Faced with this, the response of the authorities was not to engage with them, but to dismiss them as lunatics and fanatics. This allowed them to delete the ideological basis of the couple's attack on the Delhi Legislative Assembly. This is why to this day these statements by Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt, which espoused the very essence of their revolutionary philosophy, lie forgotten in India. It served the interests of the imperial government to dismiss these two disparagingly as deranged, with the result that they were being wrongly ascribed the status of madmen and fanatics. 14 Yet, this was an old colonial habit, one of maligning insurgents as lunatics, and it is one which still exists in the political culture of the region today, but which back then was deliberately designed to camouflage the exercise of unsparing, unadorned, and unvarnished oppressive state power under the ruse of the rule of law. This is why, as long ago as 1867, the government of India had passed what Mark Condos describes as one of the most brutal-minded and draconian laws ever created in colonial India, and this was the Murderous Outrages Act. Although it was originally designed to deal with fanatics in the northwest frontier, it was far from peripheral in its impact, and Condos has shown how this law both drew upon and enabled a wider legal culture that pervaded India in the wake of 1857 and in the end worked to mask the brute power of executive authority through legalistic terms. 15 This is why, in the words of Niti Nair, as soon as the trial started, the government proceeded with labeling these revolutionaries murderers and terrorists, and in this way, the British sought to dismiss their nonviolent demands for rights as political prisoners. 16 At the end of the trial, both men were sentenced to transportation for life when the Delhi Sessions Judge, Leonard Middleton, gave his 41-page judgment a week later on June 12, 1929. There was then an appeal to the Punjab High Court in Lahore. This was heard before Justices Sir Cecil Ford and James Addison. 29. June 12, 1929, we could have easily escaped. It was before the Punjab High Court in Lahore that Bhagat Singh had his second courtroom statement made on June 12, 1929. He argued that he and B.K. Dutt could not have been properly convicted before the Sessions Court because the point is as to what were our intentions. What he meant by this was that according to the famous jurist Solomon, one should not be punished for this criminal offense if his aim is not against the law. Point 1. Pressing his point further, he explained, the point to be considered is that the 2 bombs we threw in the assembly did not harm anybody physically or economically. As such, the punishment awarded to us is not only very harsh but revengeful also. He was, of course, entirely right in making this claim both as a matter of logic and of law. And convinced of this, he gave an example. It was one which the 2 High Court judges, Justices Sir Cecil Ford and James Addison, would have found unnerving. He said, the question of motive is of special importance. Take the example of General Dyer. He resorted to firing and killing hundreds of innocent and unarmed people. But the military court did not order him to be shot. It gave him lakhs of rupees as award too. Then came the defiance. It was clear. And it was uncompromising. This was to say that under these circumstances, please permit us to assert that a government which seeks shelter behind such methods has no right to exist. If it exists, it is for the time being only, and that too with the blood of thousands of people on its head. If the law does not see the motive, there can be no justice, nor can there be stable peace. Point 3. So pure were the motives of Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt that he Sessions Judge admitted that we could have very easily escaped, had we any intention like that. We accepted our offense and gave a statement explaining our position. We are not afraid of punishment. But we do not want that we should be wrongly understood. Point 4. What was it that they did not want misunderstood? The explanation is startling. The statement went on, according to us, our country is passing through a delicate phase. We saw the coming catastrophe and thought it proper to give a timely warning with a loud voice, and we gave the warning in the manner we thought proper. 5. It is clear from this that far from being purveyors of mindless violence, the actions of Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt arose from deep political and philosophical convictions. They were masters of strategic defiance. Then came the reference to revolution. With meticulous care and leaving no room for any doubt, they adumbrated how in our statement we explained in detail what we mean by long live revolution and that this formed the crux of our ideas. Aggrieved, they pointed out how hat portion was removed from our statement. This meant that a wrong meaning is attributed to the word revolution, but hat is not our understanding, because arms and pistols do not make a revolution, but rather that he sword of revolution is sharpened on the whetting stone of ideas. They continued, this is what we wanted to emphasize. By revolution we mean the end of the miseries of capitalist wars. It was not proper to pronounce judgment without understanding our aims and objects and the process of achieving them. To associate wrong ideas with our names is out and out injustice. 6. If the Sessions Court statement of June 6, 1929 was important, then the High Court statement of June 12, 1929 was only marginally less so. Both emphasized that when Bhagat Singh and his colleagues in the HSRA spoke of revolution, it was not a revolution of bombs and pistols, but a revolution of ideas. It is significant, however, that this portion was removed from their statement. It was not by accident. What these young men were up against was a state system of unmatched coercion and brutality that was intent on treating them as murderers, fanatics, and lunatics. Such refined distinctions were lost on those now judging them as were such sophisticated motives. Small wonder then that the justices would have none of it. They ruled motive to be irrelevant to the sentence, even though this was not correct as a matter of law. The fact that Justice Ford went on to accept nevertheless that Bhagat Singh is a sincere revolutionary after hearing his arguments in his defense only goes to show that deep down he knew that Bhagat Singh was onto something. On June 15, 1929, both Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt were taken to their respective jails. Bhagat Singh was whisked off to Mianwali jail. B.K. Dutt was sent to Lahore jail. On the way, the two of them had an opportunity to sit together in the train carriage. This is when they decided that, if the state continued to refuse to treat them as political prisoners, they would go on hunger strike. They had ample reason to feel so aggrieved. Though they ended up in jail, neither Bhagat Singh nor B.K. Dutt, however, were subject to transportation. But this was not because the High Court subsequently decided to show them leniency. It was because both were now linked to the Lahore conspiracy case. There was to be a new trial, one that would lead to Bhagat Singh's execution. This was the second of the three trials which Bhagat Singh had to face. This second trial began in the Sessions Court on July 10, 1929 before Judge Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan, an Indian judge. The trial of the Delhi Assembly bomb case had been long, excruciating, and painfully drawn out. The unforgiving glare of media publicity monitored and attested to everything that happened in the courtroom. By the end, Bhagat Singh, ever a consummate believer in the justness of his cause, had turned public opinion in his favor. In the process, however, and indeed soon after his arrest, he had also been linked to the Saunders murder. This was unsurprising. Bhagat Singh had left signed copies, in his own handwriting, splattered across the city of Lahore, making it easy for the authorities to link him to the murder. By April 16, 1929 most of the core members of the HSRA had been arrested and sent to trial. What followed in the Lahore conspiracy case drew the public's sympathy in his favor because, as Maclean states, Bhagat Singh conducted the court case with considerable nous, inviting extraordinary suffering, undertaking several hunger strikes and withstanding police abuse in the courtroom. In the 23 months it took for the imperial justice system to take him to the gallows, Bhagat Singh became a household name. 7 At the height of his ordeal at the hands of colonial justice, a handcuffed Bhagat Singh, still on hunger strike, had to be brought to court on a stretcher. His weight had fallen by 14 pounds from 133 to 119 pounds. His trial had originally started off in Borstal Jail in Lahore on July 10, 1929. Kiran Das, the younger brother of Jatin Das, recalls how, as the trial opened at 7 a.m., all approaches to the jail as far as Lawrence Gardens were strictly guarded by the police. 8 After all, he and his younger colleagues were charged with murder, conspiracy, and waging war against the king. From there the case was transferred to the stately Punch House, where it commenced on May 5, 1930. The composition of the judicial bench originally consisted of Justice Coldstream, Justice G.C. Hilton and Justice Aga Haider. So inept, backhanded, and injudicious was the conduct of the proceedings, however, that just 2 weeks later 2 of the judges were removed by Chief Justice Shadi Lal of the Lahore High Court, Justice Coldstream for presiding over the physical mistreatment of the accused and Justice Aga Haider for refusing to support such abuse. The composition of the tribunal then changed on June 20, 1930 to comprise Justice G.C. Hilton, Justice Tapp, and Justice Sir Abdul Qadir, the latter being a more compliant judge. None of this would have inspired confidence in proceedings that led to Bhagat Singh's eventual death at the hands of the state. Such was the conspicuous vulgarity of his abuse that it extended into the courtroom. Bhagat Singh and his fellow prisoners were mercilessly beaten in front of the magistrate. The violence of colonialism is well known in its physical beatings, imprisonment, and routine hangings. What is not so well known is how such violence also entered the courtroom in circumstances where the essence of the courtroom proceedings was to provide a veneer of legality to what was otherwise nothing short of state oppression, and yet here was a case where the mask not just slipped but fell right down, to expose the reality of colonial coercion even in a court of law. It deserves therefore to be recognized as coercive colonial legalism pure and simple. Yet, the violence of the courtroom, both real and symbolic, has thus far escaped the attention it deserves. In part, this is because, as Maclean has observed, although there is now at long last a discernible body of Bhagat Singh scholarship, this curiously has had little impact in the Western Academy. 9 Indeed, it is only relatively recently that scholarship has begun to position Bhagat Singh and the HSRA within a larger historical framework. Even so, there has been remarkably little written on the trial itself, with a few notable exceptions such as the path-breaking account of A.G. Noorani 10 more than 20 years ago now, and more recently this writer's own work on the trial of Bhagat Singh, Heresies of the Raj, which has set out to redress that imbalance. 11 In fact, Christopher Pinney describes it as one of the puzzles of 20th century Indian history that academics don't seem to have engaged with. 12 Bhagat Singh has truly been much neglected by historians. 13 For Pinney, it is extraordinary that the official history has diverted so fundamentally from the popular narrative. But it is precisely this neglect which has then so enhanced the popular image of Bhagat Singh as a heroic and chivalrous figure in the struggle for independent India like no other. 30. 1929, The Enigma. Rajmohan Gandhi, a grandson of Mahatma Gandhi, has recently observed that the romance of many in the 21st century India with the Bhagat Singh legend is not necessarily an accurate indication of the political realities of the Punjab of the hero's own time. The view is an uncharitable one. For him, Punjab's Muslims were generally not drawn to the agenda of the revolutionaries, and Sikh involvement too was minimal. As he explains, the list of the 18 men accused in May 1930 in the Lahore conspiracy case, as it was called, contains no Muslim name and one Sikh name, that of Bhagat Singh. 5 others who had absconded and 5 who had turned approver were also, it seems, Hindus. Moreover, many of the 28 charged were from outside Punjab. However, it is surely remiss of him to overlook the fact that whereas 5 of them were from Kanpur, some of the leading figures were from Punjab. Bhagat Singh, Bhagwati Charan, and Yashpal were from Lahore. Sukhdev was from Lyalpur. Kishori Ratan Lal was from Hoshiarpur. And both Daraj and Ajiram were from Sialkot. That is a significant Punjabi presence in the conspiracy. HSRA was a nationwide movement in any event and drew its recruits from across the country. Punjabis do not exaggerate their role in the revolutionary movement if their overall involvement in India's freedom movement is considered, which is by no stretch of imagination insignificant. Bhagat Singh himself belonged to a family of revolutionaries. Moreover, as Kuldip Nayar too explains, the government lawyer Cardin Noad, at the beginning of the trial, had said that there were 28 accused in all. Of these 5 had absconded and 5 had turned witness for the prosecution, so that 18 were present in court. Cardin Noad read their names out in court in the following order. 1 Sukhdev, alias Dale, alias Swami, alias Villager. 2 Kishori Lal Ratan, alias Dedud Ratan, alias Mast Ram Shastri. 3 Daraj. 4 Pramdud, alias Master, alias Amrit Lal. 5 Jaydev, alias Harish Chandar. 6 Shiovarma, alias Parbat, alias Hamarain, alias Ram Narain Kapur. 7 Giprashad, alias Dr. B.S. Niam, alias Ram Lal, alias Ramnath, alias Deshbhagat. 8 Mahabir Singh, alias Partab. 9 Bhagat Singh, who had the most aliases, including Balraj as chief of the Hindustan Republican Army. 10 Ajoy Kumar Ghosh, alias Negro General. 11 Jatin Sanyal. 12 Bijoy Kumar Sinha, alias Bashu. 13 Shivram Rajguru, alias M. 14 Kundan Lal, alias Partop, alias Number 1. 15 Kanwak Nath Trivedi, alias Kanval Nath Tiwari. Notwithstanding Rajmohan Gandhi's views, the fact remains that, as the Hindustan Times recorded, Bhagat Singh remains the most iconic, and beloved, martyr in the collective consciousness of India. 3 There is surely a reason for this. After the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, the non-cooperation movement started in 1920, spearheaded by Mahatma Gandhi. Bhagat Singh left the Dav school in Lahore. He joined the National College. It was there that he met with his fellow revolutionary friends, Bhagwati Charan Vora, Sukhdev, and Yashpal, becoming an avid reader, with a keen interest in the history of revolutions. but having to abandon college at the age of 17 in 1924. He gave up his undergraduate studies, left Lahore, and made haste for Kanpur. His grandmother and father had decided it was time for him to marry. Bhagat Singh was not one for marrying, however. His nuptials were with India's freedom struggle. That is how he would live. And that is how he would perish. What has also added to the enigma and mystique of Bhagat Singh is that his earlier years are difficult to fathom with any degree of certainty. This is largely due to his own actions. He had decided to remain secretive and elusive before his arrest. This was consistent with the policy of the HSRA. Its members were required to be informed of actions purely on a need-to-know basis. Party plans were communicated only to members of the inner circle. In so conducting itself, the HSRA had learned much from the experience of the Kakori conspiracy case, which involved the trial of members of the Hindustan Republication Association, an armed revolutionary organization of India established in 1924, which had the aim of establishing a federated republic of the United States of India. In that case, it had been the evidence of 3 former members that had led directly to the capture and conviction of members of key importance. The HSRA was determined not to make the same mistake. Indeed, after his first arrest in May 1927, following the Dusra bomb case, Bhagat Singh had come under pressure to betray his comrades and to become a government witness, which is described in the judgment itself as an approver. He had fallen under suspicion for 2 reasons. First, he was the nephew of the notorious Ajit Singh. 2nd, he had known connections with a number of left-wing youth movements. These included, in particular, the Naujawan Bharat Sabha. The Bureau of Intelligence described this organization as having adopted as the ideal the inculcation of revolutionary sentiments and of disloyalty to the government. 5 Once again, therefore, a fear of disloyalty, spurred on by an attraction of violent communist revolution amongst the youth, was officialdom's impending and ever-present nightmare from which it could not break free. But the authorities were wasting their time. They could not induce Bhagat Singh into becoming a turncoat. Bhagat Singh, as Kama MacLean observes, was contemptuous of the offer of freedom and reward in return for a statement. 6 This early political precocity is significant. So committed was he in the defense of his ideals that it remained with him throughout, from his trial through to his ultimate execution. His steadfastness was consistent with the ethos of the HSRA. As an organization, the HSRA had learned how the pressure brought to bear upon suspects and under-trial prisoners, by the application of various forms of maltreatment, inducements, and undue pressure, risked breaking them and turning them into approvers as witnesses on behalf of the state in long drawn-out conspiracy trials. For this reason, the HSRA conducted itself with its cards held close to its chest, disclosing only such information amongst its foot soldiers as was absolutely necessary. This enabled its members to plausibly deny knowledge of what was actually going on within the HSRA. Nothing demonstrates this better than the testimony of J. Gopal, who turned approver and gave evidence, which eventually convicted Bhagat Singh and his comrades in the Lahore conspiracy case. Yet, in his evidence, he could repeatedly do no more than demonstrate his stark ignorance of events when describing how Sukhdev used to keep all the facts concealed from him. In fact, as he explained, he was even barred from divulging any secret of the society to Pandit Yashpal, who ironically as it happened, was himself a prominent member of the HSRA. 7. The intense secrecy which the HSRA demanded of its members when conducting themselves meant that Bhagat Singh himself also had to adopt many identities, adding further mystery to his persona. In the late 1920s, when he first came into public view following the Dusra bomb case, he was known as Balwant. Even then, he used several adjectival pen names when he wrote for newspapers and periodicals, such as Vidrohi, Agyat, and Sainik. So effective was he in camouflaging himself that the Director of Intelligence in Delhi, who had previously served as Senior Superintendent of Lahore and who was later on to become the Director General of MI5, had with the most unshakable conviction been bold enough to declare that there was incontrovertible evidence that Bhagat Singh was one by the name of Balraj, chief of the Hindustan Republican Army. Yet, he was flatly contradicted many decades later by Shiv Varma, a member of the inner circle of the HSRA, who quietly divulged the fact that Balraj was actually none other than Chandrasekhar Azad. 8 Such misapprehensions on the part of even the intelligence services were not surprising, though all the more telling for that. The HSRA even used coded language among party members to hide the meaning of party communications, which were never meant to be taken literally. So elaborate were the devices adopted to outwit the government authorities that, as Sohan Singh Josh explained in an interview with Max Harcourt in the 1960s, when an invitation to observe a Shraddha ceremony was sent to a recipient, this was in fact nothing more than a more mundane invitation to attend a provincial HSRA council meeting. 9 This explains why the popular folklore narrative surrounding Bhagat Singh of an enigmatic and baffling figure has gained such widespread currency over the years. The nebulous and surreptitious movements of shadowy HSRA members traveling through the night, taking care to escape all recognition by using indecipherable language of perplexing codes and ciphers on false pretexts, all led to popular speculation and conjecture about them. The different disguises adopted by HSRA members meant that they were able to move through various towns with relative ease and operate as they wished undetected. This is where Bhagat Singh excelled. He was a master at the art of camouflage. At one point he slung off his traditional Punjabi kurta pajama and adopted the appearance of the Gujarati businessman, wearing a dhoti and coat. On another occasion he styled himself as a Delhiwala. Despite this, according to Shiv Varma, Bhagat Singh was the hardest of all party members to disguise, because by the late 1920s he was well known to police, and besides, he was a handsome figure amongst hundreds of people. Obviously, he would be spotted. 10 When Bhagat Singh attended the Calcutta Congress in December 1928 it was in disguise. When in early January 1929 he fled Lahore following J.P. Saunders' murder, he was in disguise as well. Intrigue, fantasy, and legend followed his Houdini-style movements like a latter-day Scarlet Pimpernel. No less a person than Bhagat Singh's former teacher in Lahore, Chhabeel Das, appears to have been mistaken, when he claimed to have caught fleeting glimpses of him in the Calcutta home of a Punjabi merchant by the name of Chhajaram. Yet, this was wholly contradicted by Durga Devi Vora in an interview she gave in 1972. She was one of the few women in the HSRA and the one who accompanied Bhagat Singh on the train when he made his itinerant escape in disguise after the shooting. J.P. Saunders. So she would probably have known better than Chhabeel Das, who ended up being deceived in this way. What also made such trickery possible was that Bhagat Singh, who had an interest in Congress politics, also attended earlier Congress sessions. On the face of it, this is not altogether unusual, because back in the 1920s there was a degree of shared communion between the Congress Party and the Naujawan Sabha. Indeed, the SID itself had confirmed how it was the consistent practice of revolutionaries from various parts of India to take advantage of the annual sessions of the Congress in order to discuss their plans in secret, and to interchange their views, and as Maclean makes clear, this almost certainly accounts for Bhagat Singh's activities in Calcutta. 11 This is how, as surviving revolutionaries have since confirmed, Bhagat Singh managed during this period to establish contacts with Bengali organizations, such as the Anushalan Samiti in Calcutta. This arose from an amalgamation of local youths and bodybuilding gyms in 1902. Anushalan Samiti was dedicated to the use of revolutionary violence to end British rule in India. As the HSRA began to orient its focus to bomb making, it became more attractive to other organizations devoted to the use of revolutionary violence in the cause of gaining national freedom. With its headquarters in Agra, the HSRA went on to extend its activities in the United Provinces with satellite operations elsewhere. Bhagat Singh was known to be active in Allahabad in January 1929 because the testimony of Lalit Kumar Mukherjee, who turned approver, was that he had met a Sardar, by the name of Ranjit, which was another name that Bhagat Singh was known by, at a secret meeting where the assassination of SID officers was discussed between them. 12 Such was the extent to which he was by now nationally known that the Intelligence Bureau had confirmed that Bhagat Singh was wandering about India in the most suspicious manner the past few months, although they did not seem to able to capture him, nor did they have enough information to be able to apprehend him. Bhagat Singh had managed to foil them, staying always one step ahead, under cover of concealment, deception, and fakery, all of which he combined with great effect to frustrate the authorities as they set out to detect and capture him, until he was finally taken into custody on April 8, 1929. Along the way, he left behind a long fabled narrative of his revolutionary life. Today, it has entered the common folklore of both India and Pakistan. And it has made Bhagat Singh immortal. Part 7. Judicial Reprisals. Unna Katal Ko Jab Yakin Aya. Ham Ne Dil Kal Kar Dike Shot. When my tormentor refused to believe, I opened up my heart and displayed the wounds. Fani Bade Unai. 31. May 5, 1930, Inalienable Rights. Once Bhagat Singh was arrested and taken into custody on April 8, 1929, his pursuit of the techniques of camouflage, disinformation, and imitation to avoid detection by the colonial authorities was quickly vindicated. For justice was a scarce commodity in the court of the 30th Viceroy and Governor-General of India, Lord Irwin, who had been appointed 2 years earlier on April 3, 1926, during the most tempestuous time in the politics of India. And it was Lord Irwin's court. It was he who had passed an ordinance and created an impromptu makeshift tribunal to try Bhagat Singh and his co-accused when they were already subject to legal proceedings in a regular court before a special magistrate and for close to a year. Given the deliberate setting up of a system of trial outside the regular judicial structure, neither the accused nor their lawyers were in any doubt that justice was the last thing Lord Irwin intended to deliver through flagrant institutional innovation. Due process and natural justice would be sacrificed to the political expediency of seeing these men hang. Which is why, since the trial before the special tribunal did not comply with the essential requirements of the rule of law, from the outset there was a challenge to its jurisdiction that it could not try the accused. This is why in their letter to the commissioners dated May 5, 1930, the lawyers for 5 of the young men under trial wrote, "We do not propose to take any part in the proceedings of this case because we do not recognize this government to be based on justice as established by law." Further, they wrote, "Since this government is an utter negation of these principles, its very existence is not justifiable." Their attack was not just on the tribunal but on the government which enabled such a tribunal to be set up to subvert the ordinary processes of the law. For them, such goths as are organized to exploit the oppressed nations have no right to exist except by the right of the sword with which they try to curb all the ideas of liberty and freedom and the legitimate aspirations of the people. What the accused were facing, it was being contended, was nothing but a sham. So the letter of May 5, 1930 excoriated the government with the remarks, "We believe all such goths and particularly this British government thrust upon the helpless but unwilling Indian nation to be no better than an organized gang of robbers and a pack of exploiters equipped with all the means of carnage and devastations." This is why they were less than enamored by the government setting up this special tribunal, because in the name of law and order they crush all those who dare to expose or oppose them. The letter to the commissioners did not end there. It went on to attack the entire imperialist project of the Raj, describing imperialism as nothing but a vast conspiracy organized with predatory motives in which the British government, by their designs, not only commits judicial murders through their law courts but also organize general crimes like war. This was the reason why they would not participate in the tribunal proceedings, even though they had participated in the court proceedings which had not been irregular. By boycotting the proceedings, the accused would stand by their inalienable rights, which they must have known was a concept itself borrowed from the English common law, but now deployed with great effect against the Crown itself. They had little hesitation in pointing out that the government was such that they feel no hesitation in shooting down innocent and unarmed people who refuse to yield to their depredatory demands or to acquiesce in their ruinous and abominable designs. And yet, they use the language of law and order to commit the gravest injustices, being so clever that under the garb of custodians of law and order they break peace, create disorder, kill people, and commit all conceivable designs. They had every right to protest because their right in freedom provided them with a basis for a revolt against a government which did not respect the inalienable rights of humanity. They believed in these inalienable rights because he believed that freedom is the undeniable birthright of all people, that every man has the inalienable right to enjoying the fruits of his labor, and that every nation is indisputably the master of his resources. For this reason, if any government deprives them of those primary rights, it is the right of people, nay, it is their duty to destroy that government. Point 1. With impeccable logic, they provided a moral justification for their actions, in that, since the British government is a negation of these principles for which we stand, it is our firm conviction that every effort made, every method adopted to bring about a revolution and to destroy this government is morally justified. The revolutionaries were not idle talkers but believed in transforming their living conditions, which was why they stand for a change, a radical change in the existing order of affairs in racial, political, and economic spheres, and the complete replacement of the existing order by a new era, rendering the exploitation of man by man impossible and thus guaranteeing full liberty to all the people in all the spheres. It was not just the elimination of racial and political injustice that they were after, but that he feel that unless the whole social order is changed and socialistic society is established, the whole world is in danger of a disastrous catastrophe. To the question of whether this meant that the young revolutionaries would resort to violence to achieve such far-reaching ends, they had a ready answer. It was as clear as it could be. If Gandhi disapproved of their errant ways, that is because he failed to understand them. Nor did he make any attempt to do so. For him, it was enough that they deviated from his chosen path of nonviolence. He had turned this into a fetish, wielding it uncompromisingly in all situations no matter the circumstances. For their temerity in taking a different course of action from him, he would refuse to align himself with these young men at all costs. The letter of May 5, 1930 was written on the first day of the tribunal sitting and is crystal clear in its rejection of violence. Violence was not a central plank of revolutionary socialism. In a careful and sophisticated analysis, this letter explains that, as regards the methods, peaceful or otherwise, to be adopted for the consummation of the revolutionary ideal, let us declaim that the choice rests with those who hold power. The choice is not with the revolutionaries, who would rather not use any violence because, evolutionaries by virtue of their altruistic principles are lovers of peace, a genuine and permanent peace based on justice and equity, not the illusory peace resulting from cowardice and maintained at the point of bayonets. What they object to is being forced into servility and quietude at the tip of a bayonet. This is why if the revolutionaries take to bombs and pistols, it is only as a measure of terrible necessity, as a last recourse. They themselves were not against law and order that was genuinely intended to serve such ends. They were against it if it was a sham. The charges leveled against the young men were preposterous if they implied that they were against law and order. This is because, as the Supreme Juris Council of Revolutionary France has well expressed, when the law is properly deployed it brings freedom for its people, so that the end of law is not to abolish or restrain but to preserve and enlarge freedom. The present colonial government was not acting in the interests of the common welfare of the Indian people. It had no legal basis to act as it did because legitimate power is required to govern by promulgated laws established for the common good alone and resting alone on the consent and the authority of the people, from which law, no one is exempt, not even the legislature. In fact, this exact position was affirmed in the English Court of Appeal in 2007 in the Chagos Islands case, where the importance of a colonial law, being directed to the well-being of a dependent territory and its population, was firmly emphasized in terms of what is best for a colony. The function of a judicial tribunal is that it is their constitutional function to decide whether what has been enacted is rationally and legally capable of providing for a colony's well-being. If it is not, then it falls outside the prerogative power, and that territory's interests will not necessarily be the interests of the United Kingdom or of its allies. Point 2. The young revolutionaries were ahead of their time when they declared that the governors and the governed were subject to law. In this way, they could question the very authority under which they were being tried. And no answer was ever given to them in response. The special tribunal, they maintained, was not founded on law. An unjust law, they argued, cannot be a basis of peace and stability in society. This was not the same as rejecting the law itself. To say so is to misunderstand what the revolutionaries stood for. It is why they have never really been fully rehabilitated in the Indian consciousness. They have always stood outside it. The best they could achieve was to be seen as a romanticized, impractical and ill-fated group of young men awkwardly attempting to secure India's independence but sacrificing all for little or no gain to themselves. Yet, the revolutionaries did believe in law, but only with the proviso that the sanctity of law can be maintained only so long as it is the expression of the will of the people, but not otherwise, because when it becomes a mere instrument in the hands of an oppressing class it loses sanctity and significance, for the fundamental preliminary for the administration of justice is the elimination of every interest. 3. These words display remarkable foresight. They show these young men to be ahead of their time. It was to be almost another half a century before the call for equal rights and equality of treatment were to arise in the USA. The admonishment that as soon as the law ceases to correspond to the popular racial needs, it becomes the means for perpetration of injustice and tyranny may just as well be one taken from a decision of a constitutional court of a Western democracy today. It was so modern. The demand for the elimination of every interest was a demand for the elimination of special interests in society, because these were an obstacle to equal treatment for all under the law. The revolutionaries, therefore, believed that the maintaining of such a law is nothing but a hypocritical assertion of a special interest against the common interest. This is why they did not appear before the special tribunal, choosing instead to boycott its proceedings. In hearing the case under the Lahore Ordinance 3, the special tribunal could dispense with the attendance of the accused when it wanted. It could even dispense with any of its judges, and 2 of the 3 were actually removed at the drop of a hat. Not surprisingly, in a pulverizing statement which allowed for no quarter, the letter of May 5, 1930 thundered, "The laws of the present government exist for the interest of the alien rulers against the interest of our people, and as such, they have no moral binding whatsoever." So the tribunal had no jurisdiction over the accused, and in turn the accused had no duty to appear before the tribunal. They had no hesitation in declaring that for this reason, "We decline to be a party to this farcical show, and henceforth we shall not take part in the proceedings of this case." 4. This boycott of legal proceedings in the Lahore conspiracy case, on the very first day of the tribunal proceedings, was a shrewd move. Those who instigated it would be proven right that this was a political trial. These trials always ended badly for those charged. The dice was always loaded against them. They started off with all the semblance and appearance of purporting to be fair, but the emerging reality would declare a different truth. So it was also in the Lahore conspiracy case. This is nowhere more clear than in the modern epitome of a military court which is located today in Guantanamo. Its long chronicle began in November 2001. This is when President Bush announced plans to employ military commissions to prosecute people captured in what was described as a war on terror. The Bush administration followed this with a declaration that such prisoners would be both held at the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo in Cuba and tried in a court there. This was not U.S. territory, but it was held by the U.S. on a lease. In January 2002, the first prisoners arrived at this base. Within a year, the prison at Guantanamo was holding 780 prisoners. The position of the U.S. government was that once the prisoners had disembarked in Cuba, there was no jurisdiction in any court to determine the lawfulness or otherwise of their detention, and nor could any court consider whether or not the prisoners were being treated humanely. The first lawsuit was filed in February 2002 under the name of Rasul et Bush. This was on behalf of the imprisoned detainees in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. It included 3 prisoners, 2 of whom were from Britain and a third from Australia, although a fourth one, another Australian, was also added 2 months later to the claim. Initially, the litigation against the Bush administration was conceived of as a challenge to the military commission system, but once it became clear that if the government could detain prisoners indefinitely without due process, then it would not hold any trials at all either, the litigation in Rasool turned into a challenge to the lawfulness of indefinite detention without legal process. The U.S. Supreme Court gave its decision in June 2004 and declared that the Guantanamo prisoners could seek a writ of habeas corpus. They could do so to challenge both the factual and legal basis of their detention in the federal district court. However, Congress then immediately responded by amending the habeas corpus statute and removed statutory jurisdiction. When this too was challenged, the U.S. Supreme Court in 2018 held that the prisoners at the base had a constitutional right to habeas corpus. In what was known as the Boumediene case, the Supreme Court left no doubt that a statute could not arbitrarily remove such a basic right in the Constitution. The intent of the Supreme Court, however, was to only declare the general principle that applied. It was still up to the lower courts to give it effect. When the matter returned before the District of Columbia Court of Appeals, new procedural rules were developed in that court, together with the creation of a further substantive standard, which impeded the right of an imprisoned detainee at Guantanamo to secure habeas corpus. In short, there was a right to apply for habeas corpus by filing a writ. There was no right to acquire habeas corpus. The court had successfully stymied the individual's right to habeas corpus against the state by crafting further rules which disfavored the individual. In this way, the right to habeas corpus was rendered totally illusory and artificial behind a shabby curtain of legal artifice. It was not a real and effective enunciation of legal principle. The manner and method of the trial of political prisoners in this way is in fact traceable to the manner and method of such trials during the time of empire in Britain, and in particular the Bhagat Singh case. The aim was to create the chimera of a process according to law. The reality was a mirage. The closer the lawyers got to it, the further it moved away from them. Today, the Julian Assange trial in the United Kingdom smacks of the same. 32. May 1, 1930, Lahore Ordinance. The Lahore conspiracy case has been described as one of the most controversial trials to take place in India under the Raj I. It is not just because Bhagat Singh and his accomplice, Rajguru, of the Revolutionary Hindustan Socialist Republican Association had so dramatically on December 17, 1928 shot and killed in cold blood a 21-year-old probationary police officer. This was John P. Saunders, coming out of a police station in Lahore, with an unsuspecting air of nonchalance. Political assassinations were not unusual at this time. It was not also because the wrong man had been shot, nor that the killers cared little of this fact when Saunders had been mistaken for James Scott, the police superintendent who the alleged conspirators in the murder blamed for the callous beating to death of the self-made man Lala Lajpat Rai on November 17, 1928. Nor was it the fact that the latter was the radical firebrand leader who had broken away from Congress and had led a bold protest march against the Simon Commission in Lahore barely 3 weeks earlier on October 30, 1928, mocking and berating them. The Lahore conspiracy case 1931 was controversial because although initially tried under normal criminal law procedures, Bhagat Singh was then tried under a specially created law passed just for him and his 24 co-accused, specifically for the purpose of hanging him. Some would say that he was not being tried under a law at all. They would say that he was tried and executed under a regime created well outside the law and deliberately so in a way that he and his comrades would remain well beyond the reach of the law. They would point to the irony that both he and his co-accused were already being tried in regular committal proceedings before a regular and well-respected magistrate by the name of Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan for some 10 months from April 10, 1929 until May 1, 1930, by which time over 200 witnesses had already been examined and the remaining number would have been 2 without any significant delay if only he had been allowed to carry on. And, they would say that it is therefore astonishing that ongoing proceedings, from which a right of appeal created by the Imperial Parliament in London would have lain to the Lahore High Court, was aborted by a Governor-General acting on his own volition in India. It is the manner of his trial, leading up to his eventual execution, which is so blatantly wrong, that we must now consider. It is important to remember, however, that there was more than one trial. As Bindapreet Sahni has confirmed, the Bhagat Singh litigation covered 3 trials known as the Delhi Assembly bomb case, second Lahore conspiracy case, and the Bhagat Singh v. Emperor on February 2, 1931. 2 of these, the first was the least controversial, whereas the other 2 were more so, in ascending order, which is why this chapter focuses on these 2 trials. The FIR, which is written in Urdu, was procured by Pakistani lawyer Imtiaz Qureshi in 2019 after 8 decades, following a trawl through the Anarkali police station files. It makes the following clear. First, the Delhi bomb case started on May 7, 1929 in Delhi before the Sessions Judge, under Section 307 of the Indian Penal Code. Point 3 here Bhagat Singh defended himself with the help of a legal advisor, Mr. Asaf Ali. In less than 1 week, both Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt were convicted and transported for life on June 12, 1929. On June 14, 1929, Bhagat Singh was transferred to Mianwali and B.K. Dutt was sent to Lahore jail. The next day, on June 15, 1929, Bhagat Singh went on a hunger strike, asking to be given political prisoner status. It was then that he was moved to Lahore jail. In the meantime, there, on September 13, 1929, Jatindra Das died on hunger strike. Bhagat Singh and others ended their hunger strike on October 4, 1929, even though they were still not being granted political prisoner status, despite the fact that the Punjab High Court recognized Bhagat Singh as a sincere revolutionary. Second, there was the Lahore conspiracy case trial, which was conducted by Special Magistrate Rai Sahib Pandit Kishan Chand. However, while this trial was in progress, Viceroy Irwin suddenly issued the Lahore Conspiracy Ordinance on May 1, 1930, the effect of which was that, a 3-judge special tribunal was mandated to complete the hearing within a fixed period. The special tribunal's judgment could not be challenged on appeal and only the Privy Council in London could hear the appeal. We know the legal and constitutional difficulties that this manner of a criminal trial posed. These difficulties have never been resolved. There were the stark facts that the ordinance was never approved by the Central Assembly or the British Parliament, it lapsed without any legal or constitutional support, and it is clear that its only purpose was to try and hang Bhagat Singh in the shortest time possible. This resulted in Bhagat Singh, Rajguru, and Sukhdev being sentenced to death on October 7, 1930. This particular method of trial and conviction has been ruled subsequently unlawful in Bhagat Singh's land of origin. So the question now is whether there ought to be an atonement, a reckoning, or even a rescission of the verdict. Fortunately, we have some clear-cut examples to choose from. In recent years, a key piece of terrorism-related legislation in Pakistan has been the Anti-Terrorism Act. It came into force in 1997 after being passed by the National Assembly and Senate under the government of Nawaz Sharif, for it had propitious timing, following as it did an attack in Lahore in January of that same year. Muram Ali, member of the Shia extremist group Sip-e-Muhammad Pakistan, set off a bomb near a courthouse. It killed 23 people, including 2 Sunni leaders of Sip-e-Sahaba Pakistan, an anti-Shia organization, who were on trial at the time, as well as a journalist and police officers. Ali was tried and sentenced to death by the newly created Anti-Terrorism Court and appealed to the Anti-Terror Appellate Tribunal. His appeal eventually made its way to the Supreme Court of Pakistan on issues of constitutional compatibility with the new legislation, but judges upheld the conviction and Muram Ali was executed not too long afterwards on August 11, 1998.5. What is interesting, however, is that despite upholding the sentence of death, the judges of the Supreme Court found that sections of the Anti-Terrorism Act flew in the face of Pakistan's constitution, in that the newly created courts were not subject to the same rules as the other courts in the nation's judicial system. This concerns such fundamental questions of due process as the tenure of judges and the rules of evidence. As a direct result of the ruling in Muram Ali v. Federation of Pakistan, the government issued the Anti-Terrorism Ordinance in October 1998, which disbanded the anti-terror appellate tribunals, with the effect that all appeals hereafter would be handled by the existing regular high courts. 6 This shows that as a matter of due process, Bhagat Singh was not given a fair trial, with the result that he was wrongly convicted. It was in violation of fair trial norms even back then, and it was quite deliberate. Back then the Raj governed, as Sherman has pointed out, through a coercive network of the colonial state rather than the rule of law. 7 The rule of law was deliberately suspended. In its place was what Anderson has described as the infamous Bloody Code, so that the scale of judicial reprisal seen in empire had no parallel in 19th century Britain, and the death penalty was used to consolidate imperial rule and to eradicate resistance. 8 In Bhagat Singh's case, these judicial reprisals went one step further. He was tried under a made-up law constructed on the hoof with no institutional backing. He was tried under what his Privy Council lawyer, D.N. Pritt, called a privilegium, namely, a law made for just one person. This was a concept of Roman law, from which English law was derived, whereby the Roman emperor bestowed on a single person either a right or a punishment which was anomalous and irregular. The Lahore conspirators were tried under a privilegium because they were subject to a single piece of the Governor-General's legislation, namely, the Lahore Ordinance 3 of 1930, which named the 24 specific defendants to be tried, with no offences stipulated, before a specially constituted three-member tribunal, whose sole purpose was to only try these particular individuals, after which it would be functus officio. This was on evidence which was not known to any person beforehand and with no right of appeal thereafter to any court. His conviction was illegal and contrary to law. Should there, accordingly, be an apology from the British government, as Imtiaz Rashid Qureshi of the Bhagat Singh Memorial Foundation in Lahore has argued, for Bhagat Singh's execution in violation of the rules of natural justice and fairness. 33. 1930, the Special Tribunal. In one sense, an atonement is called for. The Lahore Ordinance 3 of May 1, 1930 was passed by Lord Irwin without being ratified by either the Central Legislative Assembly or by the Council of State. It was not an act of the Indian legislature. It was an edict passed by a single man. That man was the Governor-General. It was done at a time when the Lahore conspirators were already being tried before a regular magistrate in a regular court. Their trial had been going on for 10 months. Over 200 witnesses had been heard. The power of setting up a special tribunal, by virtue of the Governor-General's ordinance, was a very special power to be exercised in rare circumstances only. The Imperial Parliament in London had made it subject to two specific legal restraints. First, the ordinance would be subject to a strict time limit of 6 months validity only, as it was a special edict exercisable by the single person, the Governor-General, with no legislative oversight. Second, the ordinance could only be invoked in cases of emergency where the peace and good government of British India or any part thereof was at stake. Both these conditions had to be satisfied. Otherwise, the Governor-General had to act in the normal way through normal parliamentary legislation. The power was permissive. It was not mandatory. The Governor-General may act by way of an ordinance. Nothing directed that he had to. There was nothing in the legislation justifying the use of an ordinance procedure for the purposes of executing anyone. Such a use of power was arguably irrational because the ordinance procedure was an administrative one for peace and good government and not for inflicting the death penalty. It was an emergency power only. This is why Section 72 of the Government of India Act 1919 stated, "The Governor-General of India may, in cases of emergency, make and promulgate ordinances for the peace and good government of British India or any part thereof, and any ordinance so made shall, for the space of not more than 6 months from its promulgation, have the like for the space of not more than 6 months from its promulgation, have the like force of law as an act passed by the Indian legislature." The British government in London could disallow an ordinance on grounds that the Governor-General had exceeded his authority by passing it. It could do so in the same way that it could disallow a statute passed by the Indian legislature and assented to by the Governor-General. 1. The Governor-General had to give reasons for issuing his ordinance. So in the preamble, Governor-General Irwin declared, "An emergency has arisen which makes it necessary to provide specially for the trial of the accused in the cases known as the Lahore conspiracy case." But he did not say that this was in the interests of maintaining peace and good government in India. So the reasons were not good too. It was not enough for Irwin to claim that the offences were of an unusually serious character because they arose from revolutionary activities. Nor was it enough to say that it would be necessary to produce about 600 witnesses. Nor that there has been an earlier hunger strike before the commencement of the inquiry, which had caused the magistrate Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan to adjourn proceedings for 2 months from July 26 to September 24, 1930. None of these are reasons which have anything to do with peace and good government in India, nor do they amount to an emergency. In fact, some of the reasons he gave were positively bad reasons which could not stand up in court if challenged. To say of the magistrate's trial that it was then resumed, but there were numerous interruptions owing to defiant and disorderly conduct by some of the accused or demonstrations by members of the public does not justify a trial by ordinance. The maintenance of order and courtroom decorum is the task of every judge in a criminal trial. In fact, the accused were not disorderly. There were no demonstrations by members of the public before Judge Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan, and some 230 witnesses had already been called. So, the suggestion that he would not be able to count upon obtaining a conclusion by the normal methods of procedure within any calculable period was plainly against the weight of the evidence before him. He, the Governor-General, then wished to call 600 witnesses in any event, but then chose to not call anywhere near that number, whilst still expressing worry that the proceedings were going to drag out to a length which cannot at present be foreseen, and wanting the charges to be finally adjudicated upon with the least possible delay. None of these are reasons for an ordinance. One person who saw through all this was none other than Muhammad Ali Jinnah. On September 12, 1929, Jinnah castigated the Governor-General in the Delhi Central Assembly with his excoriating denunciation of his actions. Can you imagine that 600 witnesses are necessary to prove the case against each one of the accused? He demanded with incredulity. Well, sir, it may seem a joke and it may seem that I am making fun of the statement made to this effect, he continued, but the first impression that one gets is that, when a case cannot be proved without the testimony of 600 witnesses, that is a very bad case. 3. Yet, at a stroke the edict decided that all cases pending in the court of Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan, magistrate of the first class, Lahore, against any or all of the accused named, shall be tried by the tribunal to be constituted. 4. And consisting of 3 persons who at the time of the constitution are judges. 5. And yet, adding farce to irony, he decided not only that it shall not be incumbent on the tribunal to recall or rehear any witness who has already given evidence, and that it may act on any evidence already recorded by or produced before it. 6. But also that where any accused in any way willfully conducts himself to the serious prejudice of the trial, the tribunal may, at any stage of the trial, dispense with the attendance of such accused for such period as it may think fit and proceed with the trial in his absence. 7. On this basis, the jurisdiction of the aforesaid magistrate shall cease. 8. Even more bizarrely, the special tribunal shall be deemed to be a court of session. 9. But if it was a court of session, one would expect there to be a right of appeal from it to a higher court. Not so. This was after all a trial by privilegium. However, he tribunal may pass upon any person convicted by it any sentence authorized by law. Nevertheless, the judgment of the tribunal shall be final and conclusive, and remarkably there shall be no appeal from any order or sentence of the court. 10. Once the trial before the special tribunal began, the ramshackle proceedings soon ran into difficulties. Within 2 weeks, 2 of the 3 judges had to be replaced. This meant only one judge had heard all the evidence before pronouncing the sentence of death. Of the evidence eventually called, the 457 prosecution witnesses were not allowed to be cross-examined. The government relied on the evidence of former conspirators now turned turncoats. But the accused were allowed to cross-examine only one of the 5 approvers. In the circumstances, the accused refused to attend proceedings. The proceedings ran for 5 months, from May 5, 1930. On October 7, 1930, a sentence of death was announced on Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Rajguru. The ordinance lapsed. The trial was over. It never had any legal or constitutional support in the first place. The passing of a sentence of death was its only purpose. 34. A striking power. 4 months after the sentence of death by the Special Tribunal on October 7, 1930, an English lawyer in London, D.N. Prit KC, took a taxi to Downing Street. It was a cold wet morning on February 11, 1931. He had arrived to argue the case of Bhagat Singh and his 2 comrades before the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, before 5 judges. They were headed by Viscount Dunedin with his enormous walrus moustache. If that gave the impression of geniality, it was a mistaken impression, for these judges were not favorably disposed towards Prit. They harangued him, taunted him, and ridiculed him at every juncture. But the suave debonair Winchester College-educated lawyer had little choice but to appear before them as the court of last resort in the British Empire, because there was no right of appeal against the sentence of death from the Special Tribunal to the Lahore High Court in India. Prit began by explaining that Section 72 of the Government of India Act was unique in that it creates a somewhat striking power, and which any court will construe with care, and was exercisable only when the conditions are fulfilled. This is because the power it creates is a limited power of delegated legislation, which was contingent on certain conditions being fulfilled. These were that there must be a case of emergency, whatever emergency may mean, but also that the ordinance must be an ordinance falling within the description that it is an ordinance for the peace and good government of British India, or some part thereof. 1. In short, as D.N. Prit KC submitted, something must happen before the power comes into force at all, and that when it has come into force, that is to say when there is an emergency and the Governor-General must do something, there are 2 limits. These 2 limits were as follows. First, that it is necessary to establish affirmatively that there is a case of emergency. But second, and even more importantly, it is not for the executive, if I may so describe the Governor-General, to say there is an emergency. It must be proved. Like any other question of fact lying at the root of the jurisdiction, it has to be established before the courts, in my humble submission. This was not a novel plea. It happens all the time when facts have to be established, because the courts in British countries are places where facts are decided, and the root of the Governor-General's right to make an ordinance lies in every case the question of fact: was there an emergency? If it becomes material to know whether there was an emergency or not, that is a matter which has to be proved before the court. When Viscount Dunedin feigned incredulity and retorted with the question, "What do you mean by the courts?" Prit tried to explain that the Governor-General did not have an absolute power under Section 72 because, when it is looked at, there must be some limits to the word emergency, and that he can only act within those limits. Indeed, any or 2 courts in India have laid down expressly that is for the court to make up its mind and investigate the questions of fact whether there is an emergency or not. Prit asked for an opportunity to be granted a full hearing, if leave to appeal was granted, in which he could explain in detail what he meant by this, but this right was denied to him by a haughty, imperious, and disdainful court. Eventually, he returned to the nature of the power in question and reminded the board that it must be for the peace and good government of British India, but that this particular ordinance is a privilegium of a very terrible description, and that whether it could possibly conduce to peace is a matter of some difficulty. This is because, on the true construction of Section 72, it is plainly intended to empower the Governor-General in cases of general emergency or cases of a particular emergency area, and neither was shown to have existed in this case. Pritt rounded off with a reminder to the judges that they should be in no doubt about the nature of the power in question here, because it was one which in every Roman law country any jurisprudent would indignantly deny to be legislation at all. It was a submission that was to be of no avail. Not only did Viscount Dunedin dismiss the appeal in a single short judgment of under 2 pages, without giving Pritt leave to appeal to argue the matter in a full hearing before the board of the Privy Council, but he did so on grounds that were manifestly wrong. He decided that, although the Governor-General thought it fit to expound the reasons which induced him to promulgate this ordinance, this was not in their lordships' opinion in any way incumbent on him as a matter of law. Point 2. This is simply wrong as a matter of law. Not only did the Governor-General have to give reasons, and did in fact attempt to do so, he had to give good reasons upon which he was calling out an emergency. The Privy Council's decision is a striking example of coercive colonial legalism being used to undermine the rule of law and to administer a judicial reprisal on individuals before it. Unbeknownst to Pritt, he was to be vindicated when 100 years after he was born a British court in 2007 in a case called Bancold 3 held that the phrase peace, order, and good government is one which has a long legislative pedigree and has become a term of art in the sense that it is regularly used without further explanation to denote the delegation of large but undefined powers to a nominated rule maker. It remained, nevertheless, a power of the greatest importance, carrying commensurate responsibilities with its usage. This means that it has limits, even if these are self-imposed. Emphasizing the principle of territoriality, which distinguished between the United Kingdom and its colonial territories, the Judge Sedley L.J. explained how these limits are directed to the well-being of a dependent territory and its population as a way of deciding what is best for a colony, and to affirm that, like every discretion, it is limited by and to its own expressed objects. The courts could not just rubber stamp a decision, but had to bear in mind that it is their constitutional function to decide whether what has been enacted is rationally and legally capable of providing for a colony's well-being. If it is not, then it falls outside the prerogative power. In this way, governance of each colonial territory is in constitutional principle a discrete function of the Crown, and that territory's interests will not necessarily be the interests of the United Kingdom or of its allies. Point 4. Yet, in Bhagat Singh's case, the interests of Her Majesty's government in London were assumed to be the only interests at stake. They were of paramount importance. The interests of the colonial territory, namely of India, were subsumed into those of the Crown in England. That was a betrayal of the constitutional function of the courts. In the end, even if the law in question is dealing with affairs of incontestably the colony, nevertheless it is capable of being rendered invalid by jurisdictional error or malpractice. Point 5. The following year Lord Bingham confirmed in the House of Lords that a wrongly promulgated colonial law could not be enacted. 6. And Lord Mann said that only the proper governance of the territory could be countenanced as a consideration in a colonial law. Point 7. This clearly shows Bhagat Singh's conviction to have been unlawfully orchestrated. No wonder the High Court in Lahore is seized of an application to set aside the decision, although this can only in the final analysis be of symbolic value. 35. The approvers. Bhagat Singh was convicted on the evidence of approvers. This is the most significant aspect of evidence in the Lahore conspiracy case of 1930. An approver is a participant in or accomplice to a crime that is being tried, who then gives evidence for the prosecution. He is a turncoat. He is one who has turned approver in the case because he has confessed himself guilty of the crime in question, but is now approving others of the same crime to save himself. In the Lahore conspiracy case, the approvers were given inducements to become turncoats. This, therefore, again begs the question as to whether the trial was fairly conducted. Given that the approvers were erstwhile colleagues of the conspirators, with whom they had exchanged vows, rubbed shoulders and stood side by side in the face of immense adversity until only very recently, if their evidence was now going to be called upon by the prosecution, it was necessary for the defense to have the opportunity to challenge such uncorroborated evidence. Justice demanded nothing less as a minimum requirement. Astonishingly, such evidence was not subject to cross-examination in the Lahore conspiracy case. It is not difficult to understand why. Before the special tribunal, 2 of the approvers said they gave their statements to the police under pressure from them. Indeed, they even wished now to have their statements retracted. It was Ajoy Ghosh, one of those who was eventually acquitted, who a decade later said that, owing to the tremendous popular enthusiasm that the case had evoked, a number of key witnesses had turned hostile, more were likely to follow suit, and 2 of the approvers had retracted their confessions. It was unsurprising then that the whole case was in danger of ending in fiasco, which would not have been the case if ordinary legal procedure was followed and ordinary legal facilities allowed us. Point 1. This is indeed the crux of the matter. Ordinary legal procedures were not followed. Legal facilities for the defense were not made available. One is bound to ask how this came about in a tribunal that was handpicked by the Governor General. The answer lies in the fact that by appointing a special tribunal, outside the rules of ordinary trial procedure, the Governor General had only succeeded in creating the most politically charged court hearings of the day. Within 2 weeks of the special tribunal beginning its sitting on March 5, 1930, 2 of the 3 judges had vacated their seats. Justices Coldstream and Justice Aga Haider, it was alleged in a notification given on June 20, 1930 by Chief Justice Sir Shadi Lal of the Lahore High Court, were for reasons of health unable to discharge their duties as members of the tribunal. Point 2. The suggestion that 2 judges can be struck down with ill health at the same time is risible. The truth is that Coldstream presided over the beatings of the accused in the courtroom before his very eyes. The accused objected to him continuing to preside over the hearings. So he had to go. Aga Haider, on the other hand, objected to the mistreatment of the accused in court. This made his position untenable and he too now had to go. The judges were replaced by Justices Tapp and Abdul Qadir. Justice Hilton was now to become the president of the special tribunal in place of Justice Coldstream. In fact, the flaws in the trial procedures go back to the beginning, to the time of magistrates' court hearings on May 7, 1929. On remand, the accused were not even produced in court. The magistrates were instead taken to selected places. These places were where the accused were being held, such as the Borstal jail in Lahore. The accused had no access to their families. They had no access to legal advice. On top of this, the approvers were not in judicial custody away from the police. Instead, they were being held in police custody throughout the proceedings where the police could interfere with them. The accused objected strongly. It was to no avail. Their applications were thrown out with contempt. In police custody, they were regularly primed to give the kind of evidence which the police demanded of them. This is why, as Ajoy Ghosh wrote, a number of their key witnesses were now turning hostile. In the end, the accused threw in the towel. They boycotted the proceedings. They decided they would not participate in the hearings at all. They were not wrong to do so. One is reminded here of Jinnah's September 12, 1929 speech in the Delhi Central Assembly. Yet again, I appeal to you with all the emphasis I can command, do not be vindicative. Show that you are fair, generous, that you are willing to treat these men decently. At any rate, before they are released or sentenced, given them proper treatment. 3. And yet, proper treatment was one thing that the accused did not have, and the authorities remained vindicative to the end. The judicial authorities also were not impartial at all. This is clear from an application before Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan, which was made on October 4, 1929. The application asked for the removal of the approvers to judicial custody. Not only did the magistrate reject the application, but he did so in terms which clearly showed his bias. He employed language which was injudicious and unbecoming of a judge. He reprimanded counsel for the accused, saying, "The learned defense counsel does not hold a brief on behalf of the approvers to be in a position to plead for them quite uninvited." That may be so, but learned counsel did hold a brief for the accused whom he was representing, and it was in their defense that he was making an application for the removal of the approvers into judicial custody where they could not be tampered with. The magistrate then added that the proper time for him to elicit details of the nature alluded to by him in his application would be when the approvers would come into the witness box, and the accused shall have a right to cross-examine them. But learned counsel here was not raising an issue relating to cross-examination, but one relating to fairness of procedures and due process, where the approvers, being in police custody, were in a position to be groomed by the authorities by being told what to say in the witness box. To crown it all, the magistrate admonished counsel for the accused with the reprimand that, there's no jurisdiction of the accused to dictate to the court as to how and where the approvers should be kept and to inquire as to their whereabouts. For this, however, is not right at all. The defense counsel is well within their rights in raising concerns about the fairness of proceedings and the tampering of witnesses who appear for the prosecution. This is a jurisdictional question for the tribunal. Approvers kept in police custody, rather than in judicial custody, risk being pressured in exactly the manner in which the two approvers were, who were to appear for the prosecution, when they decided to retract their statements. The magistrate had living proof before him. Still he chose not to place the approvers in judicial custody. Still he persistently and consistently rejected applications from the accused to do so. The fact that counsel for the defense was then chastised for wanting to assume jurisdiction so as to dictate to the court shows the magistrate was mangling up important legal concepts in a wholly inappropriate manner to refuse an application, which was unanswerable. The refusal of this application through the use of such extravagantly inapt language only served to create the impression which the magistrate would wish to have avoided, namely, that the approvers were indeed being interfered with. Such an impression was difficult to dispel because, not only were the proceedings before the magistrate's hearing then abruptly stopped after 10 months and transferred to the special tribunal, but in those proceedings Mr. Justice Hilton alone served throughout the time that the case was being heard. He did not intervene to ensure that the trial proceedings were conducted fairly at any stage. He was the only judge to have first-hand knowledge of how key witnesses for the prosecution retracted their statements. The other judges on the panel were in no position to discuss the frailties of the evidence. They had not been privy to all that had transpired during the hearings. What were the frailties of this evidence? One does not have to look far to see them. The government was represented by Ch. Carden Noad in the tribunal, just as was the case in the magistrate's court. He was accompanied by Khan Sahib Kalendar Ali Khan, the public prosecutor, and L. Gopal Lal. There was no defense counsel in place for Bhagat Singh because he had chosen to represent himself. However, according to the record of proceedings, he had decided to put in an application stating that he wanted a legal advisor to watch the proceedings of the tribunal and to give him advice on lines of cross-examination. The person he wanted in that capacity was the lawyer Mr. Duni Chand. He, however, would neither cross-examine the government witnesses nor address the court. Provided that seating accommodation was available in court, Mr. Noad, the public prosecutor, took the view that there could be no reason to disagree with this application by Bhagat Singh. This being so, the tribunal sanctioned the arrangement proposed. 5. The case for the prosecution opened. Carden Noad called his first witness. It was G.T. Hamilton. When his statement was looked at, it was disarming for what it disclosed. I do not know the facts of the case nor did I make the statements made in the complaint. I am acting only as a formal complainant under the instructions of the government. This shows that the evidence of a British official was doctored in a way that he disclaimed all knowledge even of the statement that was being tendered by the prosecution on his behalf. Indeed, he claimed not to have any knowledge of the facts of the case. By the time we get to the approvers, 2 of the 5 withdraw their statements and only 1 is allowed to be cross-examined. Yet, the accused in the Lahore conspiracy case of 1930 were all convicted through the mouths of turncoats in circumstances where the government had no better evidence than that of the approvers. Of the judges, none of them except Mr. Justice Aga Haider, deigned to question the approvers closely, much to his eventual cost leading to his prompt removal within 2 weeks of the special tribunal starting to sit. There was no jury to assess the credibility of the witnesses or their demeanor. How could a tribunal of 3 judges, 2 of whom were recent replacements, ensure that the basic demands of fairness and justice were safeguarded? They could not because the special tribunal had not been constituted to serve a noble end. It had one purpose, and one purpose alone, which was to hand down punishment of death. And, in that design, it worked very well. 36. Police beatings. On 2 occasions, Bhagat Singh and his fellow accused were mercilessly beaten up in court. On April 10, 1929, the magistrate, Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan, began proceedings in Borstal jail. 16 months later, on October 21, 1929, the accused were subjected to extreme brutality. 2 He continued with the hearings for the next 10 months until May 1, 1930, after which the proceedings were transferred to Punch House, Lahore. That is where the second instance of police ill-treatment in the courtroom occurred. This is when the special tribunal took over the case pursuant to Lord Irwin's ordinance from May 5, 1930. However, just a week into that trial, on May 12, 1930, the true nature of colonial legal coercion was exposed when the accused were beaten up even more viciously under the judge's very noses on their express instructions. Both instances bear testimony to how prisoner mistreatment was an integral and inherent part of colonial trials held outside the normal discipline of the law. The first occasion arose before Magistrate Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan when one of the accused, a juvenile by the name of Pramdut Varma, threw a slipper at one of the approvers, J. Gopal, as he entered the witness box to give evidence, on October 21, 1929. He was immediately seized and sent into solitary confinement for 3 months by the jail superintendent. 3 The next day, the courtroom management of the rest of the accused coming into court changed. Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dud were in detention in Central Jail in Lahore. They were used to coming into court without any handcuffs. Those in Borstal Jail, who were juveniles, used to come to court with a handcuff on one hand only. Once they entered the dock, these handcuffs were removed. The next day, on October 22, 1929, both Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dud were required to be shackled on both hands at the gate of the jail as they came out of their cells on their way to the courtroom, which was opposite the jail. It was not clear whether there was an order from the magistrate Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan or whether this was at the behest of the jail superintendent. They resisted. They had every reason to. All the accused had openly dissociated themselves from the unsavory actions of the juvenile Pramdut Varma. They saw it as an impulsive action on his part and they expressed regret at what he had been driven to do upon sight of J. Gopal. Those in Borstal Jail were now required to be handcuffed on both hands before coming to court. They too resisted. When they were brought to the porch of Borstal Institute, handcuffs were forcibly put on them, and 6 of them were then thrown in the back of the lorry, which then sped off to drop them off at the gates of the central jail. Upon arrival there, the accused refused to disembark from the lorry. The press was present at the gate of the jail. The accused told them that they had been beaten, caned, and physically mistreated. Many had sustained injuries. The proceedings could not continue, so they were adjourned. When they resumed, there was now a lot of bad blood between the authorities and the accused. All the accused had to return to the courtroom with handcuffs on both hands. As they were resisting, they had to be dragged into the courtroom and flung into the dock. Shiv Varma and Ajoy Ghosh were both rendered unconscious. Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dud remained lucid, but in great pain. As they entered the courtroom, they were disoriented and they spluttered and choked. Their shrill cries of "Long live the revolution, long live the proletariat and down with imperialism," nevertheless, rang out. Bhagat Singh immediately demanded of the magistrate whether it was he who had ordered that the accused be kicked by the police. He wanted to know why the police were not under his control. Others shouted "Shame! Shame!" to the magistrate after Bhagat Singh demanded answers. The magistrate feebly ventured to ask who it was that had kicked them. Bhagat pointed them out at once with the words that several officers had sat on them and kicked them on various parts of their body. B.K. Dud pointed out that he received severe blows to his chest, and Pramdut gave the magistrate graphic details of how the day before the police had inserted their fingers into their rectum and kicked them in the testicles. They asked the magistrate whether this was civilization and warned him that the time would come when they would turn into revolutionaries. 5 A concerned government lawyer, Kardon Noad, asked the magistrate to make a note of this threat. Bhagat Singh wanted to know of Rai Sahib Pandit Sri Kishan whether the police were acting on his orders. He did not answer. Bhagat Singh asked to have his monocles removed in court as he wanted to make a statement. The magistrate denied him this request. Only when the accused were taken to lunch was one handcuff removed from one hand. On October 24, 1929, it was agreed that the accused would now all come to court with handcuffs on only one hand. The second occasion when the accused were subject to a brutal assault was even more serious. It happened before the special tribunal on May 12, 1930, after Bhagat Singh and the accused had walked into the courtroom. As the three tribunal judges prepared to commence the proceedings and the accused had their handcuffs removed, they began to sing their revolutionary song. This was not unusual. It was a standard feature of political trials in India. The practice was followed as a mark of defiance at the start of the trial. Judges had learned to accommodate this because these songs were always before the proceedings began in revolutionary trials. The prisoners sang their songs to boost their morale. On this occasion, however, before they raised the cry of Inquilab Zindabad, a disgruntled Justice Coldstream stamped his foot to their great surprise and announced that he would have none of this. The accused, he ordered, should have their handcuffs put on them again and that they be dispatched back to their prison cells. Bhagat Singh objected. He refused to be manacled again. He insisted on his right to sing his song before the business of the day commenced. In this, he was only asking for what had already been accorded to him and his fellow prisoners, because from the very first day of the special tribunal hearings on May 5, 1930, they had all been allowed to sing their song. Their handcuffs were still on them. The court was not in session yet. There was no interference with proceedings. On each of the previous days over the last week, they had been allowed to start and finish their song. Justice Coldstream, however, now regarded this as an affront. As president of the tribunal, he instructed the police to physically remove the accused from the courtroom. It was then that a bevy of more than 15 constables sprang on each accused and handcuffed them one by one. By force. It did not stop there. Pramdut and Ajoy Ghosh found themselves flying in the air and crashing over the metal barrier into the prisoners' dock. They blacked out as they were rendered wholly insensate. There were screams of pain from all the accused in the courtroom. Bhagat Singh remonstrated again. He told the judges that they were nothing more than cowards and mercenaries. The other accused asked the Indian judge, Justice Aga, how he could in all conscience continue to serve on the tribunal and asked him to resign. Amid the cacophony, the hearing was adjourned by Justice Coldstream as he brushed his judicial gown, rose up from the bench and walked out. 7 The disorder, however, touched a raw nerve in the Indian judge. His conscience was pricked. The next day he had to sign off the proceedings of the previous day. But Justice Aga refused to do so. Instead, he took it upon himself to take the unprecedented bold step of writing a statement to the effect, saying, I was not a party to the order of the removal of the accused from the court to the jail and I was not responsible for it in any way. I disassociate myself from all that took place today in consequence of that order. Aga Hyder. This must have come as a complete shock to the tribunal president Justice Coldstream. Yet, Justice Aga was right. Paragraph 9 of the Ordinance of 1930, containing a reference to the special powers of the tribunal to enable it to deal with an accused who behaved in a persistently disorderly manner, did not authorize the tribunal to have prisoners beaten up by the police in open court. In this case, the accused were not behaving in persistently disorderly conduct. Their conduct of singing a revolutionary song was not taking place at any stage of the trial, as the trial was yet to begin. The long-standing practice had always been to allow the singing to take place, after which the handcuffs would be removed and the visitors would be allowed to proceed to enter and to take their seats in the gallery. The accused saw themselves as political prisoners. This status mattered to them. It went to the very heart of who they were and what they lived for. Beaten up in court, manacled and flung back into their jail cells on the orders of the president of the tribunal without being allowed to sing their revolutionary song, the accused boycotted the tribunal proceedings after May 12, 1930. Sukhdev turned up on May 13, 1930 to have a look but did not return to court after that. On June 21, 1930, Aga Haider was removed from the special tribunal. On June 25, 1930, orders were passed by the tribunal to dispense with the attendance of the accused. This was under powers conferred by the ordinance. It was something Jinnah had fought hard to avoid. In the hunger strike bill, there was a clause allowing dispensation of the accused. In his speech on September 12, 1929 in the Delhi Central Assembly, Jinnah had lambasted the Governor-General with the words, "Does it come to this, that you want to carry this bill, you want to have this bill placed on the statute book, and then you want to give notice to the prisoners that, unless they cease their hunger strike within a certain period, you are going to proceed ex parte? Under that threat you think the prisoners will cease their hunger strike?" 9. Jinnah had stopped that bill from passing with his stellar oratory in the Central Legislative Assembly. The ordinance, now passed by Governor-General Irwin, secured for the government by executive edict that which it could not have achieved by normal legislative means. With the accused now moved from the dock back into jail, a cold uncanny spectre descended upon the empty courtroom in Punch House. The defense counsel were there, but without their clients to defend they did not know what to do. The new Indian judge, Sir Abdul Qadir, who had replaced the formidable Aga Haider, recognizing the absurdity of their situation nervously suggested to the defense counsel that although they were now without instructions from their clients, they could still attempt to cross-examine the Crown witnesses and then interview their clients the next day and take instructions in that way, little realizing how this only added farce to an untenable situation, which had been created entirely through the actions of Justice Coldstream. No defense counsel would know precisely what question to ask in cross-examination, nor at what point of the evidence of a Crown witness, without first having instructions from their client. The defense lawyers were not to be duped, hoodwinked, and bamboozled in this way by the urbane self-possessed Sir Abdul Qadir. What they wanted was an interview with their clients before cross-examining the approvers in their evidence for the prosecution. Not the next day. They promptly took themselves off the courtroom to have an interview with their clients in Borstal jail right then and not the next day as was being suggested. They returned to say that they were under strict instructions not to represent their clients unless the order of June 25, 1930 dispensing with their attendance in court was revoked by the special tribunal so as to allow their attendance in court as was their right. The lawyers for the defense found themselves in an untenable situation. There was nothing more left for them to do. Among the lawyers, Amolak Ram, Baljit Singh, and Amar Das too left the courtroom. With neither the accused nor their redoubtable lawyers in court, all the prosecution now had to do was to hurdle through the evidence of the prosecution witnesses. With all the advantages before it, the prosecution still failed to redeem itself. Some 2 weeks later, on July 8, 1930, it called the Traffic Inspector of Police in Lahore, WJG Fern, to give his evidence in chief, because he had been present at the murder scene. Fern had been present from the time of Saunders stumbling out of the gate of the Anarkali police station with his motorbike, to the time when after giving chase to the assailants, Head Police Constable Chanan Singh had collapsed with a bullet wound in his chest. In every way, he was the prosecution's star witness of the killing. He failed, however, to identify either Bhagat Singh or Rajguru. This was despite there being several identification parades held specifically for him. When asked by Cardin Noad, his nonchalant response was, "I attended several identification parades but failed to pick up the 2 assailants of Mr. Saunders." This is quite remarkable, given that one of them had actually fired directly at Fern just as he was himself giving chase to them. The absurdities did not end there. When on July 10, 1930, copies of the charge sheets were served by the tribunal on the 15 accused who were still incarcerated, They were accompanied with an order that the pleas of the 15 accused should be recorded the next day, but on July 11, 1930 even the pleas of the accused were dispensed with. So now not only was the attendance of the accused dispensed with, but so were their pleas. They had no lawyer in court either fighting their corner for them. The extent of coercive legal control from the courtroom in this judicial reprisal only helps show how draconian the Lahore Ordinance 3 of 1930 was. After a month's incarceration in solitary confinement, in the scorching heat of a Lahore jail, 10-1 detainee, Kanvalnath Tiwari, had even gone quite mad. But it was still deemed appropriate to dispense with both his plea and his attendance in court, such was the complete disregard with the elementary principles of criminal justice, as the special tribunal scurried towards ending the proceedings and handing down a sentence of death on 3 of the accused. No person in such a situation could have the ordinance invoked against them, unless achieving a conviction of the accused was all that the tribunal had in mind, in the 6 months allocated to it before it became defunct. The tribunal soldiered on remorselessly. A stream of witnesses was called by the prosecution in quick succession as they whirled into the witness box to confirm the events of December 17, 1928, to the prosecution's blatant delight. Confident students, like Somnath, Abnash Chand and Aftab Ahmed, meandered in and out, to confirm how as witnesses to the day in question they had been residing in the hostel at Dav College. The apprehensive Ajmer Singh ambled in to explain how he had tenaciously hung onto his bicycle when the accused attempted to wrestle it off him, as they hurriedly scuttled off into hiding after entering the precincts of Dav College. All went unchallenged as witnesses, their evidence indisputable and undisputed. All gave their evidence in the glaring absence of the accused. The accused were not there because some of the accused could not attend as they were medically unfit to do so, while others were on hunger strike in prison and others simply dispensed with in their attendance. On October 7, 1930, with the parody of the trial complete, the special tribunal announced its verdict. Dharaj, Jatinder Nath Sanyal and Ajoy Kumar Ghosh were the only ones who would be released. Kundan Lal and Pramdut were handed down terms of imprisonment of 7 years and 5 years respectively. Mahavir, Shiv Varma, Jadav Kapoor and Vijay Kumar Sinha were sentenced to transportation for life. That left Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru. They were to be hanged by the neck until dead. On March 23, 1931, they were sent to the gallows, which they faced with unmatched valor and chutzpah. Be that as it may, Professor Chaman Lal's memorable lament, Rajguru, Sukhdev and Bhagat Singh's hanging was nothing but judicial murder, and that too performed in a hurry, with the colonial state clearly in a state of panic. 11 reminds us of Mirza Ghalib's immortal incantation, Hway Mudat K Ghalib Mar Gaya Par Yad Eada Hi Vohar Ek Bar Par Kena Kiyun Hoda Tio Ukia Hoda. If Bhagat Singh had lived, what difference would his life have made? We will never know. Part 8. Deluded Patriots. Apni Sari Dard Bolakar Oran K Duk Sedatiha Hum Jubgas Lane Kedithe Wo Axer Jail Main Redatiha. Oblivious of his own sorrows, he took on those of others. Whilst we sang ghazals, he languished alone in jail. Katil Shife. 37. 1931, I was never a terrorist. It is often said that Bhagat Singh transitioned from terrorism to revolution. 1 This claim is based on his last piece of writing, which was drafted in February 1931, just a month before he was sent to the gallows, and in which he describes his early espousal of violence as follows. Apparently I have acted as a terrorist. But I am not a terrorist. I am a revolutionary who has got such definite ideas of a lengthy program. Let me announce with all the strength at my command, that I am not a terrorist and never was, perhaps at the beginning of my revolutionary career. Was Bhagat Singh then a terrorist? It is said that near the end of his life he had dramatically changed his outlook, and that earlier in his life he was a terrorist. The accolade of a terrorist, however, ill befits him. It is a claim which he does not himself make. He states, I was never a terrorist. He then adds that perhaps if he was then, this was only in his earlier years. But the claim bears scrutiny. Bhagat Singh only took one life. And that was in revenge. His bombing for the Legislative Assembly was not bombing as we would normally understand it. It consisted of hurling two decidedly harmless smoke bombs in order to make the deaf hear and not to hurt anyone. It was in the form of a political protest. His statement of February 1931 above is at best ambiguous. On the one hand, he asserts, "I am not a terrorist and never was." On the other hand, he allows for the possibility perhaps at the beginning of my revolutionary career. The latter is expressed in rather non-committal terms. So what is the truth? Perhaps the best explanation was given some 40 years ago, when the distinguished Indian historian Bipin Chandra described Bhagat Singh and his fellow revolutionaries as men of ideas and ideologies in a 1972 essay, in which he said that Bhagat Singh's life cannot be studied except in motion. 2 Had Bhagat Singh survived the tumultuous years of the 1920s and 1930s, which led to independence, today he would have become a Marxist Gandhian. 3 Subsequently, when Moffat interviewed him in 2012, Chandra confirmed that he saw Bhagat Singh as a terrorist in the unmaking and a Marxist in the making. 4 Yet, as Moffat points out, we cannot know what Bhagat Singh would have become had he lived 5, and that this is so even when it is borne in mind that HSRA members like Ghosh and Verma, not to mention Kishori Lal, B.K. Sinha and Jadhav Kapur, all joined the CPI-6, referring to how they all flocked to the Communist Party of India as their natural home after independence. Moffat uses the metaphor of a journey and the idea of Bhagat Singh in motion to describe how, at first, Bhagat Singh steadily moves in a way that tracks a departure from violence, liberating the revolutionary from the stigma of terrorist action. 7 But then secondly, in so doing, manages an arrival at something refined, comprehensive, stable, so that for some it is most certainly Marxist, for others anarchist, while for some others it is simply a more perfect patriotism. 8 Instances of the former, according to Moffat, are his Sessions Court statement in Delhi, where initially in 1929 he doggedly maintains how a revolution does not necessarily involve a sanguinary strife, nor is there any place in it for individual vendetta, since it is not the cult of the bomb or the pistol. From this, it is said that he journeys by 1931 to a position whereby in his letter to young political workers in that year, he is able to say, "I am not a terrorist and I never was, except perhaps in the beginning of my revolutionary career." 9 It is possible to argue, however, that the two statements are not inconsistent. Bhagat Singh does after all declaim to ever having had any pretense to being a terrorist, and comments as to how he was such a person even at the very beginning, is adorned with a caveat that should not be overlooked. Indeed, his statement in 1931 ends with the declaration that mere bomb throwing is not only useless but sometimes harmful. 10 This is not so far apart from what he had said at the beginning of his revolutionary journey in 1929 before the Sessions Court in Delhi, namely that when we think of a revolution it is not the cult of the bomb and the pistol. The question whether Bhagat Singh was a terrorist is significant for two reasons. First, it is important that we know what Bhagat Singh stood for. Otherwise, we fail to understand him properly. Bhagat Singh himself was always at pains to ensure that he was never misunderstood, whether in terms of his words or his actions. Second, at a time today when issues of terrorism, public safety, and national security are so inextricably intertwined all over the world, it is important to be clear what his espousal of violence or revolution meant. Political action can sometimes involve violence. Violence is regrettably part of that normal historical process. When this happens, political and military discourse sometimes wrongly envisions this as a conflagration of impending apocalyptic wars. In the early years of the 20th century, the unstable world of empire in India after the First World War led to a perception of a nebulous threat to peace and order waiting to engulf everyone. More recently, we are reminded by the Australian judge in the case of Singh 11 of how there is no antithesis between violent retribution and political action when a policeman is killed as an act of revenge. An Indian citizen, a Mr. Singh, of Sikh ethnicity, had in India been involved with the Khalistan Liberation Force, an organization that sought the creation of an independent Sikh state and that used violence to achieve this objective. His role in the KLF was to collect information on their behalf. The KLF used this information when it decided to kill people. Indeed, Mr. Singh had assisted in the provision of weapons that were used by the KLF to carry out acts of violence. Mr. Singh then murdered a police officer, which was described by the Australian High Court judge as the most violent of crimes, and not least because the crime was committed out of a strong, if not exclusively retributive motivation. 12 In relation to the killing of the police officer in Ludhiana, Mr. Singh had a significant political purpose. Such a purpose was not negatived by the element of revenge, because revenge is likely to be an aspect of many political crimes. It was not negatived, moreover, by looking simply at the main political objective of the KLF, which was the establishment of an independent state. The achieving of one of the other KLF objectives was the protection of Sikh people from violence or torture. In the words of the Australian judge, there is no bright line between crimes that are political and those that are non-political. 13 This is because it may be doubted that the image of the clinical assassin, with a narrow focus upon an oppressive dictator, taking care to avoid what would now be called collateral damage, ever bore much relation to reality. More strikingly still, he observed how homicide is foreign to our experience of political conflict. That is because we have been favored with a relatively peaceful history. At other times, and in other places, the taking of life has been, and is, an incident of political action. 14 The judge even went on to say, it is difficult to imagine serious conflict of any kind without the possibility that parties to the conflict will seek retribution for past wrongs, real or imagined. Revenge is not the antithesis of political struggle, it is one of its most common features. 15. In fact, Frantz Fanon, the political philosopher from the French colony of Martinique, had something to say about this. His work today is hugely influential in the disciplines of post-colonial studies and critical theory. He wrote from experience, having suffered racism as a French West Indian psychiatrist. In his 1961 book The Wretched of the Earth, he has a long 16-chapter titled Concerning Violence. Here he writes that national liberation, national renaissance, the restoration of nationhood to the people, or whatever may be the headings used, meant that decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. This is because decolonization is quite simply the replacing of a certain species of men by another species of men. Without any period of transition, there is a total, complete, and absolute substitution, and the proof of success lies in a whole social structure being changed from the bottom up. 17 Like Bhagat Singh, who emphasized the occurrence of earthly tremors, he also wrote that decolonization, which sets out to change the order of the world, is obviously a program of complete disorder, and this is because decolonization is the meeting of two forces, opposed to each other by their very nature. 18. And yet, for Mahatma Gandhi, the young revolutionaries of the HSRA were deluded patriots. 19. This was not altogether surprising. Bhagat Singh and Gandhi were poles apart. Bhagat Singh was following in the tradition of the three militant nationalists, Lala Lajpat Rai, Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and Bipin Chandra Pal, whom the mainstream in the Congress Party regarded as extremists. Gandhi, with the Congress Party, wanted to share power with the British. Bhagat Singh, like the trio, would have none of it and wanted complete autonomy for India. The Congress was a pro-empire party. 20 Bhagat Singh's Naujawan Party was not, and neither was the HSRA. Deluded or not, the fact remains that Bhagat Singh forged a new ideological pathway as never before. Indian revolutionaries had hitherto only rejected the twin evils of capitalism and colonialism. Bhagat Singh wanted to do more. He rejected religion as it alienated the masses. This was not all. The rejection of religion for Bhagat Singh also had instrumentalist objectives. It served his socialist agenda of denouncing another towering edifice of oppression, namely, casteism. This is confirmed by Chaman Lal in his latest book, The Bhagat Singh Reader, where he explains how amongst India's freedom fighters against colonial rule, Bhagat Singh went beyond the tradition of the early revolutionaries and gave an ideological direction to the whole movement, which had been missing earlier. 21 This was unique to his brand of revolutionary politics in India. He points out how if for Bhagat Singh, the revolutionary movement was the study of the bravery, fearlessness and patriotism of the revolutionaries, but that with Bhagat Singh, it took an entirely different turn and became a study of the ideas of the revolutionaries, and not just about their brave actions. Point 22. What enabled Bhagat Singh to perform this role was the following. He joined the revolutionary movement at the age of 16 in 1923 and had less than 7 years to achieve his goals of the revolution. During this time, he not only carried out political revolutionary acts, but also wrote prolifically. He traveled a lot all over India and spent a lot of time reading the best books from all over the world, be it history, economics, or literature. Bhagat Singh wrote in 4 languages, Urdu, Hindi, Punjabi, and English. He had a good command over Sanskrit, as he had studied it in school, all the more encouraged by his grandfather, Arjan Singh. He understood Bengali very well, and could recite verses by poets such as Nazrul Islam and Tagore fluently in Bengali. At one time, he was learning Persian as well. Point 23. With such a background, his written output appears to have been prodigious, notwithstanding the fact that what he has come down in history to be known for are his revolutionary activities rather than what he wrote during that period. What he wrote, however, opens for us a critically important window into all the formative years of his life as a revolutionary, leading right up the time of his hanging on March 23, 1931. Chaman Lal refers to how he wrote more than 130 documents in 7 years, covering nearly 400 pages, and that he wrote more than 50 letters, apart from numerous court statements, pamphlets, essays, and sketches. In fact, it is believed by many, on the basis of the accounts of one of his comrades in jail, that Bhagat Singh wrote 4 more books in jail. These manuscripts were smuggled out but are yet to be found. Point 24. In the circumstances, any other revolutionary writer would not have failed to have got himself noticed in the West. After all, he pitched himself against Gandhi. He too, like Gandhi, was in search for the soul of India. Yet, Bhagat Singh's writings lie entirely forgotten. His name is barely known, not just in the West, but also in India. It is as if there has been a deliberate act of amnesia amongst the opinion formers and the intelligentsia. In the Cuban Revolution, the Argentine Marxist revolutionary guerrilla leader Che Guevara, with whom Bhagat Singh is often likened in India, did not meet with the same fate, although he too, like Bhagat Singh, was an author and military theorist and became for many a counter-cultural symbol of rebellion and revolt. The social theorist Professor Vivek Chibber of New York University describes how a good case can be made for connection between the anti-colonial writings of Cabral and Nkrumah, even those of Fanon, and the socialism of Lenin or Marx. Point 25. However, he makes no reference to how the writings of Bhagat Singh did exactly the same, even as Slavoj Zizek refers to Vivek Chibber's book on the back cover as the book we were all waiting for. When Chibber describes how or much of the 20th century trade union and peasant farmer groups did in fact figure in struggles for democratization. 26. There is no mention of Bhagat Singh's thinking, even though he regarded precisely these groups as being in the vanguard of a transformative Indian revolution against colonial rule. Indeed, while Chibber's excellent work goes on to refer to virtually every important leader in the anti-colonial tradition through the 20th century, from Sun Yat-sen and Ho Chi Minh to Frantz Fanon and Che Guevara. 27. There is strangely no mention at all of Bhagat Singh or of his forebears. Bhagat Singh had well-developed revolutionary ideas, ranging from education to health care to jail reform and universal suffrage amongst others, which were as extensive as any other long before people like Ho Chi Minh, Frantz Fanon, and Che Guevara came onto the scene with their ideas in the middle of the 20th century. 38. 1929, Jail Readings. According to Simona Saune, revolutionaries have often been judged as romantic, immature, or misguided, but that does less than full justice to how Bhagat Singh himself ultimately justified his actions. There is a moment when he outgrew romance. One because, as he explains in relation to the mass arrests after the Kakori incident in 1925, till that time I was only a romantic revolutionary, just a follower of our leaders. Then came the time to shoulder the whole responsibility too, but the way Bhagat Singh did this was through study. As he explains, enthusiastic comrades, nay, leader, began to jeer at us. For some time I was afraid that someday I also might not be convinced of the utility of our program. That was the turning point in my revolutionary career. Study was the cry that reverberated in the corridors of my mind. This is what brought about the ultimate transformation in his life. Hence, study to enable yourself to face the arguments advanced by opposition, but also study to arm yourself with arguments in favor of your cult. I began to study. Point 3. So complete was his transformation that Ajoy Ghosh attests to how when he first met Bhagat Singh in 1923, aged 16, having been introduced to him by B.K. Dutt in Kanpuri, what he saw was a tall and thin, rather shabbily dressed, very quiet young man who seemed nothing more than a typical village lad lacking smartness and self-confidence, such that I did not think very highly of him and told Dutt so when he was alone. And yet, 5 years later, one day in 1928, I was surprised when a young man walked into my room and greeted me. But it was not the Bhagat Singh that I had met before. For this 21-year-old was tall and magnificently proportioned, with a keen, intelligent face and gleaming eyes, and he looked a different man altogether. The change was so great that all those who met Bhagat Singh then and afterwards have testified to his remarkable intelligence and to the powerful impression he made when talking. Now he spoke with force, passion, and earnestness, and we talked the whole night, and it seemed to me that a new era was dawning for our party. Point 4. How did this happen? The veteran distinguished lawyer and writer A.G. Noorani notes how, in a real sense, Bhagat Singh's intellectual life properly began only when he entered prison, because although he had, of course, read avidly before, the reality was that the activist had little time for intellectual pursuits. Point 5. This suggests that the date of Bhagat Singh's arrest on April 8, 1929 is the watershed moment in his life. It is what intellectualizes him as a new revolutionary force in India. This is confirmed by Shiv Varma, who was in Lahore Central Jail with him, and attests to how we had easy access to books in jail since day one, and the atmosphere was quite congenial for study and exchange of ideas. Further, we used to discuss ideological and social issues earlier too, but Bhagat Singh's arrival made this much more lively. As a result, seldom a day would pass without having thrashed out an issue threadbare. He continues, the books which had been read during the week were on diverse topics as Marxism, progress in Soviet Russia, upsurge in Afghanistan, Sino-Japanese strife, League of Nations fiasco, the Meerut conspiracy case, labor struggle, role of Indian capitalist class, policy of the Congress, and possibility of a change in political goal in Lahore Congress session. One cannot help wonder at this how different India would have been today if, instead of being annihilated as a political force, this emerging class of self-taught intellectuals had been allowed to take their rightful place at the heart of government. For it is a mistake to think that Bhagat Singh alone was interested in honing his intellectual and political acumen. Others were too. But as Shiv Varma explained, though we all had a passion for reading, but Bhagat Singh was a class by himself. Point 6. Another inmate, incarcerated with Bhagat Singh, Jatinder Nath Sanyal, also vouched for his being an extremely well-read man, but the economic experiment in Russia under the Bolshevik regime greatly interested him. This is reflected in his taking to the reading in jail of such tracts as 10 Days That Shook the World by Reed, What Never Happened by Ropshin, Mother by Maxim Gorky, Career of a Nihilist by Stepnik, Nihilists by Oscar Wilde, etc. Moreover, besides, Kropotkin's memoirs and Michael Bakunin's God and the State had great influence on Bhagat Singh. Point 7. How did Bhagat Singh get his hands on such books? The answer seems to a large extent to be the Dwarkadas Library, founded by Lala Lajpat Rai, as the sister institution of the National College. M.M. Juneja describes it as promoting the noble cause of freedom, especially the revolutionary movement, because it contained a rich repository of books for radical-minded young men in Lahore, where its reading room was always crowded with students. The library was fortunate in having been gifted with the services of its librarian, Rajaram Shastri, just 21 years old then, who took over the charge of the library in 1926. 8 Yashpal, who was also closely associated with Bhagat Singh, wrote in 1951 that Rajaram Shastri was a well-known socialist of Kanpur and that Shastriji often informed us about those who used to take a keen interest in revolutionary literature. 9 When much later, Rajaram Shastri published his own memoirs in 1981. Aptly titled Amar Shahiden K Sansmaran, he confirmed how when he first arrived at the Dwarkadas library it then contained all the books of Lala Lajpat Rai's personal library, which was a huge collection of world literature, but that I started collecting books, especially on socialism, from different booksellers of Lahore, including one in Anarkali Bazaar which was expert in smuggling the banned books from England. Thereafter, since the library was visited by a large number of young readers, I always tried to supply them socialist literature, and when Bhagat Singh started visiting my residence, I got him enrolled as a regular member of the library. He continues, one day I saw him with a book, First War of Indian Independence by Veer Damodar Savarkar. It was a proscribed book. Even Rajaram Shastri did not know how it was procured by him, but it was clear to him that he was greatly impressed by him. Bhagat Singh went on to get Veer Savarkar's book published secretly in 2 volumes, each volume costing 8 annas, and its marketing, which was indeed a difficult task, was mainly done by Sukhdev. 10 Thereafter it was Shastri who supplied Bhagat Singh with Valiant's book, Anarchism and Other Essays, where one of its chapters was Psychology of Violence, which contained a historic statement of the French anarchist. It takes a loud voice to make the deaf hear. Having read the book, especially the statement of Valiant, Bhagat Singh embraced me and said, "Dear friend, you have given me an excellent piece of literature." 11 Of course, as we now know, it was that statement which Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt used when they hurled their smoke bombs on the Delhi Assembly on April 8, 1929. But this was not all. Bhagat Singh's voracious reading reshaped his mind. Yet, remarkably, he is entirely unknown for it as far as the common man is concerned. He is known for his valor. He is not known for his immense learning. This is despite his comrades being fully aware of the influence of books on him. Shiv Varma memorably records how Bhagat Singh always moved with a small portable library. I don't remember even a single occasion when Bhagat Singh was not carrying some books. He had always 2 things with him, pistol and pustak. I have seen him ill-clad and almost in rags, but even then he carried some book in his pocket. 12 His mother, Smt. Vidyavati, in her message to the youth on November 1, 1966, recalls how whenever Bhagat Singh came home, he always had his pocket full of books. When she would pull him up for spoiling his pockets with these books, an unapologetic Bhagat Singh often explained with a smile that the books were about martyrs and patriots. 13 In short, as Rajaram Shastri explained, Bhagat Singh literally used to devour books and his thirst for knowledge was ever unquenched. There was, however, a method in his madness, because he would read books, make notes, discuss with his friends and critically examine his own understanding in the light of new knowledge. 14 At the end of this long road, such was the sea change in Bhagat Singh's intellectual reconstruction that he is himself seen to be describing this remodeling in Why I Am an Atheist in the following terms.